The story begins in a high school where tensions run high as a fierce confrontation unfolds. A notorious bully named Jung Bin confronts the protagonist, demanding to know how he dared to speak so boldly. Jung Bin, a feared assassin within the school hierarchy and commander of an army of 5,000 students, insists that the protagonist hand over his divine power, or face the destruction of his divine domain core. But the protagonist, Honu, stands firm. He calmly replies that there is no such divine power to hand over, and if one exists, Jung Bin is welcome to try and take it. Honu then declares that Jung Bin is nothing more than a foot soldier of the Locust clan. That comment triggers a wave of reflection in Honu's mind. Why is he even facing off against the school's top bully? His thoughts drift back to the events of a few days ago, when everything changed. It all began when Honu was transported to the Divine Realm, a mystical world where anyone could ascend to godhood. He recalls how he awakened to this realm at the age of 18, only to discover that his inherited clan was the weakest of all, the Locust clan. At that time, he considered the previous owner of his body a pitiful fool. While bedridden, an elder informed Honu that his parents were lost somewhere within the chaos of the Imperial College, but they might still be alive. The elder urged him that if ever given the chance, he must search for them. He also remembers a strange proposal made to him by a girl named Qin Shuang. She asked if he was willing to become her servant and provide her Thunderbird with enough locusts each day. In return, she promised to ensure he graduated from high school. But it wasn't a light decision. Honu had to weigh his dignity against survival. Meanwhile, Jung Bin and his cronies had imposed a cruel condition: Honu must provide 100 units of divine power every Monday. If he failed, his clan would face an invasion by a deadly dwarf army, an attack that could wipe out his entire bloodline and ruin his future. Faced with these impossible odds, Honu questioned how he ended up on the hell-difficulty path of life. Remaining in the Locust clan would mean certain doom, no entry to elite imperial universities and no chance of finding his parents. Determined to defy fate, he focused on passing the Yellow Knight massacre. But he knew brute strength wouldn't carry him through. Entering a specialized machine, he equipped a divine accessory and reaffirmed his resolve. Everyone got where they are by trying. Giving up without even attempting is pathetic, he told himself. Moments later, a system notification confirmed a successful connection to the divine domain. Staring at the vast realm before him, Honu observed thousands of locusts, the signature of his clan. He opened his system interface, curious about any updates. His past life's memories revealed only two character paths, the chosen son and the life sacrifice. Uncertain about the distinction, he asked the system for clarification. The system explained, the chosen son is blessed by the heavens, gaining luck and a unique attribute for every level he ascends. The life sacrifice, on the other hand, can offer his own biological life in exchange for randomly generated divine products of equal value. It became clear the chosen son would be his golden opportunity, his so-called golden finger, while the life sacrifice would serve as a rare auxiliary skill in the divine biological stage. With these powers, he might one day fulfill his grandfather's final wish. But first, he needed to survive the bully's blackmail. The next day at school, Qin Shuang approached his desk. She asked again if he'd reconsider becoming her servant. She emphasized that with her protection, no one would dare touch him. Honu gave a firm no, leaving her stunned. She couldn't understand why he would reject such a safety net. He calmly explained, though I have no power or influence, I still have my dignity. I appreciate your concern, but I won't accept protection at the cost of servitude. Angrily, she turned away and warned that he would come to regret this choice. Soon after, Jung Bin's group arrived at his desk, demanding the promised divine power. Honu, however, stood tall and told them to stop bothering him. That triggered Jung Bin's fury. The idea that Honu would talk back was outrageous, and he threatened once again to destroy Honu's divine domain core. I'd like to see you try, Honu replied coldly. The students around them began to stir with excitement. They chanted for a duel, eager to witness a broken core firsthand. Someone even mocked the Locust clan's weakness, saying it wouldn't take much to force Honu to drop out of school. They boasted that Jung Bin's dwarf army ranked among the school's top 60 units and would easily annihilate him. Pulling out his divine card, Jung Bin sneered. Since you're trash, I'll only need 10 divine power points to deal with you. He activated an intrusion card, valued at 10 divine power points. Once activated, it would open a spatial teleportation portal into Honu's divine domain, allowing direct invasion. Without hesitation, Honu flew through the portal and entered the divine realm. Before him stood a massive door, glowing with ominous energy. As it creaked open, a chilling sight awaited him, rows upon rows of grim-looking dwarfs, preparing for battle. At the top of the enormous gate stood Jung Bin, the school bully and self-proclaimed commander of the dwarf army. With a cold glare, he raised his hand and declared, "In the name of the dwarf god, I command you, wipe out every last locust and destroy their divine core." In response, the dwarf army roared with excitement, their weapons raised as they prepared for battle. Across the school, students gathered around to watch the spectacle, the system projecting the battle in real time for all to see. As the dust cleared, students began discussing what they saw. One pointed out that the dwarf army seemed larger than before, estimating that their strength now rivaled the top 50 ranked divine domains. Another corrected him, noting that each dwarf was equipped with iron weapons, making their power comparable to even the top 30. But then something unexpected happened. Qin Shuang, watching closely, noticed Honu summoning his own forces, an army of crimson-red insects. The crowd murmured in confusion. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary locusts. But they weren't. These were explosive locusts, elite-level life forms. Such a thing was unheard of. No one imagined that lowly locusts could evolve into elite creatures. Despite this revelation, a student scoffed, "Even if they are re-elite, trash is still trash. Those bugs won't match the raw combat strength of dwarfs." But then, the locust surged forward and detonated. A series of massive explosions rocked the battlefield. In the middle of the chaos, Honu smirked to himself, remembering the decision he made the previous day. It had all started with a massive magical circle he had drawn. Determined to change his fate, he made a bold wager. From a population of 500 million locusts, he kept only 10 million adults to ensure racial survival. The remaining 490 million were sacrificed. As the ritual activated, a pink fire engulfed the circle, consuming the sacrificed locusts. From this great offering, the system presented him with 3 reward options: 10,000 elite goblin warriors, the Eye of Life, a sacred artifact that continuously nurtures the environment, a level 1 artifact, explosive heart. Honu considered each. The goblin army could solve the immediate crisis, but it was a one-time tool, useless for future threats. The Eye of Life was a long-term asset, but it wouldn't protect him from school bullies. Ultimately, he chose the explosive heart, a lasting investment in his clan's strength. An icy stone appeared before him. Without hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. Divine energy surged outward, birthing the explosive locusts, obedient elite creatures capable of massive destruction. Though lacking intelligence, they followed only the commands of the gods and lived for 180 days. He tossed one forward, and it exploded on impact. The explosion alone wouldn't kill a single dwarf, but with such overwhelming numbers, the story might unfold differently. As the smoke cleared, the crowd strained to see what remained. The battlefield had changed. The dwarfs lay defeated, scattered across the ground. Only a single elite dwarf remained, injured and barely standing. In front of him stood Honu and his blazing red swarm. Qin Shuang watched with intrigue. "Now this is getting interesting," she whispered. Honu ordered his locusts to finish off the last standing dwarf. Panicked, Jung Bin screamed from above, "Retreat! All dwarfs, return to the divine realm." But Honu merely smiled. "Too late," he muttered. His entire swarm surged toward the portal, rushing through to invade Jung Bin's divine realm. The resulting explosion echoed across the sky. Jung Bin was left stunned. "Stop! Call off the locusts," he screamed. But it was far too late. Explosions began ravaging his domain, tearing down everything in their path. One by one, the dwarfs fell. Desperate, Jung Bin raised his hand in surrender. "I give up. Remove the locusts. I surrender the battle." Honu stood tall, eyes gleaming. "But didn't you say you'd destroy my core? Shouldn't I return the favor?" Jung Bin trembled, furious and humiliated. "My parents won't let this go. They're demigods." "I don't care," Honu replied coldly. "Let's see how you handle this." He ordered the locusts to aim directly at the core. Jung Bin panicked, his voice breaking as he pleaded. "Please? Stop. I admit defeat. I swear I'll never bully you again. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't destroy my divine core." But Honu didn't care for bargains. "This isn't about what I want. This is about what you did." Just as the locusts closed in, a voice echoed in his mind. That's enough. Stop, in my name. It was Professor Lu. The teacher's voice rang with authority, yet Jung Bin immediately turned to him, crying out, "Professor! Please! Stop him! He's insane!" But Honu didn't waver. The locusts continued their approach, cracking the core bit by bit. Jung Bin weakened by the second, collapsing under the pressure. Professor Lu urgently addressed Honu. "Didn't you hear me? I said stop." Honu finally turned his attention to the teacher. "Oh? Now you show up. Why are you here?" "I'm your class teacher. I can feel everything happening inside the school's divine domain," Lu explained. "Then let me ask you this," Honu said, his expression darkening. "If you could feel everything, why didn't you show up when I was being beaten? Or extorted? Or threatened with death?" The professor didn't answer. His silence was deafening. "Is it because I'm not the child of a demigod?" Honu continued. "Because protecting me might offend Jung Bin's powerful parents." Still no response. Lu eventually muttered, "Let's discuss this after you stop the attack." But Honu pressed further. "Then let me ask one last thing. If it was my divine core under attack right now instead of his, would you have stepped in?" Professor Lu remained silent. "No need to answer," Honu said quietly. "I already know." As Honu finished speaking, his crimson locust surged forward and exploded directly on Jung Bin's divine core. The impact shattered the realm, leaving Jung Bin collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he realized it was all over. His divine realm was gone. He was now nothing. The system screen displaying the fight blinked off. Back in the classroom, the teacher rushed in, calling out for Honu. A student casually replied, "He went home. He didn't show up after the fight." That made the teacher furious. "That boy should be expelled for what he's done," he growled, unable to hide his frustration. Meanwhile, inside his own divine realm, Honu calmly requested a battle report from the system. The system responded, numerous self-destructive locusts remained, along with thousands of ordinary ones. Honu nodded thoughtfully. He realized he'd need to cultivate more self-destructive locusts for future threats. In his possession was something incredibly valuable, a fragment of Jung Bin's destroyed divine realm. Holding it in his hands, Honu activated the merge ability. As energy burst from the fragment, the system informed him, current divine realm upgraded. Realm level 2. He smiled. This was a solid advancement, one that could last until graduation. But his thoughts quickly turned dark again. Jung Bin's warning echoed in his mind, "My parents are demigods. They won't let this go." That was a problem. A serious one. The teacher was clearly biased toward Jung Bin. The school wouldn't protect him. If Honu wanted to survive, he had to grow stronger, fast. He looked at the iron dwarf hammer, a trophy from the battle. Without hesitation, he listed it for trade, hoping to find something more valuable. Almost immediately, someone responded, offering a rare item, fire crystal lava. Honu's eyes lit up. This item could boost fire resistance and enhance explosive power, perfect for evolving his locusts. He accepted the trade without hesitation. Moments later, the fragment pulsed with energy again, altering the locust structure. They remained elite life forms, but now with a terrifying new talent, lava explosion. The changes didn't stop there. A reproduction rate, 20 times higher lifespan, 250 days. Excited, Honu grabbed one in his hand and launched it forward. The explosion was immense, far more powerful than before. A fiery blast erupted, sending molten shrapnel across the area. He smiled in awe. These locusts now had the power of living grenades, with lava splash damage. Elsewhere, in the principal's office, chaos erupted. Jung Bin's father, radiating divine pressure, was furious. "Explain to me how my son's divine core was destroyed. There is no way to fix this." The dean tried to calm him. "Sir, the battle was initiated by your son. We have documented proof of his repeated rule violations and bullying." But that only made the man angrier. "So the school takes no responsibility? Then this is the fault of your teacher." Soon, Jung Bin's mother joined the tirade. "The one who destroyed our son's core must be punished. Expel that boy immediately." Back in his realm, Honu continued training, requesting the growth acceleration feature to regenerate more explosive locusts. Just then, he received a call. It was Principal Shou. Her tone was serious. "Honu, I need to tell you something important." She explained that Jung Bin's parents had come to the school, demanding harsh punishment. The mother was enraged, shouting that Honu should be expelled immediately. But the principal had reviewed the records. It was clear Jung Bin started the Divine Realm invasion. Honu defended himself, fairly, with no cheating. Show refused the expulsion. That only infuriated Jung Bin's parents more. So the school is protecting a troublemaker who destroys divine cause. But Principal Show stood firm. Honu is an exemplary student. We have overwhelming evidence that your son repeatedly bullied him. You cannot distort the facts. Still, the question remained, would the school act against Honu? The parents demanded an answer. Show calmly replied, "We're sorry. But no, there are no grounds to expel him." At that moment, Jung Bin's father's divine power flared, filling the room with oppressive force. He snarled, "Fine. If you won't punish him, I will. I'll release my rage in another way." Then came the threat. "If the school won't act, I will send a legion of 1,000 warriors to invade that boy's divine realm." Even for Show, this was a line crossed. She calmly told Honu, "We cannot stop him. He is a demigod. 1,000 of his warriors are equivalent to 50,000 elite students. This is the most warning I can give you." "I'm sorry." She paused. "Can you handle it?" After hearing everything, Honu calmly thanked Principal Show for her help. He promised to come to school the next day and face the looming threat head-on. With that, he ended the call, but his expression turned serious. There was no time to waste. He needed power, and fast. He activated his ability once again, initiating the second sacrifice. Billions of locusts began to burn away in an infernal offering. The resulting energy triggered a cataclysmic eruption, a massive volcano tearing through his divine realm. The system responded immediately, presenting 3 reward options: a level 1 sacred artifact, a level 1 skill crystal, fireball. A familiar named Jan Fun. Reading through the options, Honu thought the trade was worth it. Sacrificing billions of locusts for such a treasure? Not a bad deal. He chose the third option. A figure emerged, Jan Fun, a powerful swordsman-type familiar. He stood tall, surrounded by an aura of divine energy. His stats were astonishing: faith power, 500, 000 lifespan, 800 years, currently 150. Possessed a variety of combat skills. Jan Fun bowed slightly and addressed Honu respectfully, "My god, I need a sword." Honu nodded. That wouldn't be a problem. He opened his system's divine equipment menu. Over the past few days, his faith power had skyrocketed to 100 million, giving him access to 54 divine power points. In this menu, weapons were categorized by 4 levels: common equipment, faith equipment, divine power equipment, deity equipment. Each tier required greater resources. Knowing the danger ahead, Honu selected a powerful weapon, the Great Storm Sword, and handed it to his familiar. Jan Fun tested it immediately, slashing the air with such force that the shockwaves split the ground. But he wasn't satisfied. "My god. I still require 3 more identical swords to unlock my full potential." Honu froze. Just one sword had cost him 150 divine power points, and now he needed 3 more? Still, there was no time to hesitate. A battle against a demigod's legion was approaching. He had to gamble everything. As he reviewed the system again for upgrades, far away in the divine kingdom of Qin Shuang, a girl trained in deep focus. Surrounded by dozens of electric birds, she calmly channeled divine energy, her eyes closed. Her mind wandered to a memory. Years ago, she nearly drowned. But Honu had risked everything, diving in and saving her. He had even performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The memory made her cheeks flush. "That idiot," she mumbled, flustered. "He deserves to be squeezed to death." Despite her complaints, she had a powerful family, 1 true god, 23 demigod relatives, so technically, she didn't need anyone to protect her. Suddenly, her system rang. It was Honu calling. She picked up with a smirk. "Changed your mind? Ready to be my obedient slave yet?" Honu replied calmly, "No. I just need to borrow your divine power." She scoffed. "What are you offering? Trash? Those bug familiars you summoned in the fight? Please, don't think you're impressive just because you beat Jung Bin." She added one final insult, "Those exploding grasshoppers? Garbage." Silence. Honu paused, then simply said, "Sorry to bother you," and ended the call. Her eyes widened. Why did I say all that? Panic rose in her chest. She immediately called him back. Honu answered. More insults? Embarrassed, she quickly asked how much divine power he needed and requested his transfer details. She didn't know why she cared, but she did. With the divine energy acquired, Honu purchased more swords for his familiar, whispering to himself, "I'm risking everything on this. I hope it's worth it." The next day arrived. In the classroom, whispers filled the air, "He's crazy for showing up. Doesn't he know 1,000-man army is coming for him? Let's see how brave he is when his core is shattered." Clearly, everyone already knew about the demigod's revenge, and many were hoping to watch Honu fall. Just then, Qin Shuang walked in. "So that's why you called yesterday," she said. "To face off against a demigod's legion? You're insane." She warned him, "You should give up. 1,000 men blessed by a demigod? You won't stand a chance." But Honu simply smiled. "Even if I had a choice, this is the only path I can take." Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes. "You do have a choice. Become my slave. My family has influence, 1 true god, 3 demigods. I can stop all this." He turned to her and said sincerely, "Thank you, but I'll handle this on my own." Then, he left to prepare for war. From the shadows, another figure watched them both. Rage burned in their eyes. Why does she treat him like that? That mysterious observer wanted only one thing: to see Honu dead. The classroom door burst open. A teacher stepped in, followed closely by Jung Bin's enraged parents. The teacher pointed directly at Honu and said, "That's him." "Mrs. Du's fury exploded instantly. "You bastard! You destroyed my son's divine core." Her husband, Jan Lin, tried to restrain her anger. "Calm down. We're in a school. We must follow the rules." The teacher motioned to Honu, asking him to come forward. "Don't waste the time of the Jung family. Show some respect." But Honu didn't budge. Calm and composed, he replied, "I'll wait for Principal Show. I want an official witness." Letian scoffed at that. "You think such a small matter needs the principal? I'm enough. Get over here, or things will escalate." Just then, Principal Show entered the room, her voice sharp. "And who, may I ask, are you speaking to like that?" The teacher quickly tried to explain, claiming he was merely dealing with student discipline. But the principal cut him off. "You're a teacher at a respected academy, not a watchdog for a demigod." Her words hit hard. Jung Bin's parents seemed pleased with her presence and asked if they could proceed. The principal turned to Honu. "Are you ready?" Honu nodded, full of confidence. "Yes." At that moment, Jan Lin wasted no time. He activated his invasion card. Immediately, Honu's consciousness was transferred to a battlefield. As he materialized, countless hostile gazes locked onto him, the eyes of ferocious wolves. Spectators at school watched the scene unfold on the large display screens. "That's the wolf cavalry, right?" one student gasped. Another added, "Yeah. A mix of green orcs and dire wolves, all geared with high-level equipment." Honu's finished. The wolf army, led by a powerful cavalry captain, began to march. And at the rear stood Jan Lin, pulsing with divine energy. "You destroyed my son's divine core," he growled. "Now you'll pay, with blood." Qin Shuang, watching the battlefield closely, furrowed her brow. "That's 2 units. They said they'd send 1,000-man legion, but there are 2,000 units here. That's cheating." Principal Show remained silent. Even she couldn't intervene now. As the wolves charged forward, a buzzing roar filled the sky. Honu's grasshoppers had arrived. Students leaned forward, stunned. 7 million elite explosive grasshoppers. Yesterday he had only 20,000. How did he cultivate that many overnight? Despite the impressive swarm, the first wave of explosions did little. Only a handful of mounted wolves were slightly injured. Letian observed from the side, shaking his head. "He's talented, but this is an obstacle he won't overcome. Otherwise, he could have made a name for himself." Then suddenly, someone gasped. "Wait! Look at the sky!" A massive black cloud loomed overhead. It wasn't natural. Explosive grasshoppers rained down like a storm. The sky ignited. Each insect erupted with devastating force, sending shockwaves and magma into the air. The battlefield turned into a volcanic wasteland, annihilating entire squads of the wolf cavalry. Even Qin Shuang was stunned. "What the hell are those things?" "That explosion, it launched magma." The principal asked if any student or teacher could identify the creatures. One stepped forward, activating his detection skill. These are evolved elite forms of the explosive grasshoppers. Principal Shou was impressed. Well done. Excellent progress by my student. But Jan Lin was unfazed. Do you really think a few bugs can defeat my cavalry? He raised his hand, and the wolves howled in unison. Their bodies surged with supernatural energy. A blue wind swept through their ranks, an icy aura capable of neutralizing the explosions. A student watching whispered, "In the end, a demigod is still a demigod. These grasshoppers, they were strong, but only 500,000 remain. And they're exhausted." Jan Lin's face twisted with fury. "Let me show you true fear. Destroy his core." The wolves charged once again, faster and fiercer. The principal lowered her head, sighing. It's over, but then someone pointed to the screen. Wait! Look at that divine form inside Honu's core. Qin Shuang's eyes widened. The wolves had stopped and were staring at a dark figure emerging from the shadows. Is that a familiar? Another student asked, aren't those storm swords? The ones that cost 50 divine power points each. 4 of them would be 200 points. How can Honu afford that? He's an orphan. The principal stepped forward and calmly explained, that's Jan Fun, a familiar from a legendary clan. A clan known for producing extraordinary life forms. As the battle raged on, a student watching the screen muttered grimly, it won't make a difference anymore. We're dealing with a demigod's army. That cavalry captain will take care of the familiar, while the rest will destroy Honu's core. But something didn't feel right. The girl stared harder at the familiar. Wait, that's not just an extraordinary life form, her voice dropped. That's a heroic life form. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and even Jan Lin was shaken. Impossible! I fought my whole life, and only once did I manage to create a heroic life form. How could a mere high schooler have won? Realizing the danger, he bellowed, destroy his core. Now! He wasn't just trying to win anymore, he wanted to capture the heroic life form for himself. But before his wolves could reach the MC, Jan Fun's eyes began to glow with concentrated power. The wolves charged, and were immediately cut down by a powerful slash, Storm Cut's level 3 ability. More wolves leapt into the air, only to be tossed away by a spinning gust, Whirlwind, level 1. But then, a monster unleashed its freezing breath, managing to trap Jan Fun's feet in solid ice. The wolves lunged in to finish the job. Jan Fun didn't flinch. He raised his 4 swords and activated Iron Cut. A circle of energy pulsed through the air, expanding, until it exploded outward with devastating force, creating a crater and annihilating the attacking wolves. The classroom fell silent. Can a familiar really have that much power? One student whispered. On the battlefield, Jan Fun stood tall amidst the wreckage. Jan Lin's expression changed. For the first time, he was worried. He turned to the cavalry captain. End this. Now. The captain stepped forward, emanating enormous energy, ready to engage. But suddenly, a voice interrupted the chaos. Are you seriously going to break the academy's promise? Everyone turned. The director had arrived. Jan Lin quickly backed down. Of course not. I wouldn't dare. He immediately ordered the entire wolf army to retreat. The director's gaze shifted to the battlefield and saw something surprising. Standing in front of Honu, shielding him, was Jan Fun. Back at school, the principal turned to Honu. You did well, but don't get complacent. A heroic life form may be powerful, but it's not invincible. Honu replied calmly, I have a request. Go on. I'd like to change classes. The teacher was stunned. He apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your potential. I promise from now on, I'll give you proper attention and allocate resources for daily practice. Just give me a chance to make up for it. His motivation was clear. A student this strong could enter a top university, and the rewards for mentoring him would be enormous. But Honu shook his head. I don't want your help. I just want to switch classes. The principal explained the rules. You can't just change classes on a whim. There are protocols. But if you're serious, you must pass the class transfer exam. If you succeed, I'll help you personally. Honu agreed without hesitation. I'll do whatever is required. Suddenly, Qin Shuang raised her voice. I want to take the test too. The teacher was flustered. If there's something you dislike about me, you can just say it. You don't have to go this far. But she shook her head. I don't have a problem with you. I just don't want to stay here. Then Xiao Long stood up. I'll take the test as well. Letian looked at him, stunned. What are you doing? Xiao Long smiled. Thanks for everything, but I've decided. I'm leaving this class. His gaze drifted to Qin Shuang. I can't let anyone else take her from me. The principal noted all this and confirmed, the exam will be held tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. Later, outside the school, Qin Shuang chased after Honu. How did you obtain a heroic life form? Honu looked at her coldly. That's none of your concern. It is my concern, she snapped. You owe me 150 divine power points. If you don't pay, you'll have to become my slave. I at least have a right to know how you suddenly got this power. He responded firmly. If it's about the debt, I'll pay you 5 divine points as interest. But if it's about my familiar, you'll remain in the dark. Without another word, he teleported away, leaving her stunned and seething. Inside his divine kingdom, Honu reviewed his forces. 1 billion common grasshoppers, 1 million explosive grasshoppers v30,000 detonating grasshoppers. He was unsure if this would be enough for the class transfer exam. Just then, Jan Fun appeared. The wolf cavalry. They're hiding in the mines. Should I destroy them? Honu paused. That made sense, many wolves had escaped the earlier assault. Killing them would be a waste, he thought for a moment, then gave his order. Capture them. Keep them alive. They may still be of use. 2 hours passed, and the protagonist returned, dragging behind him all the wolves, tightly bound. At that moment, the system presented him with an option. Would he like to sacrifice 1 billion grasshoppers along with 24 wolf cavalry units? Without hesitation, he selected yes and activated his sacrifice ability. The result of the offering was swift. He received a wick, a furnace artifact, and 3 watchtowers. Although he acknowledged the wick's potential, he was puzzled. How exactly were grasshoppers supposed to utilize something like this? The same concern applied to the furnace and the watchtowers. Sadly, none of these rewards truly piqued his interest at that moment. Suddenly, he remembered something. During his earlier battle with B, he had captured a few hundred dwarfs. Curious about their fate, he activated his God's eyes. What he saw made him smile. The dwarfs were hard at work, and upon realizing that their master's gaze was upon them, they raised their heads in gratitude, offering silent thanks for the blessed life they now enjoyed. It dawned on him that, following their capture, he had ordered them to work in the mines. Mining and equipment crafting were natural talents of dwarfs, something the fool, Jung Bin, had completely ignored when he forced them into battle. With that knowledge, the protagonist concluded that these dwarfs were born for equipment crafting, and would be incredibly useful in managing the furnace. Without wasting another moment, he sent them there with a divine command: forge the best equipment possible. The dwarfs, overwhelmed, received it as a heavenly gift. Meanwhile, the teachers had gathered. Letian addressed them, stating that everyone was already aware of the upcoming class change test, in which 3 students would participate. The school had granted permission for each instructor to contribute something to the trial. One of the teachers stood up and said he had nothing more to add, except to express gratitude. After all, they were essentially offering up 3 of their best students as a gift. He admitted he didn't care much about the tests for 2 of them, but when it came to Honu, he demanded that the difficulty be raised to its maximum. His reasoning was simple: he hated students who disrespected their teachers. He requested that all his colleagues support this. The other teachers agreed. Letian, on the other hand, was simmering with fury. Not only had he been reprimanded by the principal, but he had also suffered a salary cut for the entire semester. The next day, in class, the teacher stepped forward holding 3 envelopes, each containing the personalized test for 1 student. Sholong, Qin Shuang, and the main character each took their envelopes. Upon opening his, the protagonist was stunned. His evaluation test had been set at level 10, requiring him to defend against an onslaught of 10,000 foreign invaders. Even the principal was taken aback. He turned to the teacher and asked if this test wasn't excessive. However, the teacher calmly replied that it had been a collective decision by all the staff. The protagonist smiled and told the principal not to worry. Letian, after all, was desperate to see what he could really do. Letian scoffed at the response and warned him not to regret this confidence later. Once again, Qin Shuang approached him with an offer. If he would become her slave, she'd ensure no one at the academy ever dared to threaten him again. He politely declined, saying they would speak again after the test. She called him ungrateful, but agreed. Meanwhile, Xiaolong couldn't contain his excitement, eager to watch the protagonist fail miserably. The test began. Thousands of goblins emerged, ready for war. Those watching the broadcast on the big screen commented that Honu's test was undoubtedly the hardest. Some said he deserved it for offending Professor Lu. The protagonist, however, was unimpressed. Letian, in his eyes, wasn't even worthy of being called a man, especially for using fire-resistant goblins. Professor Lu, watching from the sidelines, justified the trial. According to him, the test was a learning experience, and the 10,000 red goblins would be more than enough to demolish the Divine Kingdom. He added, for all to hear, that there was no hatred between teachers and students, and this was merely a small test meant to help Honu grow. The principal, however, silently rooted for him. The battle began in earnest. The protagonist ordered his legion of grasshoppers to charge, but the goblins merely raised their arms and hurled fireballs, reducing the swarm to ashes in seconds. But the protagonist had expected this. He knew that normal grasshoppers wouldn't suffice. This time, he deployed his explosive grasshoppers. As they rushed forward, the goblins faltered. A moment later, a chain of massive explosions erupted, instantly eliminating 400 red goblins. Qin Shuang and Xiaolong returned from their respective tests and immediately ran to the principal. Qin Shuang anxiously asked how the protagonist was doing. Xu responded gravely. The grasshoppers were inherently inferior creatures. Even if trained well, they could never rise to the top. Still calm, Honu continued to send waves of explosive grasshoppers. Another massive blast tore through the battlefield, annihilating 3,000 red goblins at once. The remaining enemies desperately pushed forward, trying to reach the core crystal to destroy it. A student watching muttered, "It's over this time." He acknowledged that while the protagonist had a heroic life form, even that would be meaningless against 500 red goblins. Qin Shuang, equally distraught, feared that the army would completely destroy her classmates' core. Concerned, the principal reached out to Honu directly. He told him that if he could no longer endure, he should simply concede. There was no shame in defeat, he could rise again in time. But the protagonist's reply was resolute. He had already made up his mind. He was going to change classes, and he would fight until his last breath. He had not lost yet. As the protagonist stood his ground, he calmly spoke, his familiar relentlessly delivering blow after blow to the advancing goblins, finishing them off one at a time. The goblins, however, soon grew furious. With savage roars, they launched wave after wave of fireballs, causing a series of explosions across the battlefield, especially near Jan Fun's location. Observers began to think it was all over. Surely, they believed, the familiar must have sustained serious damage in the onslaught. Among the crowd, the professor was the most excited, convinced that Honu would finally learn his lesson. But just as the professor was basking in his premature victory, a student suddenly pointed toward the battlefield and urged everyone to look more closely. In the midst of the chaos, an army of dwarfs emerged. They charged forward, shouting their intent to protect their god. The red goblins, momentarily stunned, were now gripped with fear. The tide of the battle shifted. The students watching from afar were equally stunned. "Isn't that the same dwarf faction once led by Jungan?" one whispered. Given this kind of talent and control, they reasoned, Honu must easily rank among the top 10 students of the year. With the dwarfs overwhelming the goblin forces, the protagonist claimed victory, even while at a significant disadvantage. Both the principal and Qin Shuang were pleased with the outcome, though the professor was visibly irritated. When the 3 students returned from their tests, every teacher on the panel was eager to recruit them into their respective classes. They promised to provide the maximum available resources to each of the top performers. Xiaolong, with no personal ambition of his own, simply declared he would go wherever Qin Shuang went. Still, something continued to trouble the main character. Turning to the principal, he asked why his test had been made so difficult. The principal explained that the level of each test had been determined through a collective vote by all the teachers in that grade. Understanding, the protagonist then politely asked to review the voting summary. She agreed and handed over the compiled opinions regarding the class transfer evaluation. Upon reading it, it became clear many teachers were dissatisfied with Li Shen's conduct, labeling the entire episode a disaster due to his biased support against a student. Seeking clarity, the MC approached 2 teachers who had voted fairly and asked what resources they would offer if he joined their class. The first teacher acknowledged that the test had made one thing clear: Honu had an exceptional ability to cultivate dwarfs. If he joined his class, the teacher promised to provide an army of 10,000 dwarfs. With that support, Honu could easily make it to the top 10 and secure a bright future. The second teacher offered a different path. He emphasized that central family cultivation was most important and that his class had a wealth of resources specifically for insect cultivation. If Honu chose him, he would receive full support in the life evolution of his grasshopper species. After weighing his options, Honu turned to Professor Chenwen and expressed his desire to join his class. Qing Shuang, hearing this, immediately announced that she too would join Professor Chenwen's class. Xiaolong, as expected, followed her lead. The professor was overjoyed that so many promising students had chosen him. He declared this was how one earned the Outstanding Teacher Award, and truthfully, he couldn't have asked for more. As a token of appreciation, he presented the protagonist with a special gift, a hive construction letter. This artifact allowed for the creation of a hive spanning 1 square kilometer, capable of hatching 1 million insectoids annually. The protagonist's eyes lit up. This gift was perfectly suited for him. He began to plan his future strategies. Once the hive was constructed within his divine realm, he would be able to bless it with 2 level 1 relics. The hive would then amplify the power of those relics, and in turn, enhance the eggs within. This meant one thing: 1 million new grasshoppers every year. He expressed his gratitude, but the professor simply replied that there was no need for thanks, just deliver the best results. That, he said, would be the true reward. The principal then addressed the room, reminding everyone that the day's test had been a minor one. There was no need to overreact. However, in 7 days, a far more serious exam would take place, one that would involve the entire school and determine future resource allocation between classes. Later, inside his divine realm, the protagonist assessed his current resources: 2 million grasshoppers, 5,000 self-destructing grasshoppers, 300 explosive grasshoppers, 52 dwarfs, and Jan Fun, his heroic life form. His expression darkened. Given his current strength, participating in the school-wide exam might result in the lowest score of all. He needed to act. He had to find a way to increase both the number and power of his grasshoppers. Then, something caught his attention. The dwarf status had changed. They were no longer ordinary. They were now listed as red forged dwarfs. Curious, he flew directly to their location to see what this meant. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the difference. These dwarfs had evolved into elite beings, possessing a variety of new talents and a significant boost in power. He couldn't help but think how much better it would be if they belonged to his main family line. With that, he could use growth acceleration on them far more frequently. For days passed. Now armed with 7.3 billion grasshoppers, he activated his life sacrifice ability once again, this time on all of them. Watching the system's interface, he wondered what kind of reward such a monumental offering would bring. Then the system responded. First option unlocked, a sacred item, level 2, Law of Gluttony. Once charged within the Divine Realm's core, the main race would gain the ability to consume voraciously. If the total energy of consumed food surpassed their own by 1,000 times, it would trigger an evolutionary breakthrough. A new path had opened. The system offered 3 tempting rewards. The second option was the hero model, an upgrade that could promote an extraordinary life form to a heroic life form. And the third option would grant the MC a fragment of divinity, the equivalent of absorbing 100 billion faith, a jackpot reward in any system. Faced with these remarkable choices, the MC was thrilled and conflicted. All 3 rewards were excellent, making it difficult to decide. He weighed his options carefully. The first option, the Law of Gluttony, had the potential to transform a wide range of grasshoppers into elite life forms, but it might come with a price he couldn't afford. The second, the hero model, could elevate one of his existing creatures into a heroic force. The third offered raw divine power, a leap that could boost his cultivation immeasurably. In the end, after much contemplation, he chose the first option. 3 days later, Honu stared in awe at the massive beast in front of him. He couldn't even tell if it was still a grasshopper or some kind of colossal lizard. Whatever it was, he named it the Explosive Plus Grasshopper. Back at school, Qin Shuang approached him with a smirk. Teasingly, she asked if he had considered becoming her slave, given that he had no backing or resources. She doubted his chances of standing out among the numerous demigods in the academy. Though she admitted his grasshoppers were strong, she dismissed them as unimpressive in the grand scheme. As for the dwarfs, sure, they were cool, but not being part of his main family limited their potential. The MC thanked her for the advice but calmly replied that they'd all find out the truth after the upcoming exam. Qin Shuang didn't appreciate his indifference and muttered that he was driving her crazy. Meanwhile, Xialong watched silently from his desk, wishing that Honu would vanish from Qin Shuang's sight altogether. The professor soon addressed the class, stressing the importance of the general exam. It would directly determine the future distribution of academy resources. He promised to offer sacred relics, domain lands, and core fragments if necessary. More importantly, he urged every student to read the exam rules carefully. The structure of the test was clear: elimination phase, fail and you're expelled from school. Ranking phase, everyone would be graded under equal difficulty. The MC realized this was no ordinary trial. Being expelled upon failure was harsh, but the rewards? Absolutely extraordinary. Here's what was on the line: Top 100, Divine Territory Top 50, Level 1 Sacred Relic Top 30, Creation Card Top 20, First Grade Building Top 10, Divine Weapon of Choice Top 5, Transcendent Seed, can rapidly evolve an elite life form, Top 3, Divine Core Evolution First Place, 1 full point of divinity. Reading this, the MC's eyes burned with determination. No matter what, he would fight until the end for one of those top spots. With the professor's final warning, the general exam officially began. The first round, the elimination test, was about to start. The MC returned to his divine realm, immediately summoning all his family members and preparing them for war. Before long, the enemy arrived. His opponents? Flesh and blood puppets, ordinary life forms, yes, but with elite combat capabilities. Their skin was thick, resilient, but fortunately, they were slow. Without hesitation, the MC ordered 50,000 magma-type grasshoppers to self-detonate. A chain of violent explosions tore through the battlefield. The monstrous puppets let out deep roars, their flesh burning, the scent of roasted meat filling the air. An idea struck him: could his grasshoppers consume these monsters? He asked the red goblin dwarfs to collect the bodies from the battlefield. Upon inspection, he discovered high-quality supplements in their remains. It made him question whether this was even a test at all. If it continued like this, the coming stages of the exam would be brutal. Back in the control room, the teachers watched everything unfold on a massive screen. One professor sighed, another student they had high hopes for had just been eliminated. Wen reported that 20 students from his class were out, reducing his numbers by a third. Another teacher had it worse: half his students were eliminated. He wondered aloud if the difficulty level was simply too high. The principal, however, explained, the 3 vice principals had been tasked with choosing opponents that reflected Demon Abyss civilization standards. That's why flesh demon puppets had been chosen. And since the enemies were of demigod level, there was no point speculating too much. But Wen was delighted. His student had turned the academy's nightmare enemies into a food source. He even asked the others if they knew of any relatives capable of resisting the toxic blood and meat of the demon puppets. Another professor grew curious: if the MC's grasshoppers could ignore demonic toxins, that was a major breakthrough worthy of academic research. Letian, unimpressed, said it was just luck. In his view, those grasshoppers were trash when it came to actual combat strength. Wen, however, disagreed. Luck was also a form of strength, he argued. Those grasshoppers had been cultivated to perfection, they were anything but weak. Letian sneered, insisting that at the end of the day, they were still just grasshoppers. In combat terms, they were equal to goblins, maybe even inferior in some respects. Wen countered sharply. Letian was being biased, comparing the grasshoppers' weaknesses to the strengths of another race. Grasshoppers had one unmatched advantage: explosive population growth. They could multiply 100 to 1,000 times a year. He challenged Letian: can goblins do that? Letian waved it off, refusing to engage in pointless debate. Instead, he made a bold wager that in the end, his nephew Leo would score higher than Honu. Wen accepted the bet without hesitation. All the teachers bore witness to the agreement: the loser would pay 5 points of divinity. Letian smirked, confident. Leo had every advantage: backing, bloodline, and resources. There was no way Wen would match that. Back on the monitor, the first phase of the exam concluded. Out of all participants, only 430 candidates passed the first round. The next phase would narrow it down even further to just 300 students. The real battle had only just begun. Leon scoffed, calling the remaining 130 survivors useless bastards. Another professor quickly warned him not to blame the students, reminding everyone that failure was common given the extreme difficulty of the ranking test. The next phase began with waves of skeleton warriors appearing. The teachers watched with mild surprise, questioning if this was all there was to the challenge. It almost felt like a giveaway. But the MC's eyes lit up with excitement. He had 1 billion hungry baby grasshoppers ready. Suddenly, countless skeleton soldiers flooded the battlefield. It felt like a cruel joke. The MC commanded his grasshoppers to devour the entire army. Despite their glowing eyes and eerie presence, the skeletons stood no chance. 2 hours passed. The MC felt relieved. This was just a warm-up, a great appetizer. But then came the second wave. Another horde of skeletons charged, only to be annihilated immediately by the self-destructing grasshoppers. The MC observed that as lava rose higher and higher across the field, the skeleton soldiers would soon be unable to swim through it. The increasing temperature would become their undoing. With this in mind, he ordered the red goblin dwarfs to pour molten lava from the great furnace onto the battlefield. They obeyed instantly, killing every skeleton that emerged from the portal. One professor was impressed. Honu is definitely coming up with some brilliant strategies, he noted. Tianwen smiled knowingly. Of course. He's in the best class possible. Leon, however, remained unimpressed. The MC had only just reached the 7th wave, but Leon's nephew Leo was also at that level. Meanwhile, inside Lumo's divine realm, the scene was entirely different. Lumo stood surrounded by an impressive array of defenses, arcane towers, lightning towers, fire towers, and more. The professor who observed this smiled, convinced this student must hail from a wealthy family. He had invested heavily in his nephew's success, determined to secure first place this year. Then the conversation shifted to Qin Shong's divine realm. Peering inside, the professor's eyes widened. There were 100 lightning towers, 300 elite thunder natural life forms, and 100 gigantic ancestral trees. Everyone was impressed. Qin Shong's family was undeniably powerful. Even many demigods lacked such an overwhelming arsenal. Rumors whispered that she ranked among the top 3 students in the entire series. Letian seethed with anger, knowing all of this was due to Honu's influence. That boy will pay dearly for this, he hissed. The 10th wave ended, leaving only 18 candidates still standing. The professor announced the impending 11th wave, warning that the difficulty would spike dramatically. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from a glowing red portal, shocking everyone. It was a heroic life form. The monster revealed itself as the bone collector of the skeleton race. As it passed, all bones on the ground trembled. A pink aura surrounded it as it raised its staff. With a flourish, it summoned a colossal skeletal giant. The bone collector commanded its new creation to attack relentlessly. The giant stomped, triggering a massive explosion that rattled the entire area. The professors watched in awe. Only 3 minutes had passed, and already 8 students had quit, overwhelmed by the brutal challenge. Letian furiously accused the MC of cheating. He couldn't believe the giant skeleton in Honu's realm looked so small and weak. Indeed, the summoned skeleton was pitiful, trembling in fear. Tianwen calmly explained the truth. The bone fragments in Honu's divine realm had been reduced to ash by the lava, so the bone collector simply lacked the resources to create a massive skeleton. All that remained was the bone collector itself, soon disintegrated by Jan Fun's iron-cutting technique. The MC yawned lazily, implying the test was too easy as he passed the 11th invasion wave. The professor refused to accept the result, accusing Honu again of cheating, claiming he must have known the test in advance. Tianwen asked what evidence supported the claim. The professor insisted Honu's unusual fighting style was suspicious. Who else would clear the battlefield after defeating the skeleton soldiers? Only someone who knew the bone collector would appear next, and that bones would be needed for its greatest creation. He demanded the school investigate this alleged cheating. The principal calmly intervened, explaining the exam content was set by the supreme director before she left, meaning even she had no idea what the test would be. Do you really think the supreme director would be so careless? She asked the professor, who panicked and stammered no. She insisted Honu's victory was pure luck. But even if there was no cheating, she noted, his scores were still unfairly high compared to other students. She asked Letian, a demigod, if he understood how ridiculous those words were. After all, in the civilization of the divine realm, it was never about justice, but survival. No one score could be fairly compared to another's. Her final words underscored the truth behind the so-called justice the professor had mentioned. The professor accused Letian of using his authority to favor his nephew by providing him with an overwhelming amount of resources. This angered Trenwen, as it became clear the professor was biased, handing out colossal advantages to his own family. Now, the professor's reasoning behind the bet made sense, but it backfired since the MC had already passed the wave while his nephew struggled. Inside Lumo's divine realm, Letian realized the challenge was massive. His army had been crushed, and frustrated, he admitted defeat on the test. Chenwen then announced the exam results. Honu had passed, while Lishan's nephew failed. She asked if Letian would pay the 5 divinity points as promised, reminding him the other professors had witnessed the agreement. Reluctantly, Letian handed over his card but vowed to regain the lost points eventually. An hour passed. Only 3 students remained to face the 13th wave: Han Wu, Qin Chang, and Hang Fe. The professors eagerly anticipated who would claim first place among them. In Hang Fe's divine realm, the challenge became unbearable, and he gave up at the 14th invasion wave. Qin Chang pushed through to the 16th wave but eventually also conceded defeat. The principal was pleased to see Honu holding first place, dominating the test with his explosive locusts. By the 20th wave, his attacks caused fiery explosions across the battlefield. A giant skeleton was summoned to replace the smaller ones that had been destroyed, but Jan Fun, his familiar, appeared, unleashing an annihilation technique that shattered the giant skeleton to pieces. After 15 minutes, the system announced the start of the 21st invasion wave, warning that the difficulty would increase dramatically and urging all candidates to prepare. The MC's excitement grew. This promised to be a great challenge. Suddenly, a colossal portal emerged before him, far larger than usual. From it stepped the Supreme Lady of the Skeletons herself. Even the teachers gasped in shock. The Supreme Lady's arrival confirmed the system's warning. The difficulty had skyrocketed. The MC carefully observed the gap in power, realizing the difference was overwhelming. He thought it might be best to surrender right there. Raising his hand, he signaled surrender. Frustrated, the Supreme Lady demanded to know why, but the portal began pulling her back, out of the divine realm. She roared furiously and hurled a bone shard past him, causing a massive explosion. Even though it was a simple attack, the MC couldn't help but ask what that was. Finally, the portal closed, and the MC was sent back to the normal world, ranking first on the leaderboard. The final results showed Chenwen's class with a total of 252 points, placing first, 20 points ahead of second place. Meanwhile, Leon's class scored 192 points, coming in 8th. Furious at the defeat, Leon's teacher believed his class was entitled to first place. The students who had failed were worried about being expelled, but Honu only cared about celebrating his victory. An hour later, the rewards were distributed. The MC received an iron or resource card, a divine territory worth 100 divine powers, a card exchangeable for a level 1 sacred item, a level 1 temple, a divine weapon valued at 100,000, a card with extraordinary seeds, 1 additional level in the divine realm, 1 extra divinity point, a familiar reproduction card. The other students were stunned to see these rewards displayed on the big screen. Honu pondered carefully which cards to trade first. Chenwen reassured him not to worry, promising to guide him in choosing the most suitable rewards. This made Honu happy. His teacher was reliable and trustworthy. Back in his divine realm, Honu used his territory card to expand his domain to 20 square kilometers. He applied the relic and all other items won. He carefully examined the divine weapon and realized the trade card only allowed for 1 exchange. Giving it to a familiar wouldn't be very useful, but he thought it might be interesting to give a hammer or similar weapon to his dwarfs. He found a warhammer valued at nearly 1 million divine power, forged from the core of the infernal hydra of the Supreme Lord. The minimum requirement to wield it was to have a heroic fire life form. Unfortunately, Honu didn't have one yet, so he would have to wait for one of his red goblin dwarfs to evolve. An hour later, still at school, the teacher commented on the overall exam results. He believed that the students remaining at the school were the elite. He also invited the top 3 students to the stage to receive their prizes. The 3 stepped forward. The teacher announced Honu's excellent performance, securing first place overall. As his reward, Honu would get to choose any superior resource. This made the MC thoughtful, wondering what treasures awaited him. The system listed the options: Giant's Fist, Fountain of Life, Iron Mine Core Level 2 Skill, Frozen Missile Level 2 Buildings, Goblin Nest, Extraordinary Life Form. Without hesitation, Honu chose the Fountain of Life, a water fountain imbued with vital energy that could nourish life and greatly improve the environment. The teacher praised Honu's choice, acknowledging how remarkable it was. Unlike others who stubbornly chase raw power, Honu recognized his own strengths and sought to develop them thoughtfully. Soon after, a man approached the MC, congratulating him on his newfound wealth. He urged his colleague to sell the divinity point Honu won in the overall exam, offering an exchange price of 105 million divine power. Honu silently wondered how this man dared to give orders when offering just 5 million extra. Curious, he asked why the man wanted the divinity point. The boy responded casually, saying there was no special reason, he simply wanted to see if Honu would agree to trade for 105 million divine power. That amount was enough to focus his efforts on the locusts or any other goal. Honu refused the request. The student persisted, explaining that his grandfather was preparing to be promoted to a true god and urgently needed divinity. If Honu sold it, the boy promised to owe him a favor in addition to the agreed divine power. This made Honu think. 105 million divine power was a huge sum, enough to greatly strengthen his locust army. He admitted it was an interesting offer until his phone rang. The message shocked him. Qin Cheng was offering 150 million divine power for the same divinity point. He couldn't believe such an absurdly high amount. Clearly, she had money to spare. She challenged his valuation, asking if he really thought 1 point of divinity was worth only 100 million. She questioned his common sense. Qin Cheng explained that a bit of divinity could indeed be condensed into 100 million divine energy, but only if a god produced and sold it directly. If mixed with the faith power of other gods, the success rate of condensation dropped drastically. Therefore, the current market price of divinity was about 145 million divine power, though there wasn't even a formal market for it. With this explanation, Honu understood better. Shuju had tried to scam him earlier. He firmly rejected his classmate's offer, leaving him nervous and warning Honu not to get cocky just because he ranked first. But Honu no longer cared. The 150 million divine power had just been deposited into his account. Feeling rich, he smiled. Back in his divine realm, Honu instructed that the level 1 temple be built near the Red Goblin site, and it was constructed immediately. He decided the Fountain of Life should be built near the desert to quickly make the land fertile. Next, he visited the Red Goblins and presented them with the new artifact, the Infernal Warhammer. They were amazed and grateful for all the blessings their god had provided. Honu held the seed of supremacy in his hand and entrusted it to them, proclaiming that from now on, this Red Goblin would be known as the Hammer of God. He placed his trust in the goblin, believing he would soon become a hero worthy of wielding the Infernal Warhammer. The goblin was deeply moved by this honor and flew off, praising his god. Meanwhile, Honu examined a crystal the teacher had asked him to choose, but he wasn't sure what it was for. Suddenly, he received a call from Tian Wen. When he answered, she asked if he wanted to meet, then brought up the question of who was stronger, Honu or Leo. With that, the teachers bet 5 points of divinity, which Tian Wen won. She offered to give Honu a divinity card equivalent to 150 million divine power as his prize. She also explained another rare reward he had won, an egg laid by the celestial demon insect king, refined using a special method. Even dead, the egg would produce 10 liters of magical fetus essence daily. Tian Wen emphasized that she had promised to support him with every resource possible, especially regarding core familiars. Honu reflected that he lacked the support of other teachers, who considered his locusts useless. But he knew that if the locusts mastered the path of life leap by assimilating the celestial demon insect's power, their potential would be immense. The teacher asked him to choose any reward he wanted as part of the bet. Without hesitation, Honu chose the magical fetus egg. Tian Wen noted that the celestial demon insect's poison attribute combined with the poisonous mist of the level 1 sacred item would produce absolutely satisfying results. Honu thanked her and promised to live up to expectations. Before ending the call, Tian Wen asked if there was a way to provide a large amount of meat, regardless of quality, since the shopping center meat was expensive. She suggested not feeding the locusts meat purchased from shops because of the high cost and low benefit. She mentioned that the director had recently been invading the demon abyss, where there should be plenty of blood and flesh from puppet corpses. Honu was advised to inquire about that resource. Honu thanked her for the advice and ended the call. As he walked, he realized the effect of level 2 gluttony was powerful. His locusts in the divine realm ate voraciously, and the realm's standard production couldn't satisfy their appetite. He decided the best policy was to find a steady food source as soon as possible. Finally, he placed the magical fetus egg beneath the ancient tree, hoping it would produce essence faster. 2 days had passed, and Honu began to notice something unusual. Some of the locusts had already devoured the magic fetus eggs. Growing anxious, he fixed his gaze on the cocoon, wondering what kind of creature would emerge. He also questioned how much longer the process would take. After all, 2 days had gone by with no signs of change. But just as he voiced his impatience, the cocoon began to crack. A wave of excitement surged through him. The moment had finally arrived. From within the cocoon emerged a new familiar, the celestial demon insect. While it was technically still an ordinary creature, its traits were anything but. Its talent was cruelty, and its faith level was described as fanatical. Honu was pleased. Despite being classified as a common creature, it was already 100 times stronger than the locusts. Curiously, there was no available information about how this new creature had been created. Honu suspected this was because each demon insect must undergo assimilation with the magical element. Intrigued, he used a few drops of magic essence, and to his amazement, the familiar instantly doubled in size. Even more interesting was that the law of gluttony also applied to this new insect. Before long, the creature evolved into an elite life form. Honu then used his sacred poisonous mist item, transforming the familiar once again. Now, it had taken on a new identity, the poisonous mist insect, a formidable elite companion. Meanwhile, in another location, the Supreme Director found himself in a grim environment surrounded by thousands of skeletons. He contemplated what to do with the countless broken bones. Even though the corpses were sealed in divine cards, he feared that if the divine power within them ran out, they would explode and unleash chaos once again. At that moment, he received a sudden call from Professor Chenwen. The professor explained that he was calling in haste, asking whether the director would be willing to provide the body of a flesh and blood demon puppet. He said one of his students wanted to purchase it. The director was surprised and questioned what kind of student needed such a thing. Qianwen replied that the student wanted to use the puppets to feed his main familiars, locusts that could devour flesh puppets with ease, just as they had done during the elimination test. Realization struck the director. He asked if this was the same genius student who had fought a demigod just days earlier. He found it remarkable that such small locusts could be so useful. Regrettably, the current location wasn't suitable for breeding locusts in large numbers. Still, he considered the potential benefits. If they could introduce a swarm to consume the puppet's flesh, they would save a significant amount of divine power. Saying this, he pulled out a card containing 1 million flesh and blood puppets and instructed the professor to hand it over to the student. A day passed. The professor called again, this time saying that the student had already run out of meat and was now asking for a permanent supply. The director was stunned. To think all that meat had been consumed in just 1 day, and now the student wanted more. After taking a moment to think, the director admitted that while there were enough corpses available, they couldn't be given away for free. He proposed a deal, 100 demon puppets for 10,000 divine power. Just 5 minutes later, the professor called back with the student's answer. He agreed to the terms, and was ready to begin with a payment of 1 million divine power in exchange for the meat. Several days later, Honu stood ready with his most powerful army to date. Once again, he activated his sacrifice ability, which presented him with 3 exchange options: giant warriors, extraordinary life forms known for their intelligence and overwhelming power, with a single one worth 10 million. Level 3 skill crystal, a powerful enhancement that, if combined with his celestial demon insects and their poison mist, would form an unmatched synergy. Decomposition system, a method that breaks down matter and extracts pure energy, considered food for magical familiars. He carefully weighed his options. Although the skill crystal was tempting, he couldn't use it due to his divine core being already maxed out at level 3. After thorough consideration, he chose the decomposition system. Upon selection, a massive machine materialized before him. To test it, he fed it a small amount of iron ore. 5 hours later, the result was 3 iron crystals. Holding one in his hand, he discovered that it could be used as food for certain rare races and was also valuable for forging weapons. Each crystal was worth 5 divine power points. It was clear, this system had the potential to bring in massive profit over time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. They were under attack by the undead during a mining operation. 3 companions had been injured, and the leader of the Red Dwarf clan was currently battling the enemy. The message was a plea for divine support. Honu was startled. How could there be undead in his realm? To investigate, he activated his divine vision and saw the Red Dwarf clashing with a skeleton. Strangely, the skeleton's robes resembled those worn by the Supreme Lords, and it was handling the powerful dwarf surprisingly well. Intrigued, Honu attempted to consult the monster's data, but was met with failure. The skeleton was not registered as one of his followers, meaning he had no access to its information. Just then, Jan Fun appeared to face this mysterious foe. With one swift strike, he decapitated the skeleton. However, the corpse rose again, fully intact. Honu appeared in holographic form, trying to make the skeleton submit, but his hologram was swiftly attacked. Annoyed, Honu remarked that this monster was truly naive. As long as the divine realm remained intact, his divine form would endure forever. He gave a commanding order. His familiars were to keep pressuring the skeletons until they completely submitted. 3 days later, the battlefield had finally settled. All the undead knelt in submission, each one brought to their knees by Honu's overwhelming might. Their surrender was absolute. Eager to investigate further, Honu attempted to access information on the creatures he had just subdued. This time, the system granted him access. What he found was intriguing. It was a weak undead lord from the skeleton clan, possessing the talent of crystal bones. Even more impressive, it generated a faith power of 1 million per day. The next day at school, the atmosphere turned tense. The teacher stood before the students, asking if they were ready for the new challenge. He warned them that the upcoming test would significantly widen the gap between participants and would directly impact which colleges they would be eligible for in the future. Honu, silent but focused, remembered his grandfather's dying wish that he one day enter Imperial College. It was one of the most prestigious institutions in the divine realm, and it might hold the key to finding his missing parents. The teacher continued, announcing that all students would be transported to the demon abyss for the next phase. The full exam details would arrive via email. A concerned student commented that the abyss was notorious, said to corrupt the minds of those who entered, twisting them into demonic servants. Only undead beings, it was said, could survive its malevolent energy. Xiaolong, watching quietly, smirked with confidence. He believed that this was finally his chance to defeat Honu. Just then, Xiaolong received a mysterious system call. When he answered, Professor Letian appeared on screen. The professor asked for Xiaolong's help to eliminate someone. Without needing clarification, Xiaolong guessed it was Honu and responded coolly, saying he'd take care of him during the test anyway. Pleased, Letian called Xiaolong his favorite student and presented him with a powerful gift, the Demon Dragon card, representing a race as strong as a heroic life form. With that, the exam began. All students were teleported into the demon abyss. The rules were strict, only one familiar incarnation could be active at a time. If it died, the student would revert to their true form. They could summon one familiar per day, with a limit of 100 total. The objective was to eliminate 90% of the skeleton enemies. The lowest-ranked enemies were common undead, while the strongest were extraordinary undead. Honu received a prompt asking him to choose his starting familiar. His choices were the Locust, the Red Dwarf, Jan Fun, or the Weak Skeleton Lord. He chose the Skeleton Lord, reasoning that, as an undead, it would be immune to the abyss corrupting aura. But the moment he made his choice, his body was enveloped in a strange aura. He was immediately teleported, now embodied in the form of the Skeleton Lord. Looking around, Honu confirmed his theory. The demon abyss was indeed an undead paradise. He then summoned 100 locusts and sent them to begin harvesting the bone demon fruit, which he'd located nearby. Just as he gave the order, a strange sensation struck him. He turned around and spotted a massive undead army approaching. Rather than fear, excitement surged through him. This was the perfect opportunity to test his new incarnation's strength. 10 minutes passed as Honu clashed with the undead. Confident in the results, he estimated that the bone demon fruit would only yield about 20 evaluation points, a far cry from the 100-point task, which required defeating a demigod. Knowing he needed to think bigger, he ordered his locusts to harvest all the fruits in the abyss, betting on quantity over difficulty. 1 day later, he had them all. With his inventory full, Honu opened his system and posted an announcement, selling 100 bone demon fruits for mission 49. Also open to trades. Immediately, students began to respond. One accused him of cheating. Another defended him, saying it was called resource integration. Soon after, offers rolled in, each one for 50 divine power points. Then, Professor Trenwen stepped in. He warned Honu that only resources gathered within the abyss were allowed in trades. This was his first warning. 3 would mean disqualification. Despite the reprimand, Honu couldn't help but smirk. He truly was a business genius. No matter the obstacle, he found a way to turn the situation to his advantage. Elsewhere, a figure cloaked in dragon scales and flanked by wolves read Honu's trade messages and smirked. It was Xiao Long in his dragon familiar form. The messages had revealed Honu's location. Xiao Long now knew exactly where to strike. Back in the abyss, Honu noticed his ranking was dropping. He grew frustrated. His current familiar was too weak to earn points quickly. Without taking on higher-tier missions, he'd be overtaken in no time. That's when he spotted another undead army. Deciding to take a risk, he approached them directly. With a loud, commanding roar, he asked whether they recognized him. The army of skeletons froze. Their hollow eyes stared at him. Then, one by one, they bowed. These were common undead soldiers, but their faith was absolute. They were true believers, and they now served him. Honu stood still, confused. He couldn't understand what was happening. Without warning, more than a dozen skeleton soldiers, all true believers, had knelt before him in complete submission. There was no command, no trigger. They simply bowed, pledging loyalty. Though puzzled, Honu didn't overthink it. He immediately ordered his familiars to rise and begin patrolling the camp. An hour later, his army had grown. A skeleton knight had now joined his forces. This one wasn't ordinary, it possessed the talents of iron bones and skeleton summoning, and like the others, its faith was that of a true believer. Honu was stunned. In such a short time, his modest undead squad had become a formidable force. The knight stepped forward and introduced himself. He revealed he was once part of the first skeleton legion, who fought in the battle against the flesh and blood demon. After the legion split during combat, he had remained behind, enduring endless waves of corrupted corpses, zombies, and puppets. His numbers dwindled, forcing him to send skeleton scouts in search of the bone demon fruit for survival. Now under Honu's command, the knight and his men were eager to follow orders. Honu, pleased with this development, began to think about how to strengthen them further. Checking the current exam rankings, Honu's name sat at position 178. That wasn't good enough. Determined, he made a decisive move. He distributed bone crystals to empower his soldiers and left the rest of the equipment for them to use freely. 10 minutes later, the transformation was evident. His undead army looked far stronger. He then set their next mission, eliminate the flesh and blood demon puppets. The army marched toward a dark cave, the lair of their next challenge. Honu stood at the entrance and addressed his forces. There are 10,000 flesh and blood demon puppets inside. We only number 1,000. We must fight as one. Inside the cave, they were soon greeted by a wave of twisted creatures charging forward. It was hard to tell whether they were monsters or humans. The skeleton soldiers formed their battle lines and began cutting down every puppet that approached. From afar, Honu watched carefully, hoping that these slain enemies might transform into skeletons and bolster his ranks. Time passed, and the plan worked. Now his army was 7,000 strong. Only 3,000 puppets remained. Seeing the finish line, Honu shouted, "Advance with all your might." 3 hours later, one of his soldiers returned carrying an item. It was a key drop from the lair. Upon receiving it, Honu's score increased by 60 points, pushing him up to rank 108. Meanwhile, outside the lair, a lone wolf sniffed the ground aggressively. Its master, Xiao Long, was furious. He couldn't find Honu anywhere. Frustrated, he checked the rankings and was shocked to see that his target had just earned 60 points. Did he clear the entire flesh and blood demon lair? Xiao Long growled. His eyes narrowed. That's the last bit of luck he'll have. Without hesitation, Xiao Long charged toward the lair. When he arrived, what he saw enraged him further. Honu had secretly created a full skeleton corps, a personal undead army clearly designed to skyrocket his score. Xiao Long didn't wait. Hellhounds, attack! The beasts lunged at Honu, but the skeleton stepped forward, shielding their master. A massive battle broke out. Xiao Long gritted his teeth. 2 days. Just 2 days, and this guy's gathered an entire army. If I let him continue, he'll become unstoppable. He shifted into his dragon form and prepared to crush the resistance. But before he could move forward, he was blocked by none other than the skeleton knight. Honu watched the scene unfold and called out calmly, "Xiao Long, what is the meaning of this?" But Xiao Long was seething. "I don't need a reason. I just hate your face. Die already." With a roar, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, each strike landing directly on Honu's incarnation. The skeleton soldiers were outraged. Their master had just been attacked. But to Xiaolong, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Riff-raff, he scoffed. Not even worth killing. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Honu stirred. He rose again, his skeleton lord form had resurrected. He stood firm and gave a single command, "Don't stand still. Retreat immediately." With one final glance at Xiaolong, he added coldly, "Next time we meet, your death is certain." The skeleton army disappeared into the darkness. Xiaolong, panting and frustrated, checked the rankings again. Why isn't he eliminated yet? He muttered. But then he noticed the number, rank 1063. Honu had escaped death. Again. Xiaolong's rage erupted. "I'll hunt them all. I'll wipe out every single skeleton if that's what it takes." He flew straight back to the lair, only to find it completely deserted. Not a single skeleton remained. He barked an order to his wolves, "Search the entire 100-mile radius. Don't let a single one escape." Elsewhere, Honu regrouped with his army. Although he had escaped, the damage was done. Xiaolong's ambush had reduced their numbers to just 5,000. Still, Honu remained focused. He distributed bone crystal stones to the survivors, each one a tool to help them grow stronger. Despite the odds, he knew this wasn't over. This was just the beginning. Honu opened his system interface and furrowed his brows. Despite all the progress, his current strength still wasn't enough, not if he wanted true recognition from the Imperial Capital Academy. The bar was higher. Far higher. To stand out, he needed to achieve something greater. And the system had just the mission, eliminate the fallen. Demon Tribe. The reward? 80 evaluation points. A level 2 skill crystal, chain fireball. He knew the fallen demon was native to the Abyss Demon plane. Although individually weak, they might be useful, perhaps even a way to mass-produce soldiers. With that thought, he turned to his army. "We move for the fallen demon tribe," he declared. 2 months later, teachers' meeting room. A heated discussion filled the air. One instructor proudly announced, "My student, Hang Fei, now commands over 100,000 demonized goblins. He's leading with 200 points. Another chimed in, "Lumo is right behind him with 100. Then, someone asked the uncomfortable question, "What happened to Han Wu?" He was ranked first last time. Now he's nowhere near the top. Letian scoffed and waved it off. "I've said it before. That kid got lucky. Some professors foolishly treated him like a genius. But no matter how many resources he gets, he's a waste." Tianwen raised an eyebrow. "Professor Letian, please show some decency. He's still a student." Letian shrugged, sneering, "Am I wrong? Let's see if he even survives the evaluation." But Tianwen smiled confidently. "Care to wager on that?" Letian narrowed his eyes. "What's the bet?" 10 divine points. Letian hesitated. "I don't have that. But I'll wager my level 3 divine healing." Tianwen accepted without hesitation. "Very well. Just so you know, Han Wu is currently taking on a mission worth 80 points, and he's about to succeed." He added, "Such a high-difficulty task will undoubtedly draw the attention of top academies. Even if his final score isn't first, just getting noticed will change everything." Back in the Abyss Demon plane. The desolate lands had once teemed with millions of abyssal demons. Now, less than 100,000 remained. Atop a mountain, Honu watched silently, pleased. His strategy was working perfectly. His undead army had swelled to 900,000 skeleton warriors, and it was time to collect the final debt. "Advance," he commanded. The army descended like a tide, crushing every monster in its path. Within 20 minutes, the tribe was cornered and defeated. Honu raised his victory banner. Then, the skeleton mag stepped forward and began chanting. Resurrection spells burst into action. The fallen enemies were reborn, not just as common soldiers, but as skeleton revivers, a rare and powerful class. One of them stood tall and laughed deeply. This new being was a transcendent undead, with talents like hard bones and skeleton resurrection. Its belief system? Universal. Even stronger than the elite skeleton knights, it began summoning more undead, each more formidable than the last. Honu was thrilled. He handed over storage items to the reviver, hoping to prevent damage to his troops in upcoming battles. Just then, a soldier approached, kneeling before him. "Master, this is the loot." Honu's eyes widened. It was a sacred weapon, the fireball staff. It had once been charged at the divine realm's core. Now, it could grant members of the central clan the ability to cast level 1 fireballs, while also offering resistance to demonic erosion and negative effects. Even more interesting, it carried the source of desolation, capable of triggering a life transition, something he planned to test later with his locust swarm. Now with over 1 million soldiers, Honu finally felt ready to face Xiaolong's army head-on. He checked his mission status. Mission complete, 80 evaluation points earned new rank, 401 reward, level 2 skill crystal, fireball barrage. A new mission appeared, targeting another native race, this one worth 70 evaluation points. Honu didn't hesitate. March! 3 days passed. Inside the faculty hall, professors tuned into the abyssal live feed, watching closely. One of them turned to Tianwen, amazed. Your student? Han Wu. He's completed several missions in a row. He's now in 4th place overall. Letian grunted, so what if he's 4th? He's still not 1st. But just then, a message alert flashed across the screen. Battle Fury Academy had just sent a message, requesting a post-evaluation interview with Honu. Hidden Dragon Academy followed suit, expressing strong interest in recruiting him. Then came Qingshan College, offering Honu the chance to skip the entrance exam entirely and enroll directly. Letian turned red with fury. The student he had once called trash was now being courted by the best schools in the nation. As the news of university invitations poured in, Professor Shu couldn't help but question the director. Why are you only showing invitations for Han Wu? What about the others? The director remained calm. Because no one else has received any invitations yet. Shu was stunned. But Han Wu is only in 4th place. There are 3 students ahead of him, shouldn't they be the priority? The director explained firmly, the criteria are clear, a student must have a total score of at least 3,000 and must have completed at least one mission worth 80 points or more. Right now, Han Wu is the only student who meets both conditions. Soon after, Qin Shong completed her own 80-point mission, and she too received an invitation from Battle Fury Academy. But the mood shifted. The focus wasn't on invitations anymore, there were very few missions left. And Han Wu's chances of taking 1st place were diminishing. With concern rising, Letian secretly contacted Xiaolong. There are only 3 missions left. If you want to beat Han Wu, you must act now. Xiaolong responded with determination. I understand. I'll complete the 90-point mission before he arrives. Meanwhile, Han Wu reviewed the final available tasks. 100 points, exterminate the Black Frog Demigod people 90 points, annihilate the Minotaur tribe 90 points, eradicate the evil forest of the Trance currently ranked 3rd, Han Wu had 480 points, 130 behind 1st place. That meant he had to complete at least 2 of the remaining tasks, but all were incredibly difficult. Fortunately, he had a terrifying force, 20 million skeleton warriors, 2 heroic life forms, multiple transcendent class undead. Without hesitation, he set course for the Minotaur tribe. But he wasn't the only one eyeing that mission. Inside the Minotaur stronghold, explosions echoed across the battlefield. Xiaolong was already fighting the tribe, but he was struggling. This is insane. Retreat! We're just wasting resources, he shouted. Another student beside him agreed. Even together, we can't finish this evaluation mission. But then, they saw it. A massive, shadowy army advancing, million strong. Their eyes widened. What the hell is that? An entire skeleton army marched straight into the Minotaur tribe. At first, Xiaolong and his ally thought they were just unlucky to cross paths with undead. But then they realized, this army wasn't here for them. It was here to conquer the Minotaurs. While the skeletons were numerous, their combat strength was spread thin. We can still break through, one of them said. But Han Wu saw their intentions. You're not going anywhere. He summoned his bone controllers, elite undead commanders, and ordered them to attack. The skeleton mage cast endless spells, reviving every fallen lizard man into a new undead soldier. The 2 students began to panic. We can't fight this, it's endless. Suddenly, a giant skeleton appeared and roared, don't move. Both students froze. Then, atop the colossal skeleton, Han Wu appeared. Xiaolong. Susan. Xiaolong looked up in disbelief. Han Wu. Aren't you from the Locust clan? Shouldn't you greet us? Han Wu didn't respond directly. He simply smiled and said, "Goodbye. Courtesy is essential, after all." With that, the giant skeleton stomped down, crushing Xiao Long beneath its foot. His scream was silenced instantly. Susan's eyes went wide. "Wait! There's no conflict between us." "If this is about a misunderstanding," Han Wu interrupted him, "letting you live doesn't benefit me." Susan begged, "I'll give you everything I found in the abyss. Please spare me." Han Wu considered the offer, then nodded. "Fine. Go." Without another word, Susan turned and ran for his life. 5 hours later, the Minotaur tribe was completely defeated. The survivors surrendered and pledged allegiance to their new master. Han Wu's evaluation score rose by 90 points, bringing him to 3,570. Now, he was just 40 points behind the top rank, with 2 missions left. But suddenly, the system displayed a shocking update. Only 1 mission remained. Someone else had completed one. Quickly checking the leaderboard, he saw that Qin Shong had risen to 3,580 points, taking second place. Han Wu smiled. "She's strong. I'm not surprised." Now, only one path remained, the Black Frog demigod people. A 100-point task. Incredibly risky. No one in history had ever completed it. But to attract the attention of Kyoto Academy, the most elite institution in the realm, he had to claim first place. "Mobilize the army. We're heading to the Black Frog nest." Back at the academy, the faculty gathered. 11 classes have completed their evaluations. Only 3 students remained, Qin Shong, second place Han Wu, third place Susan, seventh place Letty, and scoffed. "What are they still doing in the abyss?" He sneered. At the monitor. "They must be insane. The only task left is to slay a semi-divine being. They fail, and they lose everything." No one in 11 classes had dared to even attempt that task. No one in history had ever completed it. But Han Wu was marching toward it. And this time, the entire world would be watching. Professor Trenwen watches the battlefield through the divine projection and calmly states, "That's right. They are going to challenge the semi-divine frogman." She has complete confidence in her students. Suddenly, her army of thunderbirds launches the first wave. Bolts of electricity rain down from the sky, striking the enormous black frog. Sparks explode, thunder echoes, and lightning sizzles as the assault begins. The giant demonic frog roars in rage, activating a protective shield and thundering, "You dare invade my tribe and slay my kin. I curse you all." The moment he speaks, Tianwen senses something is off. A massive, ominous force gathers, shaped like a colossal bird, and rushes toward her. Struck mid-air, she spirals downward, injured. Forced to act, she invokes her divine purification, healing herself and regaining composure. Reinvigorated, she commands her birds to unleash more lightning, relentlessly targeting the frog's barrier. Thunderbirds dive and strike in perfect formation, pouring electric fury upon the shield until it shatters. But the monster responds by activating one of its forbidden techniques, mountain-devouring demon frog. Chenwen watches in disbelief as the already massive creature grows even larger, its form warping into something out of nightmares. It lashes out with a gigantic tongue and swallows Qin Shong whole. Inside the beast, Qin Shong refuses to give in. But her lightning, once devastating, now feels meaningless against such monstrous mass. Suddenly, a message arrives, a telepathic call from Han Wu. "Where are you?" "The place looks a little too exotic for my taste." She's livid. "Mind your own business, idiot." But Han Wu presses, "If you want to cooperate, now's the time. In less than 10 minutes, all your thunder sparrows will be gone." Frustrated, she growls, but quickly realizes she's running out of time. "Fine. If we win, I get the divine body of the frog. You can take everything else." Han Wu agrees. "Perfect. Just issue a divine command to have your birds pick us up." She does so immediately. Moments later, her thunderbirds swoop in and grab Han Wu's elite skeletons. Even he is surprised by their speed. Mounting a sparrow, Han Wu soars above the battlefield alongside his undead troops, descending upon the frogman tribe in full force. The sky darkens with thunder, lightning, and an army of the dead. But the enemy is fierce. Han Wu notes grimly, "My skeletons are too weak. They're being wiped out." However, he quickly realizes that although he's losing troops, the number of bone fragments on the battlefield is growing. Time for the bone controller to act. His undead mage begins channeling immense magical energy, absorbing bone fragments scattered across the ground, summoning a new giant skeleton, even more powerful than the others. Meanwhile, the frogmen initiate a dark ritual, attempting to turn the tide. But the colossal skeleton crashes into them like a walking cataclysm, crushing everything in its path. Han Wu gives a single command, attack at full force. The Bone Restorer and the Demon Shaman Bull charge in, wreaking havoc. The Restorer reanimates fallen frogs into skeleton soldiers. The enemy is thrown into confusion. As they falter, Chen-Wen's Thunderbirds unleash another coordinated barrage of lightning strikes from every angle. The Frog Chief, now enraged and humiliated, finally unleashes his true power, dark magic, dusk. A black moon manifests in the sky. The atmosphere freezes. Shadows stretch unnaturally. Han Wu's skeletons begin to crumble, their life force being drained. Han Wu clenches his fists. He doesn't know what to do until he hears telepathic voices. It's his other familiars, Jiangfan and the dwarf Redforge. We will fight for our god. Han Wu's eyes gleam. A new day has dawned, which means he can summon them. With a gesture, the gate opens, and his familiar and the dwarf battalion storm into the field. Even the Locust clan appears. God Han Wu. We're ready to be sacrificed. Han Wu is moved and inspired. Without hesitation, he initiates the sacrificial ritual, using the locusts as offerings. In return, he receives a divine reward, the sacred flame of hope, a heavenly item that dispels darkness, removes all negative effects, and empowers his familiars. Raising the torch high, he declares, "Flame of hope, shine through this cursed land." A brilliant light radiates outward. The Frogman Chief's face twists in horror, his entire advantage vanishes as the darkness melts away. Han Wu smiles coldly. Now begins the counterattack. The chief refuses to believe it. A divine item. How do you have something like this? Flying across the battlefield, Han Wu clears the shadows. As he watches the chief's grotesque form, he realizes Qin Shong must still be inside. That monster devours mountains, she's in its stomach. He orders his strongest familiars to strike the belly of the frog. The battle intensifies. With every blow to its abdomen, the demon frog begins to weaken until finally a blinding slash cuts across its stomach. From within, Qin Shong bursts out, covered in blood, but alive. She'd split the beast open from the inside. After escaping from the monster's belly, Qin Shong soars into the sky, rising as high as possible. There, she begins to concentrate a tremendous amount of power, the air crackling with tension. With a fierce cry, she releases it all in one devastating blast. A storm of divine lightning strikes down upon the demon frog chief. Simultaneously, she calls upon her thunder sparrows and the red-forged dwarfs, ordering a coordinated assault. Explosions ripple across the battlefield as the dwarfs unleash their firepower, and the sky is illuminated by bolt after bolt of electricity. Below them, the giant skeleton continues its rampage, trampling the remaining frog warriors under its colossal feet. The demon frog, now badly wounded and cornered, still tries to intimidate them. Don't get too arrogant. But before he can finish, Han Wu appears, his figure bathed in the golden glow of the sacred flame of hope, illuminating the battlefield. That sacred radiance instantly grants Qin Shong an opportunity. With divine power surging through her, she strikes. Her strongest lightning attack lands directly on the chief, obliterating him. The battle is won. As agreed, Qin Shong keeps her word. I'll only take the chief's divine body. The rest of the spoils go to you. The demon frog, barely clinging to life, begins to beg. Spare me. I'll give you everything I have. But Han Wu coldly replies, after I kill you, everything will belong to me anyway. And with that, his familiars finish the job. 30 minutes later, all the treasures scattered across the battlefield are gathered. Han Wu, now wearing a crown he found among the spoils, jokingly asks, "May I at least keep this as a token for your help?" Qin Shong blushes slightly but nods. Fine. A deal's a deal. Just then, a telepathic message from Professor Chen-Wen reaches Han Wu. The professor commends him on his performance and informs him that the directors of the top universities want to meet him. He's to return immediately. Chen-Wen leads both students back, warning them sternly, don't say anything foolish. These professors are in the true God realm. Soon, they arrive at the university gathering hall. Han Wu can feel the divine pressure in the air and wonders uneasily, can they see my life sacrifice ability? If they can, one of the professors, a bald examiner, begins by speaking about Qin Shong. He explains that she hails from a family of true gods and possesses incredible resources. Since she kept the demon frog's divine body, she's on track to create a lordly life form. The examiner asks how much divinity she currently holds. To everyone's surprise, she responds, 4 points of divinity. The other professors are stunned. She hasn't even ascended to demigod status and is already preparing to cultivate a divine body, with a high chance of success. Many true gods never reach that stage even after decades. Han Wu silently admires her cunning. She kept it a secret and has probably received over 400 million divine power in support. She really is the face of wealth. The bald professor continues, your qualifications surpass the entry requirements of any university. After your cultivation, you can apply freely and enjoy university life. Qin Shong thanks him gracefully. Then, the focus shifts. Now it's Han Wu's turn. The bald professor looks him over and begins asking, are your familiars truly locusts? Han Wu nods. The professor marks an X on the report. Next, you currently have only 1 divine point. Another nod. Another X. Finally, tell me, how did you acquire the hero Jiang Fan and that weakened version of the Lord Skeleton's incarnation? Han Wu hesitates. He quickly realizes they can't see his ability. I cannot answer that. With a hint of disappointment, the bald examiner concludes, you do not meet any of our university requirements. However, if you wish to apply in the future, please continue working hard. Despite the rejection, Han Wu remains composed. Understood. I'll continue working hard. Professor Chen Wen, seeing the decision, sighs quietly. It's clear these professors couldn't truly see Han Wu's potential. Outside, Chen Wen speaks to Han Wu. Top universities are incredibly strict, but several elite schools are willing to recruit you. Are you interested? Han Wu shakes his head. No. My only goal is to enter Imperial University. As he walks out, he encounters Qin Shong once again. She explains that she'll now cultivate her lordly life form and join one of the top universities as a reserve student. Then she smirks and asks, so, you are really going to Imperial University? He nods confidently. I have to. My parents disappeared into the star sea of chaos. That place holds the answers. Imperial University is my only path. She responds, good. I'll be going there too, as a reserve student. With their resources, I'll grow rapidly. When we meet again, we'll probably be opponents. Then she leans in and jokes, it's still not too late to become my servant, you know. Han Wu laughs. That makes no sense. I've made enough money on my own. Also, I've got other things to take care of. As he walks away, Qin Shong smiles to herself. He's still a bit of an idiot. But that skeleton form is kind of cute. Later, back in his divine realm, Han Wu begins to absorb a divinity card. He's now a true divine being, with the divine talent, the Chosen One. His powers are immense. His forces include 219 extraordinary life forms, 49 million elite life forms, 2 billion ordinary life forms, and among his loyal familiars, Jiang Fan, Red Dwarf, Bone Controller, Bone Restorer, Demon Shaman Bull. The path ahead is long, but Han Wu is ready. He was pleased. With the wealth he had just acquired, he could finally upgrade his familiars' equipment, drastically boosting their battle power. Yet, instead of rushing into gear upgrades, his current focus shifted toward building a life leap path for the locusts. To begin, he activated the simulation fountain. As the process started, a black cloud surged toward the locusts. He observed closely and noticed that their resistance and toughness had significantly improved. Their durability and immunity to negative effects had increased. It was a clear evolution in the direction of defense. Satisfied with this progress, he decided to go one step further. He used the heart of the Dark Frog to forge a new path, one that aligned with dark spell casting. The result? The locusts gained the ability to fly stealthily and inflict various negative effects on their enemies. They had now transformed into assassination-type creatures and earned a new name, the Dark Spell Insects. Suddenly, a telepathic message reached him from one of his familiars. The voice on the other side was apologetic, admitting to a mistake committed during the decomposition process. In a moment of carelessness, they had accidentally dropped a sacred staff into the decomposition machine. Horrified by the news, he flew off at full speed, knowing the sacred item's loss would be a massive waste. Upon arrival, he found the younger brother of the Hammer of Gods kneeling in front of the machine, begging for forgiveness. The boy admitted to being the one who dropped the staff. The main character, though clearly frustrated, remained composed. He told the boy to calm down and remember this mistake, ensuring it would never happen again. Turning his attention to the decomposition machine, he observed the ongoing processing of the sacred staff. Surprisingly, the system compensated him with 3 different items, 2 fire crystals, a golden crystal, and, most notably, a source of sacred artifacts, an item that could be used to enhance or repair sacred gear. This unexpected reward sparked an idea. He wondered if it was possible to repair his law of gluttony, which had been broken for some time. A system notification appeared, stating that common life forms could evolve into elite life forms by consuming energy equal to 999 times their own power, a slight reduction from the previous 1,000 times. He deduced that, with the sacred source, repairing the law of gluttony might actually be feasible. However, there was a catch. The sacred artifact source had to be extracted from sacred items, and he didn't have nearly enough of those to proceed. He had no idea where he would acquire such a large number. He decided to browse the Divine Realm forums, searching for anyone facing similar issues. One post caught his attention. A user claimed that their divine and sacred weapon had been damaged in a wilderness battle, leaving them significantly weaker. Now, they were desperately searching for a way to restore it, even saying that any amount of divine power would help if it meant repairing the artifact. The replies were disheartening. One user told them to give up, declaring the task impossible. Another said they had tried and failed. The main character began to wonder, could the sacred relic source really restore a weapon that was both divine and sacred? With this in mind, he responded to the forum post, saying that he might be able to help and that they should message him privately if interested. To his surprise, the user called him almost instantly, asking if he could truly restore the weapon. He replied that he would at least give it a try. After all, the post had been sitting there unanswered for a long time. The user had nothing to lose. The main character assured him, "Trust me, just send the sacred relics." The other user agreed, noting that he had already installed the Divine Realm's anti-fraud system, so any trickery would be pointless. He then asked what level of relics would be needed. While he had access to anything below level 4, higher-level relics would take time to obtain. This surprised the main character. Anyone who had level 4 relics had to be extremely wealthy. He smiled and calmly responded, "Level 1 will be enough." Almost immediately, a massive box materialized in front of him, catching him completely off guard. He stood up, stunned. It looked like there were at least 100 sacred relics inside. For a brief moment, he even considered blocking the user and keeping the loot. But the Divine Realm's anti-fraud system seemed far too intimidating to take that risk. He took all the relics and tossed them into the decomposition machine. 2 hours passed. The system returned 109 sacred relic sources. He kept 9 for himself and sent the remaining 100 to the desperate user. Shortly after, the user called back, grateful beyond words. He referred to the main character as Master, thanking him profusely and pleading for his help in the Divine Realm too. His name was Jung, and the main character replied light-heartedly, "I just enjoy helping people." Jung continued channeling energy, and the story moved elsewhere. At school, Chen-Wen was overjoyed. He had just obtained a level 3 divine item from Letian. Back to the main character, he called his professor, who answered immediately, asking what the issue was. "There's no problem," the MC replied. "I just wanted to ask how I can obtain resources to upgrade the Divine Realm's core level. I searched online but couldn't find anything." The professor explained that resources such as divine pulpits, divinities, and battle fragments were incredibly rare and barely ever listed online. Whenever they appeared, someone would buy them instantly. However, the professor then made an offer. "Help me defeat Lan," he said, "and I'll give you my collection as a reward." The MC thanked him. The professor continued, revealing that he too once had a problem. He couldn't carry good relics because of a low-level core. And just like that, another opportunity had begun to take shape. In search of strength and resources, the protagonist sought help from a senior figure, someone experienced in the workings of the Divine Realm. This senior brought him to a location known as the Blood Arena, a ruthless battleground where the victor of each match earns a Divine Realm core fragment. After explaining how the arena worked, the senior turned to Honu and asked for his thoughts. He reminded him that entering meant risking his entire army. If he lost, the cost would be tremendous. However, if he won, the rewards would be just as great. Honu weighed the decision carefully. He had recently invested heavily in evolving his followers and was eager to test their strength. With a confident smile, he replied, "No problem. I have nothing except an army." The next day, Honu and his professor arrived at the blood arena. As he looked around, the main character couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. The professor instructed both of them to wear special masks, items that could prevent detection by demigods and anyone below that level. After all, they were in the outer realm, a perilous region filled with hidden threats. Before entering, an examiner asked them to fill out a registration form. As they did, the professor provided further details. The arena was divided into 3 categories, one for divine beings, one for demigods, and one for true gods. Battles between different categories were rare and only occurred by special request. There were no limits to how many followers a competitor could bring into the match, but a contestant would automatically lose if more than 50% of their followers died. Some competitors, stubborn to the end, even fought until their mortality rate reached 100%. Not long after this explanation, Honu received a notification from the system. He had been matched with his first opponent, and the battle was about to be broadcast. Without warning, he was sucked into a different dimension, startled by how sudden the transition was. He found himself standing in a massive arena. Across from him stood his opponent, who sneered and asked mockingly if he was a rookie. "Don't worry," he added smugly. "The Rat Lord will make this quick." From the crowd, whispers began to circulate. The rookie had been matched against a rat disciple, a fighter infamous for his brutality. A system prompt informed Honu to release his followers. He had 3 minutes before the match would begin. His opponent wasted no time and summoned his army of rats. "I'll kill everything in front of me," the Rat Lord growled. But Honu only laughed. "You really want to compete in numbers?" With that, he summoned his army of locusts. The Rat Lord burst into laughter. "Locusts," he mocked. "This match will end before it even starts." A notification blinked across the arena. The battle was about to begin. The rats swiftly raised their bows. At the signal, they unleashed a volley of arrows. But Honu, calm and collected, commanded his locusts to activate their shields, completely blocking the attack. Enraged, the Rat Lord ordered another barrage. But Honu had already begun his counterattack. With a sharp cry, he instructed his dark spell insects to launch a surprise attack. His flying familiar soared above the rats and unleashed a special ability that threw them all into confusion. "Now!" Honu roared. "Demonic insects, kill them all!" With deadly precision, his demonic insects charged forward, stingers ready. The rats, still dazed and disoriented, stood no chance. The audience watched in stunned silence as the slaughter unfolded. The battle was completely one-sided. The system displayed the current status, Honu's survival rate at 99%, while the Rat Lord's army had dropped to 22%. In disbelief, the buck-toothed opponent screamed, insisting it was impossible. He begged for the fight to end and admitted defeat. At once, all the insects halted. From beneath the heap of fallen rats, a glowing item emerged. Honu approached and identified it, a divine core fragment. Interestingly, it bore a resemblance to his life sacrifice ability. The system announced the battle was over, and both participants were transported back to the waiting area. Waiting for him was the professor, who greeted him with a proud smile. "You did well. Not only did you win your first battle, but you also gained a significant amount of divine power. Would you like to proceed to the second round?" Given how few losses his army had suffered, Honu was eager. "Absolutely," he replied. "My followers need the training anyway." 32 days passed. In that time, Honu fought continuously, winning match after match. Though he had sacrificed 100 million locusts, it had been worth it. With 889 consecutive victories, he amassed a massive collection of divine core fragments. Now, with the fragments in hand, he could upgrade his divine level to 7. However, he knew the path ahead would only grow more difficult. The fragments required to reach level 8 were greater than the combined amount needed for all the previous levels. The professor, noticing his progress, offered a new suggestion. "With the strength of your followers, you could try challenging a demigod." Honu raised an eyebrow. "Would the rewards be higher?" 10 times higher, the professor confirmed. "If you win, your current 90 consecutive victories would be multiplied by 10, 900 times the usual reward." Tempted by the massive reward, Honu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Let's do it." The examiner handed him a new form, one for cross-level challenge registration. He paused and asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Once you enter, there's no turning back." But Honu answered without hesitation. "I'm sure." Word of his challenge spread quickly. In the arena, murmurs echoed through the crowd. "Is that the locust boy?" He's been dominating the blood arena for 30 days straight, and now he thinks he can challenge a demigod. The next battle was about to begin, but this time, the stakes were higher than ever. As the arena prepared for the upcoming battle, tension surged through the crowd. Among them, one of the strongest commentators couldn't help but scoff. Demigods possess a higher level of divine core and can wield superior sacred artifacts, he said. It's sheer madness for a mere locust boy to challenge one. Another chimed in mockingly, that kid needs a solid beating. Maybe then he'll learn some humility. The professor, observing the overwhelming doubt, noted that the odds were 1 in 100. Not a single spectator seemed to believe in Honu. But Honu, unfazed, simply said, "That's fine." Since betting on oneself was forbidden, he asked the professor to bet 10 million divine power on him. Chenwen, watching from the side and enjoying Honu's unwavering confidence, decided to join in. "I'll wager an extra 5 million from my personal funds," he declared. "After all our hopes rest on you. And if you win, I'll gift you a magical weapon." Honu thanked him, though deep down, he didn't even care about the reward. What truly thrilled him was the chance to fight someone strong. Back in his divine realm, he realized he had yet to link any sacred artifacts to his divine core. He considered his options, but the law of gluttony and the pearls of poisonous mist now seemed too weak to make an impact. Just then, the same senior who had helped him before contacted him. "Did your master extract the source of the sacred artifacts today?" he asked. Honu confirmed it and asked if he truly had level for all lower sacred items. The senior responded confidently, he had an abundant stock and could send anything required. Excited, Honu specified his need: powerful level 2 sacred items with poison, earth, darkness, or fire attributes. Almost immediately, a giant box appeared in front of him. Staring at it in awe, Honu muttered, "This guy is definitely ridiculously rich." He began by extracting 2 powerful relics, lava orb of earth and fire, a level 2 sacred relic with earth and fire attributes. It enhanced the defense, resistance, and regeneration of his followers. Nail of Shadows, another level 2 sacred relic, this one bearing the shadow attribute. When connected to the divine core, it granted compatible followers the ability to nail shadows, effectively immobilizing enemies. He found both perfect, especially for his submerged locusts and dark curse locusts. Wasting no time, Honu combined the 2 relics. A massive explosion lit up the sky. He summoned his locusts to absorb the fused power, and immediately, they began to evolve. Empowered once again, Honu felt a surge of confidence. His army had grown stronger, and future battles now looked even more promising. Just as he completed this upgrade, he was summoned by the battle arena system. Competitors were instructed to proceed to the preparation arena. He teleported instantly. Upon arrival, the entire arena thundered with cheers for Mr. Elephant, the demigod. Standing proudly, Mr. Elephant took in the applause and turned to Honu. "You must be blessed," he said with a grin, "to face me, a demigod, this early in your journey." He tilted his head and added coldly, "It's admirable, really. But courage is not strength. I'll show you the terror of facing a higher being." With that, he summoned his army of giant mammoths. The audience roared, urging him to crush everything and give them a spectacle. Mounting one of the massive beasts, the demigod smiled. "Do your best to entertain us." Honu, calm and ready, responded, "That's fine." With emotion, he summoned his swarm of locusts. This time, his dark cursed locusts carried the power of both the law of gluttony and the nail of shadows. Meanwhile, his explosive submerged locusts were infused with gluttony and the lava orb of earth and fire. Mr. Elephant raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This might be a fun fight after all. Then, with a command, his mammoths charged. Honu did the same. "Dark cursed locusts, attack!" The locusts launched forward, their stingers gleaming. Upon contact, they nailed the shadows of the mammoths, completely immobilizing them. "What kind of cheap trick is this?" the demigod shouted, but before he could finish, the explosive locusts launched their own attack, releasing a devastating toxic explosion. But the thunder mammoth, Mr. Elephant's mount, didn't budge. Unfazed, the demigod smirked. "It doesn't matter how evolved your locusts are," he said. "Even in their transcendent state, my mammoth is invulnerable. It could stand still forever, and still, your attacks wouldn't matter." Honu stared at him. "Are you sure about that?" Suddenly, a colossal explosion rocked the arena. Realizing Honu was trying to win by numbers, Mr. Elephant's expression hardened. Fine. Let's see who can outlast who. He ordered his army to advance at full speed, and Honu responded in kind. More locusts launched themselves, self-destructing in waves across the battlefield. The demigod gritted his teeth. The damage was becoming visible. Finally, he activated 3 divine arts: armor, blood chi, and healing. Instantly, his wounded mammoths began to rise again, bolstered with divine resistance and regeneration. He turned to Honu with a grudging nod. I didn't think I'd need to use divine arts. I acknowledge your strength. Then, with a cold voice, he said, but now, I'll kill half your army. After that, I'll let you surrender, so you won't suffer a total loss. The real battle had just begun, and Honu would now have to fight not just to win, but to survive against a true demigod. With a calm smile, the main character met his opponent's arrogance head-on. Do you really think that's all I have? He asked. His voice then rose with conviction. Giving up is not an option. At his command, the demonic bull clan surged forth, charging directly at the enemy mammoths. The sudden emergence of this fearsome force left Mr. Mammoth shaken. To his disbelief, Honu truly did possess a demonic bull as a familiar. Before long, the tide shifted, the mammoths were being crushed, one after another. But the battle was far from over. The gate opened once again, and this time it was the skeleton clan that stepped onto the battlefield. Leading them were the formidable Bone Controller and the mysterious Bone Restorer. Honu turned to the Bone Restorer and entrusted him with the authority to determine the battle's course, which instantly triggered a pang of jealousy in the Bone Controller. Fueled by competition, the Controller leapt into the fray and began casting necromantic magic, resurrecting fallen mammoths from the battlefield. Mr. Mammoth's confidence began to waver. These undead monsters were a nuisance. But still, he sneered. This isn't enough to shake a demigod, he declared. In retaliation, he commanded his troops to activate their war gun skill and ordered his mammoths to charge once again, this time with the intent to completely annihilate the enemy. Honu quickly countered, calling his demonic bull clan to retreat. Then, turning to the Bone Controller, he gave a new command. Advance! The Bone Controller stepped into the center of the arena. With a surge of dark energy, he began to gather the bones scattered across the battlefield. His body began to grow giant, surreal, towering dozens of times taller than even the massive mammoths. For the first time, Mr. Mammoth looked genuinely unnerved. In response, he used his multiplication ability, causing his own mammoth to grow into a colossal form. The two giants charged. Mr. Mammoth's beast struck first, aiming its tusks at the skeleton, but it was blocked. The Bone Controller let out a furious roar, lifting the mammoth into the air and slamming it down. He leapt into the air and punched downward, but the mammoth caught the blow with its trunk and hurled him to the ground. In an instant, it raised its legs to crush him, but the Bone Controller rolled away just in time and counterattacked with a devastating kick to the face. It's time to end this. Honu roared. The Bone Controller obeyed, lunging at the mammoth. With a monstrous grab, he tore one tusk clean off, sending waves of shock across the arena. Mr. Mammoth panicked, shouting for his troops to respond. But it was too late. The second tusk shattered, torn from its base by the Bone Controller's monstrous grip. Honu watched in surprise. He had taught the Bone Controller hand-to-hand combat, but he hadn't expected such mastery, especially in a giant skeletal form. The skeleton wasn't finished. He launched a flying kick, sending the mammoth hurtling toward Mr. Mammoth himself. Acting quickly, Mr. Mammoth rallied his remaining troops. Surround him. Wear him down. The army of mammoths obeyed, swarming toward the Bone Controller. But before they could overwhelm him, the skeleton struck first, stomping, punching, kicking, scattering mammoths in all directions. Despite the onslaught, the enemy numbers remained vast. A group of mammoths managed to land a blow to the Bone Controller's leg, bringing him crashing down. Finish the giant skeleton now. Mr. Mammoth ordered. But Honu had already anticipated this. He summoned the demonic bull clan, commanding them to rescue the Bone Controller. They rushed in, tearing through the enemy lines. Amid the chaos, the skeletal mage seized the opportunity. With a flick of his staff, he began resurrecting the fallen mammoths, bending them to Honu's will and turning them against their former master. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Mr. Mammoth's forces, once mighty, were now outnumbered and overwhelmed. Honu, the grasshopper boy, had achieved total annihilation. Crushed under the weight of defeat, Mr. Mammoth finally raised his hand. I admit defeat, he declared. A bright fragment of divine energy appeared atop the mountain of bodies. Honu approached, reaching out to claim it. As he touched it, he could feel its weight. It was heavy, far heavier than expected. That was to be expected, though it belonged to a demigod. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Honu!" A portal opened, and without warning, he was teleported away. He found himself in a mysterious chamber. A robed figure greeted him calmly. "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you." "Then why did you drag me here?" Honu asked warily. The figure explained, "We watched your match. It was a magnificent display of power and talent. You've proven yourself worthy of becoming the heir of the bloody arena." The statement hung heavy in the air. They went on to reveal that the arena wasn't just a battleground, it was a test ground to find a successor for its current master. Any warrior who could survive the challenges and rise through the ranks would be eligible. Then they asked him directly, "Would you like to become that person?" Honu stood stunned, caught completely off guard. The bloody arena wasn't just a place of combat. It was a hub of countless races, filled with immeasurable divine power. To become its heir was to hold immense influence. He took a deep breath. Before deciding, he needed to know one thing. How many other successors are still alive in this arena? Honu, still processing everything, asked a logical question. What exactly are the advantages and responsibilities of becoming a successor of the bloody arena? The hall's leader paused for a moment, observing him carefully. It was clear Honu wasn't asking out of greed, but to understand. That sincerity surprised them. Because of that, they decided to answer him truthfully. They revealed that there are currently 349 successors. Among them, 221 are divine beings, 118 are demigods, 9 are true gods, 1 is a supreme god. They further explained that upon accepting the role, Honu would receive the eternal coordinates of the bloody arena in Ina. With it, he could teleport across the realms of the arena without needing any device, though it would cost 1 million divine power per teleport. Additionally, he would gain a license to construct a personal blood arena in his divine realm, a space where he could create and nurture familiars. Then came the real test. Once the number of successors reaches 500, the arena will initiate the succession ceremony. Held within the bloody arena itself, it will pit all 500 successors against one another. The final survivor, the last one standing, will become the master of the bloody arena. Honu immediately understood this wouldn't be a traditional trial. It would be a war. He did the math. He was about to become the 350th successor, meaning there were still 150 slots left. It could take years. Perhaps by the time the succession began, he would have already risen to the rank of supreme god. The leader of the arena looked at him again and asked, "Are you willing to become a successor?" After a moment's thought, Honu nodded. "Yes." A notification rang out. "Congratulations! You are now the 350th successor of the bloody arena." But there was no time to celebrate. A beam of light struck his chest, and a glowing aura rose around him. He stood frozen, confused. Suddenly, one of the teachers in the room rushed toward him with a broad smile. "You really are a lucky star, Honu. We made a fortune here." Still stunned, Honu didn't understand what he meant until Tianwen handed him a device. He glanced at the screen. His jaw dropped. His account balance now read 1 billion. Completely speechless, Honu muttered that it was hard to imagine spending such a huge sum. Tianwen laughed and advised him to buy a proper magical weapon first. Honu hesitated. "I'm still just a divine being. I'm not even a demigod. Can I really control such a weapon?" Tianwen reassured him, stating that as his teacher, he would never recommend anything harmful. Besides, he knew a trustworthy store where they could find what he needed. Honu smiled. "Perfect. What a coincidence, I wanted a new weapon anyway." Just then, a familiar voice shouted from behind, "Grasshopper boy! There you are." Mr. Mammoth came running, eyes wide, clearly determined. Without hesitation, Honu dashed behind his teacher, pleading, "Save me." Tianwen stepped in front, calm but firm. "As long as I'm here, no one harms my students." To everyone's surprise, the bearded man stopped and raised his hands. "Calm down. I'm not here for revenge. I just wanted to talk." He introduced himself with a grin. "Name's M. I'm a freshman at Western University." That explained his immense power. Honu greeted him respectfully and asked if he was truly from that university. "Mr. M nodded and then asked a surprising question. "What university are you planning to attend?" Honu sheepishly replied, "None for now. I'm still a high school student." M froze. "Wait, what?" Honu added, "Why would I lie? That's my teacher behind me. He can confirm it." Tianwen nodded. "It's true. Despite being approached by multiple universities, his dream is to enter Imperial University. Unfortunately, their professor didn't show interest." M blinked, then laughed in disbelief. "Imperial, huh? The strongest of the top 3. You're aiming high. I respect that." He told them he would report this situation to his university that very night. With Honu's potential, the higher-ups would definitely contact him soon. Then, he made a request. "Keep your family informed. That way, you can get listed on our university's reserve list." Still wary, Honu asked, "You're really helping me?" "Just like that." "Mr. M chuckled. "Of course. I see great potential in you. Besides, when you become a student, I get rewarded too. It's mutually beneficial." Honu nodded in understanding and thanked him for the support. Mr. M offered one last piece of advice: focus your investment on your main familiars. And soon, start developing heroic life forms. They'll be crucial later. With that, Honu and his teacher made their way to Want Street, heading straight toward the treasure pavilion. As they entered, a beautiful woman greeted them, her tone polite and professional. "Welcome. Are you here for equipment, or perhaps to meet Master Tony?" The moment the name was spoken, Honu blinked. "Master Tony?" Sounds more like a top-tier hairdresser than a blacksmith. Still, they followed her. She smiled and informed them that Master Tony had already been contacted and was ready to meet them. Soon, she gestured toward a portal. "Please, step through." The two exchanged a glance, then stepped forward into the unknown. On the other side of the portal, the first thing they heard was Master Tony's voice booming with amusement. "So, Tianwen, this time you brought me a very fat sheep." The moment Honu heard that, he laughed nervously, joking to himself that it might be too late to run away. Tianwen, clearly used to Tony's antics, stepped in and scolded him. "Be serious. There's a student present." Despite his playful nature, the hefty blacksmith composed himself and began to explain how his shop worked. He made it clear that although the store welcomes everyone, there are no special student discounts. This disappointed Honu. As a student who had just gone through so much to earn 1 billion divine power, he felt that there should at least be some kind of student package. Tianwen reassured him, despite how he acts, Master Tony is one of the finest blacksmiths out there. Hearing that, the big man grinned. Finally, after all these years, a compliment. Though internally, he muttered, "Tough? Who's he calling tough?" He then invited Honu into his workshop to take a look at his creations. What awaited inside stunned Honu. The workshop was massive, filled with artifacts, tools, and equipment glowing with enchantments. It was clear, every piece was handmade and bore Tony's personal seal of approval. As they walked, the professor casually asked Honu which item caught his eye. Honu thought for a moment. Considering that he might face trials from Western University in the future, he wanted something useful rather than flashy. His gaze landed on one weapon in particular. "I want that one," he said, pointing to a 2-star magical artifact, the Goot. Tony raised a brow, then explained, "That item contains a dimensional space that can hold up to 100,000 insects. It's designed for the goo refinement ceremony, where the insects battle each other. The final survivor has a small chance to evolve into a heroic life form." Tianwen smiled in approval. "Not the strongest weapon, but it's perfect for you." Tony revealed the cost, for divinities, or 580 million divine power. Honu's jaw dropped. "That much?" Tianwen turned to Tony and warned, "Charge less. Or give it to us for free. Or I'll scold you." Tony reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'll charge 600 million, but I'll throw in a 0-star artifact, the Eye of Detection." With that, the transaction was completed, and the two prepared to leave, until Tony called out again. "Wait! I've got something special. A brand new artifact, created from remnants of a lost civilization." He held it out to Tianwen, who examined it carefully. After a few seconds, the professor's face twisted in annoyance. "Are you kidding me? This thing has no power. Are you trying to scam me again?" Tony quickly waved his hands. Calm down. Let me explain." The artifact was named Greedy Wolf. Tony said it originated from a lost civilization, one infamous for plundering. Back then, Tony began, artifacts couldn't be reused by a new master. So, once plundered, they became worthless. The civilization's ruler, heartbroken over all the wasted treasure, gathered all his best craftsmen. Together, they forged this, the greedy wolf, a divine artifact that could consume other artifacts. Tianwen narrowed his eyes. So why sell it to us? Tony answered, I'll give it to you for a special price. Just 1 billion divine power. A bargain, considering it once wiped out a powerful civilization. Honu nearly choked. 1 billion. Are you joking? Tony shrugged. It has some flaws. It grows by devouring artifacts, but it's 10 times slower than normal. It can inherit passive abilities, but not divine spells. Tianwen frowned. So basically, it's a waste. Tony stood firm. Insult me all you want, but never insult my work. Honu stepped forward. I'll buy it for 400 million. Tianwen's eyes widened. Don't be ridiculous. That's still a huge amount. But Honu had already made up his mind. In his thoughts, he reasoned, if the artifact can devour others, I can feed it equipment I loot from enemies. That alone makes it worthwhile. Aloud, he said, Professor, you misunderstood. I truly admire Master Tony's craftsmanship. He forged something incredible from mere fragments. But I only have 400 million left. Please, sell it for that amount. Tony paused. Do you really value it that much? Of course, Honu replied without hesitation. Tony smiled. Fine. Money can't buy trust. 400 million, and the artifact is yours. With the deal complete, Honu finally returned home. That night, he began the ritual of bonding with his new artifacts. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the 3 items, the goot, the eye of detection, and the greedy wolf. The blood began to glow and drifted toward the goot. It absorbed it instantly. A moment later, a frog-like creature emerged. Delighted, Honu ordered, start practicing immediately. Then he turned to the greedy wolf. Nothing happened. He frowned. Maybe it needs more blood? What is this, a vampire? Suddenly, the artifact flashed with intense light, and in the next instant, a wolf appeared in front of him, its form made of energy and power, pulsating with ancient strength. As the glowing wolf emerged before him, Honu stared in disbelief. But after a moment of awe, doubt crept into his expression. Wait, is this really the greedy wolf? He wondered. It looks more like a dumb dog. The wolf's ears twitched, and to Honu's surprise, it spoke. I want to eat artifacts. Honu paused. It became clear, the law of gluttony had already taken hold of this being the moment it was summoned. But now he had a problem. How on earth was he going to feed it artifacts when he was completely broke? With nothing else on hand, he tossed it a simple crystal. The wolf leapt forward without hesitation and devoured it in a single gulp. Shaking his head, Honu left the wolf to its feast and checked in on his other familiars. The locusts were diligently training. The red dwarfs were busy mining. The demon bulls sat quietly, studying blueprints for building construction. Jan Fun, ever calm, continued meditating to increase his strength. Even the skeletons were feeding on crystals to grow stronger. Thanks to the sacred item source he had acquired earlier, Honu had successfully upgraded his law of gluttony to level 3. The effect at this stage was formidable. Elite life forms could now evolve simply by consuming enough. His eyes sparkled with ambition. With just a few more upgrades, even common life forms could evolve into extraordinary ones. It was only a matter of food and time. Soon, his locusts would no longer be mere pests. A week passed, and the time for a new sacrifice ritual arrived. Honu raised his hand and solemnly declared, I offer 13 billion locusts. A giant vortex formed in the sky. This time, the rewards were far superior to the last. Option 1, 10,000 Night Demon Hunters, an extraordinary life form. Option 2, a 3-star artifact, Steel Blade, which allowed core familiars to summon a blade in battle, increased damage against beasts by 15%, and granted a divine art called Sovereign. Option 3, a level 2 sacred item, Stone of Enlightenment, which could potentially transform a core familiar into a semi-human form. Honu's eyes locked on the final choice. It was perfect. Without hesitation, he selected it. The stone materialized in his hand, and the moment he shattered it, a beam of light shot down from the heavens, striking his elite locusts. What happened next left him speechless. They began to evolve. From within the glowing mass, a new creature emerged, the Locust Man, an extraordinary life form with the ability to fly, a humanoid body, and low intelligence. It wasn't just the form that impressed him, but its potential. This new familiar produced a staggering 50,000 faith power per day. Just then, his communicator buzzed. It was Professor Chen. Western University has issued a notice. You'll have to take the entrance test again. An admissions professor is arriving tomorrow. Be ready. Honu thanked him for the warning. The next day, back at school, his classmate Shu approached. How's life in the divine realm going? He asked with a smile. If you need resources, let me know. I can't get them myself, but my family has plenty of demigods who can help. Honu's eyes lit up. Actually, do you think you could get me some divine core fragments? I need a few to advance from level 7 to level 10. Shu nodded. It's possible. But it'll cost you. Even for you, it'll still be 400 million divine power. Honu sighed, lamenting once again how poverty restricted growth. But then Shu offered an alternative. My family can also sell you 1,000 skeleton knights. They're extraordinary life forms. It's equivalent to the same value. Deal, Honu responded immediately. Shu blinked. That fast. He secretly regretted not offering something even better, like a bone controller, a heroic life form. But the deal was already done. Just then, Professor Chen entered the classroom and called Honu aside. The evaluator from Western University is waiting for you in the faculty room. When Honu arrived, he immediately recognized the bald man with the mustache, the same one from before. I remember you, the man said flatly. You're the student who failed the initial test but got in through internal recommendation. But don't get your hopes up, Western University's exam is far more difficult than the high school one. He added, to prevent cheating, only your core familiars will be permitted. If I recall, yours are just locusts, right? Honu said nothing. The evaluator then explained the mission. You'll invade a small, civilized village called Duolong City, located in the outskirts of the divine field. It has a rigid class and career structure. If you're recognized by the system as a disaster demon, the local professionals will attempt to destroy you completely. The objective? Simple. Kill at least one master who protects the city. How many troops and masters are in the city? Honu asked. Though small, it holds an average population of 10 million. Over 10% are professionals. And the city is guarded by 5 heroes. For anything else, you'll need to investigate yourself. You have 1 hour to prepare. Honu turned to his professor. I'd like to exchange my accumulated class points for 3 level 1 sacred items. Go ahead. Choose freely. Qianwen replied. Returning to the divine realm, Honu inserted the final divine core fragment. With it, his core finally reached level 10, dramatically expanding his internal space. He then equipped his 3 new sacred items. Poison Gland gives core familiars a chance to develop poison glands and gain the poison attribute. Earth Core grants the earth attribute and increases defensive stats. Goblin Short Bow, a sacred weapon that allows familiars to summon bows. The host god can also use it directly in battle. After successfully loading them, Honu observed the changes. Most of the locust men had now grown poison glands. Nearly half had received the earth attribute, greatly improving their defenses. And almost all of them were now able to summon the goblin short bow as a weapon. With a new army of humanoid locusts, armed and armored, Honu couldn't help but grin. This test might be easier than I thought. The next day at school, the evaluator informed Honu that he and his familiars would be teleported together to the outskirts of Duolong City. Without delay, the man activated a teleportation crystal. The moment it lit up, Honu felt a strange sensation, like being ripped through space, before being hurled straight into the test zone. Almost immediately, a series of notifications appeared in front of him. Warning, intruder detected. Leave the current realm or be classified as a demon and eliminated. Honu didn't retreat. As expected, he was now officially labeled as the Demon Locust King. A status panel opened up before him, confirming his title, Demon Locust King, level 80. It displayed his stats, equipment, and active abilities in detail. Even more surprising, it included the data of his familiars, including the 2 newly born heroic locusts. One of them, the Locust Man, was already at level 60, possessing unique talents and powerful abilities. But without a clear benchmark, Honu struggled to grasp just how strong that level truly was. One of his familiars approached. Master, we're under attack. Without wasting time, Honu mounted the familiar and rushed to check the situation. On the other side of the battlefield, Thorn, a second-class adventurer, stood in disbelief as waves of monsters appeared before him. At his side was a man known as the Fist of Fury, a first-class adventurer who remained unfazed. "Cheer up," he said. "The more monsters, the more rewards. Once we've earned enough, we can advance our classes." Nearby stood a female adventurer dubbed the Water Sage, alongside a fire mage who scoffed, "These locusts are pathetic. No matter how many come, they'll just keep dying." Thorn, however, wasn't as confident. "Don't get careless. We have no idea what might come next." Just then, Honu arrived, and saw his beloved locusts being slaughtered. He activated his firefly detection eye to assess the situation. The spell immediately revealed Thorn's identity, level 37, profession, warrior. Interestingly, all four adventurers wore matching badges, but Thorn's was made of silver, while the others bore bronze. This told Honu all he needed to know. Thorn was the team leader. When the adventurers saw the sheer volume of approaching locusts, panic set in. "We can't kill them all!" Thorn shouted. "Fall back!" But Honu had other plans. He ordered the locust man to engage them. As the humanoid insect landed before the group, it declared ominously, "No one is leaving." The adventurers froze in disbelief. "It's a third-class monster." Realizing they were outmatched, they tried to flee while launching a powerful coordinated attack. But to their horror, the barrage barely scratched the locust man. One of them admitted aloud they didn't stand a chance. Moments later, the locust man delivered a devastating kick, disarming one of them entirely. One by one, the remaining adventurers were captured and dragged before Honu. He stood tall, his aura oppressive. "Tell me," he said coldly, "how do I look to you?" One of the adventurers, still shaken, cried out, "Stay away, you ugly monster." Honu's expression twisted. "Ugly? I am a handsome guy." "Why would you call me that?" Still, he offered them mercy, on one condition. "Answer one question, and you may live. I want to know, how do I look in your eyes?" The boxer clenched his fists. "I'll never answer a monster's question." Without warning, the locust man punched him hard in the stomach, knocking him out cold. Even Honu was stunned. "I was just trying to scare him," he muttered. "Didn't expect him to actually hit." The girls began to scream in panic. Honu turned calmly to his venomous insects. "Silence them." In unison, the bugs unleashed a wave of venom, silencing the room. Thorn, trying to remain composed, asked, "What do you really want?" "I already said," Honu replied, his voice softer. "Just tell me how I look." The swordsman, nervously eyeing him, answered, You have big eyes and long antennae." Honu paused. That sounded exactly like a giant locust. He laughed darkly. "So this place is tarnishing my image. I see." Delighted, he decided to keep questioning them. 3 hours passed as he interrogated the group. Eventually, he untied Thorn. "I've learned what I needed. You can go." Wasting no time, Thorn fled in terror, racing to report the incident to the Adventurers Guild. But Honu wasn't finished. Taking to the sky, he followed from above, using his familiars to track them. As Thorn neared the city, Honu realized his location could be compromised. "Sorry," he whispered, "but I can't let you go just yet." He cast a spell, Sleep, knocking the exhausted adventurer unconscious mid-run. Now floating in silence, Honu reflected. If Thorn was telling the truth, there are millions of adventurers in the city. If we storm it head-on, we'll be crushed. He needed to act smart. His current army needed to reach at least level 60 if he wanted a fighting chance. Just then, movement caught his eye. Goblins, plenty of them. Weak, yes, but better than nothing. Still, something stood out. Among the low-level creatures, their leader was level 62, already a third-class being. How? Honu thought to himself. How did that goblin get so strong? His curiosity had just found its next target. Honu approached the goblin leader with curiosity burning in his eyes. "How did you manage to reach third class?" he asked, scrutinizing the creature that clearly stood above the rest. The goblin leader puffed out his chest with pride and answered, "I ate many class fragments left behind by adventurers. That's how I got my class." Honu's eyes lit up. So that was the secret. He quickly deduced that if a goblin could ascend by consuming class fragments, then his own familiars, especially the locusts, could do the same. According to the data, it would take 39 class fragments for a locust to obtain a class. Without wasting another moment, he summoned a swarm of locusts and issued 2 urgent commands. First, they were to monitor the Adventurers Guild, every movement, every mission, every returning party. Second, they were to scavenge the battlefield and collect class fragments from the remains of fallen adventurers. With this strategy in motion, Honu now had a new goal: to evolve his entire swarm into a classed army, one capable of leveling entire cities. 3 days later, the protagonist had finally gathered a substantial number of class fragments. Confident that the time had come, he initiated the fusion ritual. As he began, a class selection interface appeared, presenting options such as mage, fighter, warrior, and archer. After careful consideration, he chose asterisk that a long-range combat style would perfectly suit the abilities of his locust man. The decision proved satisfying. The bow had worked flawlessly with his familiar, and now he entertained the idea of absorbing another compatible first-level class. His goal was to fuse and evolve it instantly into a third-level class. Just then, one of his locusts returned with urgent news. They had discovered a mysterious cave, and the aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly powerful, almost divine. Intrigued and cautious, the protagonist ordered the locusts to lead him there. As they arrived near the cave's entrance, one of the locusts pointed ahead. The protagonist, Honu, immediately sensed the tremendous pressure seeping from within. It wasn't just strong, it carried a divine essence. Clearly, this place held something worth investigating. With 2 locust men by his side, Honu stepped into the cave. Looking down, his eyes widened. A massive dragon lay sleeping in the darkness. He recalled something his professor once told him, how certain civilizations from other realms would seal away enemies they couldn't destroy. The black dragon before him was likely one such being, an ancient creature imprisoned by someone incredibly powerful. One of the locusts activated its detection ability. The result was shocking. The dragon's eyes snapped open, freezing the locusts in fear. The MC quickly shouted for them to stand down, but they trembled uncontrollably. The dragon slowly rose and addressed them with disdain. "How dare you interrupt the meal of the great rebellious black dragon?" Without hesitation, the dragon launched an attack. The MC urgently ordered a retreat as explosions erupted all around them. 5 minutes later, he cautiously returned to the dragon's lair. "You done venting yet?" he asked. The dragon, still seething, glared at him. "You insignificant scum. You try to take advantage of my sealed state and expect forgiveness?" With more explosions imminent, the MC fled once again, knowing he had just a few minutes before the next attack. 10 minutes later, he returned for a third time. "I'm not here to provoke you," Honu said. "I'm here to help." The dragon scoffed. "I've already seen through your tricks. Leave before I'm forced to devour you whole." Honu unslung his bow. "Devour me? In your state?" He fired an arrow, but it harmlessly deflected off the dragon's scales. "I am a black dragon," it declared. "I possess absolute defense. Your attacks are meaningless." "Then let's test that," Honu replied, summoning his sword. He struck with full force, only to leave a mere scratch. Enraged, he asked to infuse 000 units of divine power. He knew that unless he inflicted real damage, the dragon would never take him seriously. With the divine energy fueling his next attacks, blood finally spilled from the dragon's body. "You dare wound a supreme being like me?" The dragon roared. Honu didn't back down. "Keep talking nonsense and I'll make sure you're a dead one." The dragon paused. "What do you want?" Honu finally revealed his dream. "I want to kill the hero of Doran City. But with my current strength, that's impossible. I need help." The dragon, now more composed, responded, "I've been sealed here for many years. I can't escape. The chains that bind me are special artifacts created by the guild itself. Not even my dark power can break them. A mere sword stands no chance." "Are you sure they're artifacts?" Honu asked. "Positive," the dragon replied firmly. "I may be many things, but I do not lie." Taking that as his cue, Honu summoned a hidden item. A mysterious aura surged forth, corroding one of the chains until it snapped. The dragon was stunned. "Quickly! Break the others too. You are now commanded by the great black dragon, Elis." Honu narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" "I said hurry and release the great dragon that commands you." The MC didn't appreciate the arrogance. "I just saved you from one chain, and you claim to command me? Show some goodwill. You've done nothing for me so far." Ela scowled. Fine. What do you want? If it's to kill that hero, then I'll help. Just free me. Honu smirked. Change of plan. Serve me for 100 years. That's my price for saving you. The dragon exploded in fury. Are you mad? The MC's tone turned cold. I can save you or kill you. You're a dragon, your bones alone could make me rich. If you won't help, I'll just use you to grow stronger. Faced with no other option, Elis bowed his head. Fine. I agree. I'll serve you for 100 years. Just, please, break the rest of these chains. And with that, the balance of power began to shift. At that moment, the MC calmly told the dragon not to rush. They still had one more thing to settle. A contract needed to be signed. The dragon, narrowing his eyes, asked suspiciously if the MC was attempting to enslave him. With pride in his voice, he warned, dragons will never be enslaved. But the MC was prepared. He summoned a glowing crystal and said, I already sensed your weakness from afar. I'll let you consume this resource, but only after the contract is signed. Faced with no better option, the dragon reluctantly agreed. Using his massive paw, he signed the contract. With the pact sealed, the wolf cub immediately leapt forward and began devouring the remaining chains. As they were enchanted artifacts, they shattered one by one under the cub's corrosive aura. Finally freed, the dragon released a surge of energy so powerful that it caused the entire cave to erupt in a massive explosion. Elis roared in triumph. He was finally free. Meanwhile, in Doran city's town hall, an emergency meeting was underway. One of the martial saint heroes stood up. The black dragon has been freed, he announced gravely. The seal may not be fully restored. We must join forces and destroy him. Rose, another of the saint heroes, spoke next. He'll likely go into hiding to recover his strength. The area outside the city is vast. We should call upon all adventurers in Doran City to help locate him. Another hero, Jimir, the ice and fire sword hero, interjected. The dark energy radiating from that dragon will strengthen the local monsters. If we don't act now, they may revolt. We should strike first. Carl, still skeptical, questioned the urgency. Is a weakened dragon really worth all this panic? He turned to his brother, a seasoned dragon slayer. What do you think? His brother replied coolly, one dragon isn't a problem. I've slain a wind element dragon solo. Difficult, yes. Impossible? No. But Gordon, another senior member, disagreed. This one's different. According to historical records, this is a rebel race dragon. We must not underestimate him. Ben, one of the city's top-ranked heroes, stepped forward with a confident smile. Are you doubting my strength? I'm a fourth revolution. Dragon Slayer, chosen by destiny to destroy these beasts. After that, the bearded man who had been silent the entire time merely nodded. Ben turned to the group. Focus on the city's defense. I'll handle the escaped dragon myself. The Green Archer added his support. I'll go with you. While the heroes prepared for war, Honu was already on the move. Using the Black Dragon's presence to his advantage, he began rallying monsters. Standing before a crowd of various species, he raised his voice. Do you want to continue living under the boot of the adventurers? The great rebel, Black Dragon Elis, has summoned all monsters to unite. Join the Monster Alliance and fight back against the Adventurers Guild. The monsters exchanged glances, uncertain. Can such a force even be organized? One asked. Honu understood their doubt. His familiars alone couldn't ensure victory. He needed the help of these shrimp and crabs, as he put it, and he needed them loyal. So, he sweetened the deal. I can help you grow stronger. The Alliance offers power crystals as rewards. Any monster, regardless of race, can trade fragments and equipment. Join us and evolve. Days passed. Elis, now a powerful ally, willingly offered his blood to help Honu push forward in strength. However, after several extractions, the dragon complained, I'm getting dizzy. How about 500 black crystals in return? Honu scoffed. Stop pretending to be weak. And besides, 500 black crystals aren't cheap, I'll pay you in installments. Just then, a system message appeared, advancement complete, third transformation profession, Black Dragon Warrior talent, Black Dragon Blood, physical performance plus 50%, elemental resistance plus 50%, greatly increased strength and affinity with the darkness attribute, ability, transform into a Black Dragon fascinated. Honu quickly activated the transformation. His body surged with power, morphing into a formidable new form. Now at level 125, with 85 max level familiars and divine creatures at his command, he had finally reached the class of Black Dragon Warrior. He looked at his new self with satisfaction. Now, I might just be able to take on those heroes alone. Suddenly, Elis became agitated. What's wrong? Honu asked. Before the dragon could answer, beams of light shot down from the sky. Two figures descended before them, Ben, the Dragon Slayer hero, and the Green Archer. Ben's gaze locked on the dragon, as expected of a pureblood. Once I kill you, my class will evolve even further. Turning to the archer, he ordered, raise a barrier. We can't let other monsters interfere. The archer nodded and raised his hand, casting a massive shield that enveloped the entire area. As the golden dome shimmered around them, the archer's eyes landed on someone unexpected. The level 125 Locust King. I didn't think such a monster existed so close to the city, he said, narrowing his gaze. No matter. I won't let you interfere. Honu smirked. This was exactly what he'd wanted, a hero to test his new strength against. He activated his detection eye and focused it directly on the Green Archer. Honu used his detection eye, and in an instant, the identity of his opponent was revealed, Carl Smith, a level 131 Windrunner, currently in his 4th transformation. He had multiple advanced skills, but Honu wasn't intimidated. Without hesitation, Honu leapt into the air and hurled his twin swords at Carl. Yet, with impressive speed, the hero dodged the attack and reappeared right behind Honu, delivering a dual strike from both sides. Confused, Honu questioned how there could be two of him and quickly ordered his locust swarm to break the barrier immediately. Meanwhile, the clash between dragons had already begun. Ben, the Dragon Slayer, was radiating a powerful aura, one so intense it felt like multiple dragons were bearing down at once. The fight between him and Elis erupted into an intense battle of raw strength and speed. Suddenly, Ben appeared behind Elis and struck him hard with his blade, sending the black dragon crashing into the ground. Ben walked up to the dazed dragon and summoned the dragon spirits, commanding them to carry Elis back to Doran City. Then, he looked over at Carl and asked if he needed help. Carl shook his head. I can deal with this demon locust alone. Go back. I'll join you soon. Ben gave a nod, turned away, and left the battlefield with the unconscious Elis in tow. Watching this unfold, Honu's fury exploded. He roared at his swarm to shatter the barrier at any cost. His army of locusts obeyed immediately, battering the shield with overwhelming force. To Carl's disbelief, cracks began to form across the magical wall. Desperate, Carl unleashed a flurry of techniques to destroy the locusts, but the sheer number was overwhelming. His mana was running low, and panic started to set in. Die! All of you, he screamed. But it was useless. The swarm only grew. Within seconds, they reached him, completely engulfing his body. His screams were short-lived as the locusts devoured every last piece of flesh, only bones remained. At that moment, a voice echoed, the evaluation professor. He appeared before Honu, commending him for completing the mission and announcing that a portal was now open for his return. But Honu refused to leave. The bald professor raised an eyebrow. You intend to go after the captured dragon, don't you? That's right, Honu replied firmly. He's my contracted partner. I won't abandon him. The professor warned him. If you go to Doran City now, you won't just face Carl. There are 4 heroes waiting for you there, and millions of armed adventurers. Even a demigod would struggle, let alone a small divine being. I know what I'm up against, Honu answered. That's why I'm requesting permission to release all the races within my divine domain to fight by my side. There was a pause. In return, Honu added, I will raise the mission difficulty by capturing the entire city of Doran. The examiner stared at him, stunned by the sheer boldness of the plan. After a long silence, he approved the request. The portal widened, and one by one, Honu's elite familiars appeared. John Fun, level 140 the Red Dwarfs, God's Hammer, level 113 the Demon Bull Clan, level 135 the Bone Controller, level 75 the Bone Rever, level 86 the Skeleton Lord, level 132 though powerful, Honu knew they were still too few in number to conquer a city this vast. He had to find a way to isolate and eliminate the weaker adventurers. So, he sent an urgent message through his locusts to summon all allied monsters. Elsewhere in the forest, a rebellious group of monsters had gathered. A wolf, speaking to a group of goblins, scoffed at the idea of rescuing the black dragon. He's dead, the wolf said. And it's pathetic that a mere locust servant dares to summon us. We should just kill him and take the crystals. Before the words could even finish leaving his mouth, his head was severed. The goblin stood frozen in horror as Honu emerged, expression grim. What a disgrace, he muttered. Ants without loyalty, without honor, and now you wish to kill me for crystals. A goblin, trembling, shouted, How dare you? We serve the black dragon. Honu unleashed a wave of divine energy that slammed the goblin into the ground, silencing him instantly. I'm not asking you to attack the city, Honu said, his voice like thunder. I'm commanding it. Disobedience is death. The goblins dropped to their knees, trembling and weeping. We obey, my lord. Our god. We'll follow your every order. With his army swelling and the city now in his sights, Honu gave a final command to all his forces, march. Doran's city will fall. At this moment, deep within the heart of Doran's city, the black dragon, Elis, remained imprisoned. An adventurer approached Ben, the dragon slayer, and informed him that the execution ceremony had already been prepared in the city square. He also added that Rose was asking why Carl hadn't returned yet. Ben pondered that for a moment, it had indeed been 12 hours since Carl left, and there had been no sign of him. Shrugging it off, he said the boy was probably delayed, and once the ceremony concluded, he would go search for him himself. Just then, a loud alarm pierced the air. The city guards rushed to the scene, shouting an emergency warning. A massive horde of monsters was approaching Doran City. All adventurers were commanded to prepare for battle, while women and children were told to seek shelter underground. From the lookout, the guards could see the monstrous alliance approaching, ants, goblins, locusts, and more, all united under a single cause. Mags, take down the flying monsters with spells, a guard shouted. But before they could act, a flurry of arrows struck their chests. The attackers were locust men, and they were swift and deadly. The mags retaliated with a volley of explosive spells, but their efforts were futile. The locusts evaded the magic with ease. Meanwhile, at the city gates, a massive goblin wielding a hammer was relentlessly smashing against the barrier. Honu immediately issued new orders. The skeleton commanders were to attack while reviving a new undead army. The dead from the battlefield began to rise, and soon, waves of skeletons surged toward the gates. The orc finally shattered the entrance, forcing the city's defenses to collapse. But Rose was ready. She summoned thorny vines that coiled around the giant goblin, trapping it in place. Suddenly, Ben joined her, unleashing flames that engulfed the area, halting the goblin's advance. Elsewhere, Gordon was rallying the adventurers to hold the front lines. Mags readied their spells and released a storm of explosions on the invading goblins. From near the imprisoned dragon, Ben confidently told the crowd that if they repelled the invasion, he'd reward them with a grand display of slaughter, the execution of the black dragon. But Honu was already moving. He ordered the bone controller to take action. At his command, a giant skeleton formed from bones scattered across the battlefield. It marched through the flames, grabbed the thorny vines, and ripped them away, clearing a path into the city for the invading army. Honu stormed into the city alongside his forces. Seeing Elis, he shouted, "Wake up and save yourself!" The dragon opened his eyes, stunned. How did you get here?" From afar, the heroes observed the chaos and were shocked by Honu's audacity. Gordon, burning with rage, flew straight at him, yelling, "You miserable monster! You'll be crushed! Die!" Just before Gordon could strike, the demon bull intercepted him with a crushing blow and growled, "How dare you insult our god?" Rose jumped in to assist, summoning more thorny vines, but a red dwarf wielding the divine hammer appeared and struck the ground, engulfing her vines in fire. Rose stood in shock. What the hell was that? Ben, now visibly frustrated with the disruption, muttered that only minutes remained before the execution. Enraged, he summoned his dragon spirits and ordered them to annihilate the invaders. One spirit dove straight for Honu, ready to devour him, but the giant skeleton intercepted it midair, slamming it back. The dragon tried to retaliate, and the two clashed with tremendous force. Watching from the sidelines, the skeleton lord licked his bony lips. "I'm starving," he muttered before leaping onto the dragon's back and biting deep into its flesh, causing the dragon to scream in pain. It couldn't reach its own back to fight him off. Ben roared, "A mere skeleton dares to devour a dragon soul. Do you have a death wish?" He struck the skeleton lord hard enough to blast off its arms, but before he could breathe, the creature reassembled and bit down again, more vicious than before. Ben stood in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Honu took the moment to summon the greedy wolf and ordered it to bite through Elis's chains. The black dragon looked at him gratefully. You have the word of the great black dragon, Elis said. I will never forget this act. Let me serve you for a few hundred more years in return. Eat the black crystals, regain your strength. Suddenly, Elis's eyes shifted. Something was wrong. Looking back, Honu saw that the red dwarf with the divine hammer was being overwhelmed by Rose's vines. He shouted for his army to assist, realizing they were losing momentum and risked annihilation. Then Elis, filled with emotion, turned to Honu. Let me give you something, my name. From now on, you are also the great rebel. With a flash, a spell activated. The system informed Honu, title acquired, rebel, though the effects remained unknown. Feeling immense power coursing through him, Honu focused on Ben, the dragon slayer, and charged. He landed a powerful strike, which Ben barely blocked, but the force caused him to bleed. Seizing the moment, the skeleton lord pierced Ben's chest, killing him instantly. But that wasn't the end. Ben's corpse twisted and mutated, a heroic undead form emerged, the blood skeleton. Furious beyond reason, Honu turned to Rose and struck her with a devastating flying kick, sending her crashing into the ground. The battlefield burned, the city crumbled, and Doran trembled before the wrath of the new great rebel. Rose stood frozen, disbelief in her eyes. She could hardly accept the truth, the dragon slayer was dead. But Honu, cold and resolute, offered no sympathy. Don't worry, he told her. You're next. He turned toward the hammer of God, the red dwarf who once stood by his side. It's time, Honu said. Time for revenge for the pain she caused you. The dwarf nodded, thanked his god, and approached Rose with his divine weapon raised. With a single devastating strike, he finished her off instantly. Now turning his gaze elsewhere, Honu saw another battle unfolding. JN Fun was clashing with a powerful hero, struggling to keep up. Without hesitation, Honu rushed to help. His initial attack was blocked, but that small distraction was enough. His familiar closed the gap and landed a solid blow, sending the hero crashing to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Gordon watched helplessly as one hero after another fell. Panic took hold, and he turned to flee, only to stop dead in his tracks. Standing in his path was Ben. But not the Ben he once knew. This was the blood skeleton, an undead monstrosity wearing his friend's face. Gordon froze, his body trembling. That hesitation cost him dearly. The demon bull seized the opportunity and crushed him with a brutal swing of his club. With the battlefield theirs, Honu issued a command to his army, sweep the city, bring everything you find to the crystals. The goblins roared with victory, chanting blessings for their master. Long live Master Honu. Turning to Elis, the recovering dragon, Honu asked if he was all right. Elis, with quiet strength in his voice, thanked Honu for his concern and swore allegiance. From now on, I will follow you, he said solemnly. Just then, a message arrived from the examiner professor. He congratulated Honu, now revealed as Wu, for accomplishing the impossible and creating a miracle. He informed him that the teleport portal was ready and that he had 3 hours to organize the war spoils. Wu thanked the professor and asked if it would be possible to build a stable portal directly to the divine realm from there. In exchange, he offered all the war spoils as trade. The professor understood Wu's ambition to build a powerful civilization, but cautioned him about the dangers. If you're not careful, your divine realm could be violated. Wu replied confidently, I've already considered all the risks. The professor agreed. Very well. In 10 days, I'll help stabilize the portal. 10 days later, Wu prepared to depart. He summoned the skeleton lord and left the city of Duolong in his care. You'll stay here with the skeleton tribe and demon bull tribe. Protect the city, and if the situation becomes unsalvageable, retreat to the divine realm without unnecessary losses. The skeleton lord nodded. Understood. With everything settled, the portal opened. Wu stepped through and returned to school. As he walked down the hallway, a teacher stopped him, staring intently. What happened to your eyes? Wu was confused. Pulling out his phone, he checked his reflection and paused. His eyes had turned black and yellow. A side effect, perhaps, of his new special class, Rebel. Curious, he accessed the system to investigate this newfound power. But to his irritation, a message blocked him. You must reach at least semigod level to unlock details about this talent. Annoyed, he muttered to himself. He was still far from that level. At that moment, a bald teacher appeared. He informed Wu that he had successfully passed the test and received a recommendation to Jinxie Academy, but there were still conditions to enroll. He laid them out clearly: possess a family core as an elite life form, create a heroic life form, accumulate at least 4 divinity points, own a saint or lord level life form. 2 out of 4 had already been fulfilled. Wu only needed 2 more. But Wu wasn't pleased. These requirements were steep. The teacher simply told him to work harder, assuring him the doors of the academy were open if he could earn them. Determined, Wu went to ask Tianwen if there was a way to quickly earn divinity points. Tianwen sighed. If you'd asked me yesterday, maybe. I could have saved some for you. But it's too late now, I've already used everything. He added that over the next 28 days at school, Wu could be rewarded with 1 divinity point, asking him to stop glaring at him suspiciously. I swear on my honor, I'm telling the truth. Back in the divine realm, Wu tried everything. He slammed his hand to the ground, unleashing an enormous tornado of life sacrifice, but gained 0 divinity. He tried again the next day. Still nothing. Day after day, he kept failing. A week passed. He sat, frustrated and bitter, remembering the divinity card he once had, a treasure he had foolishly traded away for 150 million divine power. He clenched his fists, whispering to himself, if I ever get another chance, I'll never let it go. And just then, a notification appeared in his system. It was Yuan, his mysterious divine follower, calling for his master. He asked Wu whether he had already received the sacred relic source, a reward linked to that day's event. Wu knew that Yuan was a true god, or at least, a senior semigod. Perhaps, he could lend some divinity. Taking a gamble, Wu asked, could you lend me a few divinity points? On the other end, Yuan received the message. He hesitated. He didn't dare offend this powerful being. He knew Wu wasn't yet a true god, but something about him felt dangerously close. Yuan pondered for a moment, and then sent back a response. Han Wu's eyes lit up as he received a mysterious gift. He hadn't expected anything so soon, but as he unwrapped it, surprise turned to confusion. Inside the package was something called the Ruins of the Divine Ravine. What the hell is this? He muttered, raising an eyebrow. Curious, he searched online. The information shocked him. The Ruins of the Divine Ravine was a location long abandoned by divine civilizations. In their reckless pursuit of knowledge, their excessive research led to uncontrollable radiation, turning the area into a wasteland where life forms mutated into monstrous beasts. These mutants fed on radioactive minerals, and as a result, their bodies crystallized these materials into the Genin stones. These rare stones were immensely valuable, especially for cultivating familiars, treasured even among semigods and true gods. Honu was stunned. His colleague hadn't just given him a gift, he'd given him a real opportunity to compete with higher-level divine beings. How many points can I get from this ticket alone? He wondered. He immediately began scouting artificial mutant beast farms, feeling confident. After all, he had a decomposition machine, which meant he could refine low-quality radioactive minerals into purer forms. And if these beasts consumed refined ores, they could mutate faster, producing even stronger Genin stones. Deciding to act, Honu ventured to a city outside the divine realm, wearing a mask for protection. Since he didn't know the place well, safety came first. As he arrived, a man approached him, assuming he was new to the ruins. You'll need a reliable guide, the man said confidently. Honu narrowed his eyes. Give me one good reason to hire you. The man smirked. I know all 18 gathering spots where mutant beasts show up. Each location has unique characteristics. And I know every supply point in the city, who's honest, who cheats, who loves to play tricks. I can guarantee you'll get Genin stones at a fair price. Honu was impressed. Good enough, he replied. I just want to know, is there a merchant who sells radiation ore? The man gave a knowing smile. You must be here for breeding, he said. Not everyone knows this, but recently a god king bought inferior radiation ore. The beasts died before their mutation completed, and the breeding farm, worth over 1 trillion divine powers, collapsed. Just then, another voice joined the conversation. That's because he didn't buy it from me. Honu turned toward the new figure. A blond man approached confidently. I'm Hiko, he said. And he's right, I'm the biggest radiation ore dealer in the Divine Ravine ruins. Over 70% of the ore here passes through me. I guarantee top quality. No fakes. Honu, intrigued, said, fine. I'll need samples. 10,000 divine powers worth of each grade of ore. I want to run tests in the divine realm. Hiko nodded. No problem at all. Soon after, Honu stood within the divine ravine ruins, armed with 21 samples of radiant ores, which had cost him just 40,000 divine powers. He considered it a fair deal, but still, he had to test their effectiveness. Just then, a level 1 mutant beast emerged. It was clearly a wild wolf, but with signs of radiation-induced mutation. Its fur was patchy, its eyes wild, and its body carried traces of unstable energy. Honu immediately recognized this as a prime test subject. From what he recalled, these creatures had a lifespan of just 20 days unless they consumed radiation ore, which could prolong their lives and increase their strength. He nodded. Perfect timing. Turning to his familiar, he said, "Pikachu, advance." The wolf darted toward the ore on the ground, sniffed it briefly, then began licking it aggressively. Instantly, a horn sprouted from its forehead, and its body expanded with raw power, its very shape twisting. The transformation was rapid and unmistakable. It had evolved to level 2 with just a taste. Amazed, Honu threw in another ore. The wolf devoured it. Its body surged again, bones cracking, muscles bulging. In mere minutes, the beast had reached level 3. Honu's jaw tightened in awe. That fast? From level 1 to 3 in 10 minutes. If this works on wild beasts, what will happen if I use this on my familiars in the divine realm? But before he could plan further, the wolf exploded, unable to contain the unstable power. From the gore, a glowing red genin stone dropped onto the ground. Honu stared at it. A smirk crept across his face. This was only the beginning. The main character carefully analyzes the situation and acknowledges that radiation is indeed dangerous. Genetic mutations, especially those caused by this radiation, need to be handled with extreme caution. Some are even capable of exploding due to the unstable power within them. Given the obvious side effects, he proceeds with care. Among the debris, he notices a special item, the gene stone. However, he quickly realizes that this item requires level 3 authorization to be transported into the divine realm. According to its description, the gene stone induces mutation specifically in the teeth of familiars, making them significantly larger and longer. However, this enhancement comes with a price. It shortens the familiar's lifespan by 3 years. Just as he is processing this information, someone appears behind him. The stranger warns him coldly, "If you're smart, you'll hand over the gene stone and the other green stone. If not, you'll regret it." The protagonist turns around, and his eyes widen in disbelief. The person standing before him is none other than Gang, a demigod, and the father of the very first student he fought back in school. The MC silently thanks his luck for wearing a disguise mask at this moment. Trying to remain calm, he asks, "And if I don't hand them over?" Gang responds with a chilling threat. "Then you might die." With that, he summons several vicious wolves, ready to attack. Acting swiftly, Honu bites his own hand, triggering his black dragon transformation. The wolves hesitate, startled by the sudden power surge, but it's already too late. The MC lunges into action, attacking them one by one with deadly precision. Seeing his subordinates being taken down, Gang activates a powerful enhancement technique, the art of the God of Fury, and orders the wolf cavalry to charge again. The wolves resume their attack, but the MC leaps into the sky, flying above them and out of their reach. Confused, the wolves can only growl from the ground. Looking down, the MC mocks Gang. "What now, old man? Can't fly, can you?" Gang narrows his eyes, unimpressed. "You dare to show off with such cheap tricks?" He raises his hand and uses divine magic to forcefully drag the protagonist out of the sky. The MC crashes to the ground, shocked by the raw force of a demigod. It's clear now, these beings have far too many dangerous abilities. Realizing the odds are not in his favor, the MC begins to flee, with the wolves chasing close behind. In his escape, he notices a warning sign, "Do not approach." Curious and desperate, he heads straight for it. Seeing this, Gang orders his cavalry to halt. Only then does the MC understand why. The area ahead is swarming with bizarre mutant creatures, and they're already closing in on him. With no time to hesitate, he takes off running again. All these beasts seem like serious trouble, and at that moment, escape becomes the only logical plan. However, the mutants soon spot the wolves and turn their attention toward them. As chaos erupts, Gang retaliates with a powerful punch, wiping out the nearby beasts. Frustrated, he looks around, wondering, where did that brat go? Just then, he senses a strange and slightly terrifying aura. Choosing not to take the risk, he turns around and leaves. Meanwhile, the MC finally reaches a river. Gasping for air and dying of thirst, he kneels down to drink. But just as he does, a bizarre fish jumps out of the water. It has legs. Alarmed, the MC realizes that the river is also contaminated with radioactive waste. This entire area is far more dangerous than he expected. He quickly pulls out his map, trying to get a sense of direction, only to discover that he's completely lost. Suddenly, more mutants begin approaching. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. He's stuck here anyway, so he might as well gather more gene stones. He tosses some red stones toward the approaching monsters. As the creatures devour them, they immediately explode. The MC smiles slightly. So this is how you farm gene ores. Not too difficult after all. Time passes, and soon night falls. The MC starts to grow anxious. The forest is no place to be after dark. He decides it's safer to rest somewhere elevated and abandoned. Looking toward a distant mountain, he transforms into his black dragon form once again and flies toward the peak. Upon arrival, he sees what appears to be a crumbling, abandoned castle. Landing softly, he explores cautiously, knowing full well that wild beasts might be lurking inside. He spots some old papers scattered on the ground and begins to sense a strange energy coming from deeper within. Following the energy trail, he quietly observes a group of people in black cloaks performing a mysterious ritual. Confused, the MC whispers to himself, "What the hell are they doing?" One of the cloaked men speaks. Despite the God King being condemned for his failed investments, he still sacrificed hundreds of billions in divine power to make this ritual possible. "We must succeed. There is no time left. Begin the ceremony immediately." The night deepens. As the ritual continues, several stones are arranged into a massive magic circle. Suddenly, a blinding light shoots up from the castle into the sky. The circle expands until it becomes a colossal formation hovering above them. The participants rejoice. Their ritual worked. They've successfully tapped into the seal of the ancient civilization. The MC's heart races. He recalls information from the internet, claiming that this project site had been sealed off by the divine civilization due to extreme danger. Turns out, the rumors were true. The God King had been using the mutant beast farm as a cover while secretly developing this forbidden ritual to break the ancient seal. Seeing a rare opportunity, the MC inches closer. He knows that the ruins are restricted, only beings with divinity below 10 are allowed to enter. That likely excludes the God King, which might work in his favor. Suddenly, the beasts below begin looking toward the sky, sensing that something is coming. Suddenly, a warning notification appeared in the air, cold, mechanical, and unforgiving. It declared, "Unauthorized access detected." The individual attempting to unlock the seal is not recognized as a superior warrior of the Kamigawa civilization. Intruder status confirmed. Unlocking sequence suspended. Anti-theft protocol activated. Class 6 mutant, gamer, is being released. At the same time, another alert followed, stating that the formation had been obstructed. Worse, the source of the mutation had forcibly broken the seal and was now being suppressed. Those involved in the ritual instantly clutched their heads in pain, overwhelmed by the backlash. Honu, watching all this unfold, stood frozen in confusion. What the hell is happening? He wondered. Why is everyone reacting like this? At that moment, something emerged from the formation. A strange entity greeted the group with eerie cheerfulness, addressing them as lovely players. It introduced itself as the source of the mutation and thanked them for helping weaken the seal enough to set it free. "For your generous assistance," it said, "I shall grant you a gift. You will all become candidates to be my vessel." Panic instantly spread across the room. "Who the hell are you?" one cultist shouted. The green, glowing creature smiled and responded, "Unfortunately, only one among you can become the vessel. So, let's play a little game." As it stepped forward, its body radiated an ominous green light. It explained the rules of the game. Each participant would receive 10,000 units of high-purity radiation ore, which they could use on their familiars. The goal was to cultivate a mutant beast strong enough to defeat the Class 6 mutant beast, Gamer. One man angrily stood up and declared that he had no interest in becoming a vessel. He demanded to be released immediately and threatened to sever his familiars from the dominion of God, vowing to destroy the entire place. But as he tried to act, he realized, with rising panic, that he couldn't connect to the divine realm. Before he could process the situation, Gamer appeared and devoured him in an instant, fully manifesting in front of everyone. Taking the opportunity, Honu stepped forward politely. "Excuse me," he said, "I can't communicate with the divine realm either, so I can't summon any familiars for this test." Everyone turned to stare at him, stunned. "Who the hell is this kid?" they whispered. The source of the mutation chuckled. "You won't regret this mutation." It summoned a portal to the divine realm, shocking Honu. He hadn't expected that. The system had been designed to allow familiars to exit, not for himself to enter, which meant he had no way of escaping. 3 hours passed. One man sighed in frustration. "This is going terribly. Most of my familiars died after consuming the radiation ore. Less than 10% showed any improvement." Another added grimly, "Only about 20% of mine are even alive." Meanwhile, Honu looked rather pleased. "The decomposer is a treasure," he said. "It only cost me 100 million locusts to convert into 6,000 high-purity radiation crystals. Thanks to that, my mutant beast reached level 3. He knelt beside his familiar and whispered, "I'm counting on you. You've got great recovery abilities. Don't hold back, all these crystals are for you." 3 months later, the cultists were in disbelief. One of them muttered, "Is this kid even human?" All eyes turned toward Honu's monstrous creation, a mutated grasshopper named Chiang, which now stood ready to challenge the Class 6 mutant, Gamer. The source of the mutation was thrilled and called out to Gamer, signaling the start of the final test. The beast charged forward, devouring another familiar as if it were nothing. The green monster grinned. "Losers don't deserve to live." It gave the command, and Gamer began devouring the cultists, one by one. Screams echoed as they were consumed by the very creature they helped unleash. Now it was Honu's turn. He glanced at Chiang and sighed. "I had to sacrifice a lot of gene stones for this. You've undergone intense mutation, but now, your life expectancy is down to a single day. Show them what you're capable of." The green entity clapped gleefully. "Exciting! Gamer, attack!" The battle began. Chiang launched a barrage of strikes, triggering Gamer's rage. The massive beast retaliated with a crushing headbutt. Chiang immediately took flight, his body regenerating mid-air. But Gamer roared and activated a power of his own. "This is going to be good," the source of the mutation whispered, enjoying the show. The battle raged for a staggering 18 hours, until finally, Chiang stood victorious. "It was a glorious fight," the source of the mutation said, turning toward Honu. "You, my dear receptacle, are perfect." Honu froze. "What the hell are you talking about? Who's your operator? What are you planning to do with my body?" Without answering, the green creature began using its power. "From this moment on," it said, "we will share this body." Everything went black. When Honu opened his eyes again, he wasn't sure if he was dead. Then he saw it, a system screen flashing in front of him, status, Honu, source of the mutation, all attributes, displayed. What caught his attention wasn't the stats, it was the name. The system was now identifying him as the source of the mutation. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Is my dear receptacle awake?" "Who are you?" Honu asked, unsettled. "I am the source of the mutation," it replied. "A superior gene. Be grateful. Through parasitism, I've granted you power far beyond the limits of divine civilization. I've overwritten your growth acceleration ability, direct mutation suits us better. But don't worry. We are one now. You may call me Kamigawa. I don't care about all that. Just tell me how the hell I can get out of here." Honu snapped. "Simple," Kamigawa responded. "The seal has been broken. The guardian beast is dead. We are free." In the next moment, they were teleported to the same castle where it had all begun. But Kamigawa had one last warning. "There's one small issue. The breaking of the seal made quite a lot of noise. Many demigods and even true gods are now headed this way. You couldn't have told me that earlier." Honu shouted, starting to panic. Thinking quickly, he activated the blood arena coordinates. As an affiliate, it was his best shot at escape. Meanwhile, the demigods arrived at the now deserted castle. Feeling a strange aura, they barged in, shouting that they wanted the treasure. But there was nothing left. Gang, who was among them, noticed a strange grasshopper corpse. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Don't tell me, it was him." After that event, a mysterious figure storms into the castle, demanding to know who dared to steal his treasure. Furious, he orders his subordinates to continue broadcasting signals day and night in order to locate the missing seed. Meanwhile, back in the bloody arena, the main character discovers that teleportation costs a staggering 1 million units of divine power. This makes him wonder what would happen if he returned to school now. At that moment, the system suddenly appears. It informs him that it has been challenged by another divine being, an evil dragon. The system asks if he wishes to accept the challenge, warning that if he refuses 3 times or fails, he will lose his title as heir of the bloody arena. The MC finds this form of intimidation laughable and scoffs, asking if a beating is what they truly want, because he's ready to deliver it. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge and steps into the portal. A large screen lights up, warning all competitors to prepare. The crowd erupts with cheers and chants, claiming that the evil dragon will undoubtedly win. However, a segment of the audience rallies behind the MC's locust race, shouting for the bone controller to appear and make the dragon fear the power of the giant skeleton. Among the crowd, Honu hears someone place a massive bet, 500,000 units of divine power, on the dragon's victory. He laughs and warns them not to cry when they lose everything. The evil dragon, known as Palm, finds the situation amusing. He mocks the MC, saying his locusts rely on skeletons to cheat in battle. But this time, things would be different. He finally sees an opponent worthy of facing him. The MC wastes no time. He summons his swarm and commands, less talk, more action. Palm responds in kind, summoning an army of half-dragons. The battle between the dragons and locust men begins. However, Palm is unimpressed. He questions whether he's being underestimated and demands to see the skeletal army. Honu calmly responds, first, defeat the locusts. Only then will it be worth showing the skeletons. Infuriated, Palm orders his dragons to unleash their flames. The MC counters by shouting for his army to defend themselves and summons the celestial demon locust. This entity silently appears and begins launching devastating attacks on the dragons. In response, Palm summons a half-dragon hero, who begins firing arrows at the cursed locusts. Mocking his opponent, he claims their resistance is pointless, they're just locusts and will fall easily. Han Wu, however, is unbothered. In fact, this is part of his plan, to use them as sacrifices. He considers whether it's time to summon his army of demonic bulls, raising his hand in preparation to call upon the divine realm's forces. Suddenly, Kamiawa appears and interrupts, demanding how he can tolerate such humiliation. This causes him to second-guess his choice of operator. He asks what she means. The source of mutation steps forward, declaring that she wants to see the locusts teach the arrogant half-dragons a lesson. The MC admits that, unfortunately, the locusts are no match against dragons. But then, a green slime reminds him of a crucial point: they are not weak. After all, they devoured the 6th level grimoire. With the mutation source's power, there are no weak races, only races that accept self-destruction. She urges him to use the directional mutation ability she granted to eliminate this arrogant dragon once and for all. He calls one of his locusts forward, debating internally whether to follow this advice. Eventually, curiosity wins. He decides to test the ability. A yellow aura begins to emanate around them as the mutation source asks, in which direction should the familiars mutate? Honu examines his options and comments that this type of locust is perfect for tanking. He wants to make them more durable to replace fallen comrades. He is presented with 3 mutation paths. Armor mutation, the locust's body becomes thicker, enduring up to 10 times more physical damage. However, it reduces their lifespan by 50 days. Gland mutation, the glands begin secreting large amounts of mucus, greatly improving resistance to elemental attacks. This costs 90 days of lifespan. Total mutation increases both size and strength, sacrificing only 24 hours of lifespan. Realizing that the half-dragon's attacks are overwhelming and locusts are falling rapidly, he decides to take a risk and chooses the third option. Instantly, his imitated locust undergoes a dramatic transformation, becoming gigantic and launching a devastating charge that sends dragons flying with a single strike. Pleased with the outcome, the MC commands all of his imitated locusts to accept the mutation. One by one, they transform, their entire bodies changing. Even the demonic locusts undergo the same mutation, now capable of multiple rapid-fire attacks at high speed. Palm, witnessing this shocking development, is baffled. He questions if the army took steroids and demands the referee intervene, calling this blatant cheating. Honu laughs and orders all locust men to accept the mutation. The mutated locusts grow armor over their bodies and begin a ferocious assault on the half-dragons, forcing them into retreat. The MC then directs them to eliminate the half-dragon hero completely. Terrified, the hero falls to the ground and surrenders, begging for mercy. The crowd, enraged, shouts in disbelief. They had bet 500,000 divine power, and now they've lost everything. The MC, however, is delighted. He had warned them this would happen. With this stunning victory, he gains another fragment of the divine realm and earns a new mark in the bloody arena. Later, back in Honu's divine realm, he is rewarded with a special building from the bloody arena. This structure allows family members to enhance their abilities. Victors here may also be promoted. In rare cases, the guidance of the hero model can be bypassed, allowing a unique life form to be directly elevated to heroic status. He notices something odd. After defeating an heir, the chance of promotion has changed from extremely small to merely very small. Though still rare, it's a huge jump. He also observes that the core of his divine realm is glowing brighter than ever. The mutation source chuckles and asks why he's surprised by something so small. Compared to his true potential, she says, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Honu agrees with the chief's assessment, saying he's absolutely right, and that the divine realm will only continue to improve from here. Kamiyawa nods and affirms this as well, but then suddenly commands him to kneel. The demand stresses him out, and though he obeys, a dark thought brews inside. Once I become strong enough, I'll kill that filthy green slime. Seeking greater power, he activates his life sacrifice ability to see what kind of reward he'll receive this time. 3 options appear before him. Level for relic, Armor of Temperance. Once charged in the core of the divine domain, this relic allows the clan to summon the armor when needed. Level 3 building, the Observatory. When built in the divine realm, this structure allows for clear surveillance of areas up to 10,000 kilometers away. The Book of Flesh Puppet Production. This book teaches how to use the flesh and blood of powerful creatures to craft puppets with incredible biological traits. However, the strength and abilities of each puppet are fixed upon creation and cannot be enhanced. Han Wu finds the third option fascinating. Intrigued by the potential, he chooses the Book of Flesh Puppet Production, eager to see what kind of upgrade he'll receive this time. Half a year passes within the divine realm, just 10 days in the outside world. Han Wu reflects on the investment, 10 million units of divine power. But the result? Absolutely worth it. Just one glance at his new creation makes his eyes shine with pride. He estimates that the flesh puppet's strength rivals that of a top-tier heroic life form. It's also exceptionally resilient, like a ferocious wolf. Pleased, he names this new member of his army Chiang. Now, he feels ready to face the real challenge. He contacts his grandfather to inform him that he has officially enrolled in the Imperial University of the West. However, he assures him not to worry. He still plans to visit Chaos Star University to investigate his father's disappearance. 3 days later, Han Wu arrives at Imperial University. He is stunned by the grandeur of the place and asks himself if this really is the best university available. Even the passers-by on the streets emit demigod-level auras, more than half of them, in fact. Just then, a man approaches and asks, "Are you Han Wu, the reserve student from the Imperial University?" Han Wu nods and replies, "Yes, that's me." The man greets him warmly and explains that he's been sent to escort him. He politely asks Han Wu to follow him to the aircraft that will take him to his accommodations. Intrigued, Han Wu follows, and they soon take off into the skies. After a short flight, they arrive at the dormitory. Han Wu curiously asks where the other students are. To his surprise, the professor informs him that this entire place is just for him. Han Wu is taken aback. This level of extravagance seems too much for a simple student like him. Before leaving, the man wishes him a restful night and reminds him to be on time the next morning. Feeling the pressure of the powerful talent around him, Han Wu quickly begins absorbing divinity, knowing he'll need every advantage to keep up. The next day, as he walks through the campus halls, he hears gossip. Students are talking about a newly transferred student, calling him trash, claiming that real students pass the selection process without needing backdoor entries. Hearing this makes Han Wu uneasy. Clearly, there are people already trying to bring him down. As he continues walking, a woman suddenly approaches him stealthily. She asks if he's Han Wu and introduces herself as Lena, the teacher in charge of the reserve student class. She offers to take him to the classroom. Once inside, she calls the class to order. One of the students, Chinuang, who also attends the same university, stands up and shouts his name in surprise. The rest of the class begins murmuring in confusion. They wonder what's going on. Why would the goddess of the class be familiar with a boy who supposedly got in through a back door? The teacher quickly re-establishes order. She informs everyone that the new student's name is Han Wu, and that he previously attended the same school as Chinuang. A skeptical student immediately questions why Han Wu was admitted into the reserve class. Lena answers with a sharp tone. She admits she doesn't know what exactly Han Wu learned in other schools, but makes one thing absolutely clear: in her class, students must raise their hand before speaking. And if anyone doesn't understand her lessons, she will personally make sure they learn, her intense gaze leaving no room for argument. The student immediately backs down, frightened, and apologizes for speaking out of turn. She forgives him but warns the class not to repeat the mistake. Then she turns to Han Wu and says, "If you're curious, ask him yourself how he earned his place here." Zuti, careful not to irritate the teacher, politely asks Han Wu if he could explain how he got into the reserve class. He also expresses his wish to challenge him, to test whether he truly deserves to be there. Han Wu raises his hand and calmly replies, "I'll have to decline." The refusal sends a wave of outrage through the class. Zuti explodes in anger, calling him trash for not having the courage to accept a simple challenge. The rest of the students join in, calling him a coward. Just then, Chinuang slams her hand on the desk, silencing everyone. She scolds the class, defending Han Wu. "He has never provoked anyone," she says firmly. "So why are you all slandering him without even knowing who he is?" Han Wu simply watches the scene unfold. He expected this. No matter where Chinuang goes, it seems like she always ends up surrounded by a pack of barking dogs. Moments after the teacher leaves the classroom, a group of students begins heading toward Han Wu's desk with unfriendly intent. But before they can get too close, Chinuang steps in front of him, blocking their path. "What are you doing?" she asks firmly. "If you're trying to intimidate someone, then you'll have to go through me first." The students respond coldly, telling her that this has nothing to do with her. One of them looks past her and calls out to Han Wu directly. "If you have any courage at all, then stop hiding behind a woman." Taking a deep breath, Han Wu calmly rises from his seat. At that moment, Zudi steps forward with a sneer on his face. He mocks Han Wu, calling him a mere transfer student who used backdoor methods to get in. In his eyes, Han Wu isn't even qualified to study alongside them. He tells him to leave the reserve class willingly, or be beaten out of it. Han Wu turns to Chinuang and mutters, "Must be tough studying with this bunch of idiots." Chinuang sighs, admitting, "They're usually not like this. I don't know why they're acting this way toward you." Han Wu is amused. Good, he thinks. That means she doesn't know them well enough to feel guilty when she beats them down. But she quickly warns him not to underestimate Zudi. His main relative is a rare, naturally elite Iron Man, a powerful summon that even her Thunder Sparrow might not be able to handle. Unbothered, Han Wu replies, "If you're worried about seeing them get hurt, that's fine." But Chinuang surprises him. "I don't care," she says bluntly. Zudi, overhearing, growls, "Did I hear that right? You think you'll hurt me? I could wipe a rookie like you off the map with just a few of my relatives." He then proposes they settle the matter properly, at the training field. As they walk to the arena, Chinuang watches Han Wu closely, wondering why he's being so stubborn. She thinks to herself, "How can I help him without damaging his pride?" When they arrive, the system activates and politely prompts them to select a battle format. The options are displayed: Heroic Battle, Extraordinary Battle, Elite Battle, Legion Battle, 5 vs. 5, 10 vs. 10. Han Wu looks through the list and smiles. "Let's go with 10 against 10. It's the perfect time to test my 10 strongest relatives." Zudi looks at him in disbelief. Is this guy arrogant, or just clueless? He expected him to pick something more conservative, like a Legion battle. Instead, Han Wu chose the most direct clash. Then, in front of everyone, Han Wu begins summoning his flesh puppets. The sight of them shocks the entire room. Zudi's eyes widen. What the hell are those? While they exude the aura of heroic life forms, there's something undeniably unnatural about them. Realizing that he can't afford to be careless, especially in front of his goddess Chinuang, Zudi decides to get serious. He summons his Iron Men, a formation so powerful that even Lord-level warriors would struggle against it. Outside the arena, Chinuang watches the live battle unfold on a large screen. Her eyes are locked onto Han Wu's side. When did he get these relatives? She wonders aloud. Next to her, another student uses a battle analysis eye and confirms they're puppets. Heroic life-grade puppets. But how's he controlling so many at once? More whispers break out among the spectators. Some are stunned by how expensive these creations must be. 10 heroic-grade puppets, just one costs nearly 30 million divine power, a student mutters. Maybe he got in because of money. Chinuang frowns, her thoughts spiraling. He has no background, no support, how could he afford this? But she shakes her head. No point thinking about it now. I'll just watch, and ask later. The battle begins. Zudi commands his Iron Men to launch a full assault, delivering massive, power-charged punches toward the flesh puppets. He taunts, let's see how long before those freaks turn into toothpaste. But Han Wu smirks. What's wrong? Already tired. Zudi is confused. But when he looks at the arena, he's stunned. His Iron Men are being effortlessly overpowered. One by one, they're getting punched down, overwhelmed by the unnatural power and precision of the flesh puppets. The Iron Men are forced into full defense mode. The students gasp. What are those monsters? They're not just resisting, they're counterattacking, copying the Iron Men's moves and even injuring them. Chinuang's eyes widen in disbelief. He's so much stronger than before. Back in the arena, Han Wu casually leans back and asks, hey little girl, still want to continue? Zudi grits his teeth in rage. I haven't even used my trump card yet, he roars, ordering his Iron Men to merge. Han Wu bursts into laughter. What's next? You gonna transform into a truck? You watched too many Transformers as a kid. The merging process completes. The Iron Men now stand fused into a single massive figure, shining so brightly that Han Wu winces. Ooh, too shiny. Gross. Explosions ripple across the field as the transformation finalizes. The giant robot looms over the battlefield. Zudi laughs maniacally. Scared yet? This is my masterpiece, 10 times the power of a regular Iron Man. Let's end this. Die already. The robot charges at full speed, swinging at all of Han Wu's puppets simultaneously. Zudi yells, now I'll show you the real power of a reserve-class warrior from the greatest university in the world. Han Wu chuckles. You call that strong? Zudi snarls and gives him an ultimatum. I'll give you one last chance. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness, I might spare the rest of your clan. He raises a hand and begins a countdown. 10, 9, as Zudi's countdown ends, Han Wu casually speaks up and says, 0. He smirks, clearly eager to see what happens next. Zudi grits his teeth in frustration. Fine. But don't blame me for what happens next. Yet before he can even begin his attack, a chilling scene unfolds. All of Han Wu's flesh puppets suddenly begin to regenerate, healing their injuries as if nothing had happened. Then, in perfect unison, they leap into action. The monstrous puppets assault the massive armored robot, biting into its joints and ripping out cables from within its metal frame. The spectators watch in horror as the fight turns brutally one-sided. The battle quickly devolves into a massacre. Even the robot's head is torn clean off, crashing to the ground in a heap of scrap metal. Zudi collapses to his knees, screaming, "This is impossible." Meanwhile, Han Wu calmly steps out of the portal, completely unscathed, the undisputed victor. Just as Chinuang is about to say something, someone else calls out, "Grasshopper boy!" Han Wu turns and sees a young man rushing toward him with open arms. The man hugs him tightly and says, "I knew you'd pass the entrance test. I told them you wouldn't disappoint me after I recommended you." Han Wu freezes for a second, confused. Then he realizes it's Xian Meng, the same person who once looked like a rugged warrior. But now he looks decades younger. How the hell do you look so young? Han Wu asks. Laughing, Xian Meng explains, "I just shaved my beard. My old look scared off all the girls." Other students overhear the conversation and their expressions change instantly. Realizing their mistake, they begin to apologize, admitting that they wrongly accused Han Wu of using backdoor connections. Now they know he was actually personally recommended. Han Wu smiles lightly. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Xian Meng then steps forward with a much firmer tone. "I'm a first year at Imperial University and Han Wu's official protector. Anyone who messes with him Will have to deal with me. He then invites Han Wu to follow him, saying he wants to introduce him to a few friends. After climbing a flight of stairs, Xian Meng gestures to 2 other students. The first is a well-mannered young man who introduces himself. I'm Zine, a freshman at the academy. Pleasure to meet you. Next to him is a confident girl. My name is Yeling, she says with a smile. Is it true you beat Xian Meng in the arena? Han Wu scratches his head. I am just a rookie here. Beating your friend was pure luck. But Yeling waves off his modesty. Having luck is also a kind of strength. She quickly shifts the topic and reveals something important. We found out the next class for reserve students will be a survival simulation in Outland, the zombie city. It's a low-level secret realm. She then gives Han Wu a small request. While you're there, could you bring something back for us? Han Wu raises an eyebrow. You 3 are demigod-level students. Why would you need help from a novice like me? Yeling chuckles. Come on. Don't be so modest. You're nothing like a novice. She explains further. Zombie City is a special training area restricted by university regulations. Only reserve students can enter. We can't. Xian Meng nods in agreement. That's true. If I could go, I'd flatten that city. Zine laughs beside him. Yeling then adds one more detail. Inside that secret realm exists an extremely rare item, the wisdom fruit. It helps non-human races raise their intelligence, though each fruit costs 1 divine point to claim. Han Wu listens carefully. Divine points. I really need those. With that in mind, he agrees to help them out. Before parting, Yeling hands him a seed and says, take this. It'll be very useful in your upcoming class. That night, Han Wu lies on his bed, reflecting. If I can gather 6 divine points, I can perform the demigod ascension ritual. He recalls his teacher's explanation. 6 points is the minimum requirement to start the ceremony. But there's a catch. A demigod with only 6 points is considered a hybrid and can only merge with lower-level divine authorities in the future. That's why students at Imperial University rarely stop at 6. They continue gathering divine points to maximize their future potential. She explained that after 6 points, each new point requires even more divine energy. The 7th point needs 2 divine points. The 8th point requires 3. And so on, up to a maximum of 10 divine points. A demigod who ascends at 10 points has the highest possible potential and can eventually merge with 5 different divine authorities. Han Wu is amazed. So much valuable information. He also realizes that his teacher has high hopes for him. And so, with determination in his heart, he resolves to earn every divine point he needs, no matter what it takes. A few days later, one of the students casually approaches Han Wu and asks if he's heard the news. The next major class will be a supernatural survival simulation inside a low-level secret realm known as the Zombie Tower. Apparently, some of the senior students have already started buying up resources that novices usually gather from that place. Before Han Wu can process it all, Zudi shows up and throws out a bold challenge. Let's make a bet, he says. Han Wu raises an eyebrow. What kind of bet? Zudi smirks. Whoever gets the highest score in the simulation wins. If I win, you'll stay away from Qinyuan. But if you win, I'll stop having any improper thoughts about her. Han Wu is dumbfounded. Seriously? Do you have something against the principal? Because I can't figure out how someone like you even made it into the university with that level of brainpower. He doesn't hold back. Whether you have improper thoughts or not, it doesn't even matter. She doesn't like you anyway. But Zudi doesn't care. That doesn't matter to me. As long as you stay away from her, I'm willing to pay any price. Just then, Qinyuan walks up, having overheard the conversation. Did I hear that right? She asks. You'll stop bothering me if Han Wu wins. Zudi looks frustrated but nods. Yes, but I really like you. Why won't you give me a chance? She crosses her arms. Just answer the question. Defeated, Zudi mutters, yes. If Han Wu beats me, I'll give up. Turning to Han Wu, Qinyuan urges him to accept the bet. It'll help me, she says. Han Wu hesitates. But aren't we all geniuses here? You can't blame me if I lose. She replies with confidence, that's fine. I know you'll win. At that moment, their teacher arrives and gathers the class. Is everyone ready? She asks. You should already be aware of the information. This time, it's a supernatural survival simulation. That means it will be more difficult than the secondary classes. With that, the simulation begins. The system announces Outer Realm Survival Simulation activated. To avoid alerting the Outer Realm's consciousness, all Divine Realm-related services are temporarily suspended. Gods will be affected by the aura of the Outer Realm and reduced to the state of ordinary humans. The leaderboard for point accumulation is now open. Then comes the scenario introduction, Zombie City, a beautiful yet dangerous place. Its hospitable zombie residents welcome newcomers by kindly ripping out their brains and feasting on them. Each night, they throw a gruesome carnival of death. Back in the simulation, the students begin to panic. They're starving but soon realize their spatial rings aren't opening, despite being full of food. Manhwa considers the situation. These students are all deities. Normally, they could go without food for 10 days or even half a month. But now, with all divine artifacts suppressed, it's clear that this limitation is part of the survival challenge. Thankfully, Manhwa confirms that his two most vital skills, directional mutation and life sacrifice, still function. That's enough to stay alive. He tells Chinuang he wants to explore the city. She agrees, slamming her hand on the ground to summon a massive bird. Let's go together. But Manhwa waves her off. Not necessary. Transforming into his dragon form, he takes off into the sky. Chinuang quickly mounts her bird, and the two soar across the city together. Soon, they land in the middle of town. To their surprise, the city appears fully intact, complete with buildings, cafes, and restaurants. Suddenly, Chinuang's stomach growls loudly. Manhwa bursts into laughter. Don't laugh, she snaps, embarrassed. Still chuckling, Manhwa says, let's check out the restaurant. Maybe they've got something good. They head inside, where a bearded man greets them and offers a menu. Manhwa explains, we're travelers from another city. Unfortunately, we're out of money. But the owner's expression darkens. He pulls out a weapon, growling, beggars. Get out of here. You think you're Jiangshi, wandering the streets at night. Chinuang clenches her fists, furious, but Manhwa stops her. Calm down. We're just humans right now. If we get shot, that's it. Then he remembers something. Yelling had given him a strange seed, saying it would be useful in this realm. He reaches into his pouch and shows it to the bearded owner. Would this interest you? Instantly, the man's demeanor changes. His eyes widen in shock. I didn't expect to see something like this. He bows slightly and says, please, would you sell it to me? I'll offer 10 gold coins right now. After securing the deal for the rare seed, Manhwa tells the restaurant owner to first prepare some food for him and Chinuang since they are starving. The man agrees without hesitation, and soon, the table is filled with an impressive amount of food that leaves both of them amazed. As they eat, Manhwa seizes the opportunity to gather more information about the city. The bearded owner begins explaining. This place is a magical city, he says. Welcome to Jiang City, where humans and monsters coexist. Humans here hunt zombies for resources and profit. But be warned, these zombies feast on human brains. Every night, hordes of them roam the streets, chasing any living creature they can find. Sometimes, they even break into homes. He adds that surviving in this place requires more than just strength. People use swords, firearms, magical plants, and other items. Referring to the seed Manhwa showed earlier, he explains that it appears to be a Tier 3 magical plant, something quite valuable. For this reason, the owner continues, please sell it to me. Manhwa grows thoughtful. The whole setting feels eerily familiar to him. After all, he used to be a top player in his past life, and this scenario resembles a game he once dominated. He recalls that Tier 1 plants are equivalent to ordinary life forms, while Tier 3 plants possess power close to extraordinary creatures. Chinuang then asks how they could obtain more seeds like that. The owner answers honestly, you can buy them from the town shop, though they're expensive. Otherwise, you'll have to kill zombies, but they're not easy prey, they're strong and aggressive. Manhwa realizes how dangerous it is to remain outside at night, especially in a place like this. They need to find shelter immediately. The restaurant owner suggests two options: either stay at an inn or visit the mayor's office to purchase a property, which would make them official residents of the town. Regardless of their decision, he warns them not to be out after nightfall. Intrigued by the idea of owning a home, Manhwa and Chinuang decide to go check with the mayor. But just before they leave, another student bursts into the restaurant asking for food. The owner's reaction is immediate. He screams at the intruder and fires a shot, hitting the boy in the hand. The student panics, clutching his wound as the system interface shows a brutal penalty, -500 points. Chinuang turns pale and thanks Han Wu for stopping her earlier when she wanted to argue with the owner. If he could shoot someone without hesitation, she might have ended up the same way. Soon after, they arrive at the mayor's office, where the mayor evaluates their magical seeds. One is worth 321 coins, the other 160. He informs them that the cheapest property in the city costs 200 coins. Chinuang looks troubled, she doesn't have enough money. But Han Wu reassures her, "Don't worry, I've got some extra. I'll cover it." Then the mayor presents another offer, "You two could also purchase a house together. It's one of the most beautiful properties we have. Fully furnished. Includes a private pool. Price, 350 coins. They're both stunned by how luxurious it is and agree instantly. But the mayor suddenly mentions a condition. Because this is a traditional town, he says, houses purchased jointly by a man and a woman are only allowed if the two are married. So, would you like to get married? Both of them freeze, faces turning red in embarrassment. Sensing their hesitation, the mayor asks again, "So, are you two unwilling to become husband and wife?" If that's the case, I'm afraid the town won't approve the joint ownership. Chinuang struggles to respond, clearly flustered. Han Wu opens his mouth to say something, but before he can, she blurts out, "It's fine. We'll get married." The mayor, thrilled, congratulates them. "You're a perfect match," he says, handing them a registration form. Once filled, the two are officially considered married in the town's records. As a gift, the mayor gives them 130 pea seeds and 50 copper flower seeds, along with the key to their new home. As they leave, Chinuang turns to Han Wu, clearly still embarrassed. "Let's get one thing straight. I only said yes because of the situation. Don't take it seriously." Han Wu bursts out laughing. "I understand." Her face darkens in frustration at his carefree attitude. Still, thanks to acquiring property and becoming official residents, the system awards both of them 1,000 points, placing them at the top of the leaderboard. They soon arrive at their new house, and it is stunning. Han Wu can't hide his amazement. The mansion is grand, lavish, and more luxurious than he ever imagined. But Chinuang is unimpressed. "It's nothing compared to my real house," she says casually before heading upstairs. "I'm going to shower and rest. I'm exhausted." Left alone, Han Wu decides to inspect the pea seeds and copper flower seeds they were gifted. Curious about their abilities, he plants them immediately. After about an hour, he takes a walk through the house and heads toward her room, ready to share what he learned about the plant's special traits. Later that night, Han Wu goes to share his findings with Chinuang, but as soon as he opens her door, he finds her standing in nothing but her underwear. Completely flustered, he tries to apologize, insisting it was unintentional, but before he can finish, she kicks him out of the room without hesitation. Standing outside, Han Wu tries to distract himself, thinking aloud about how fast the seeds grew. If they grow that quickly, he mutters, they must be incredibly powerful. Just then, Chinuang walks out and hears him. Startled, he turns bright red. Noticing this, she becomes suspicious and asks why he's blushing. Han Wu tries to brush it off, saying, "It's nothing." But both know exactly why, and she's dying of embarrassment. Still, she firmly states that there was nothing to see back in her room and insists he forgets what happened. Before the awkwardness can continue, a strange noise echoes nearby. Chinuang immediately uses her light technique to illuminate the area, revealing a horde of zombies approaching, each of them hungry and mindlessly charging forward. Han Wu, now focused, takes this as the perfect opportunity to test the power of the plants. "Fire at will," he commands. However, when the pea plants launch their attacks, they barely budge the zombies, which leaves him disappointed. The plant's attack power is far weaker than expected. Realizing he needs an edge, Han Wu activates his darkness attribute bonus, instantly amplifying the plant's power. The mutated plants grow larger and stronger, and this time, when they fire, the zombies begin to fall one after another. With each kill, Han Wu earns points and occasional item drops. However, he soon realizes that using dark energy is mentally exhausting, and with the horde increasing, they're still in trouble. Chinuang urges him to act fast. She reveals that Suti, another player, has already reached 300 points, surpassing them. If they don't do something soon, they'll fall behind. Han Wu starts analyzing the plants. If they're reliving beings, then they should possess genes capable of mutation. With that idea in mind, he activates his directional mutation ability, triggering for evolutionary paths. Range mutation extends the attack distance. Firing speed mutation increases rate of fire. Multiple head variant allows one plant to shoot from several tips. Root mutation enlarges the root system for stability and strength. Excited by the possibilities, Han Wu applies all for mutations. The pea plants begin to transform dramatically, becoming deadlier and more aggressive. The battlefield quickly changes as these mutant plants start massacring zombies with ease. Just then, a new zombie appears, larger and fiercer. It carries a flag, which it hurls at the plants with all its strength. However, the projectile misses. The zombie stands confused, unable to understand what went wrong, then it's ripped apart by the mutated pea shooters. Turns out, Han Wu had already snatched the flag and now claims it proudly. Remembering the copper flower plants, Han Wu decides to mutate those too. Two options appear: multiple production speeds up coin generation. Absorption mutation increases the radius for absorbing dead air. He chooses both, thrilled by the idea of collecting more coins quickly. Chinuang, watching the leaderboard, is ecstatic. She's now surpassed Suti. Meanwhile, Suti is fuming, having dropped to second place. But Suti isn't one to lose quietly. In retaliation, he uses his level for plant, the dragon grass seed. Within 2 hours, a giant dragon emerges from the seed. With a single breath of fire, it annihilates dozens of zombies, skyrocketing his points to 1,610, overtaking Han Wu. Furious, Suti mocks Han Wu, calling him a bastard without parents, claiming that a lowlife like him stands no chance against a descendant of a god. You'll lose miserably, he sneers. Morning arrives. The sun blazes through, and the remaining zombies are vaporized, unable to survive in daylight. Chinuang sits on a pile of coins, impressed by their progress. She asks how the plants became so powerful so quickly. Han Wu explains that he used a special ability called directional mutation, allowing him to artificially evolve living organisms. Chinuang is stunned, admitting the ability is powerful, if a little unnatural. Still, despite their gains, they're falling behind. Suti now has 201,000 points, while Han Wu sits at 128,000. But Chinuang remains hopeful. It's only the beginning, she says. We'll sell some of these plants and buy better ones. As night falls again, their plants have reached levels 2 and 3. Chinuang stands on the rooftop, observing the approaching enemies. This isn't good, she warns. A horde of level 3 night zombies is closing in, and among them are terrifying level for violent dancer zombies. Han Wu is stunned. Is that really a level for dancer zombie? He doesn't know how they'll survive. Chinuang shares the same concern. What now? She asks. Thinking quickly, Han Wu orders, turn off the lights. Silence everything. Zombies are attracted to light and sound. Maybe we can stay hidden. They shut down everything in the mansion, plunging it into complete darkness. Soon, the horde wanders right past them, heading toward the house next door, the Miss Sar's place. Seeing them distracted, Han Wu suggests using this chance to rack up more points. Chinuang agrees and summons a light energy ball, hurling it at the unsuspecting zombies. The plants follow up with a barrage of attacks, wiping out those that try to retaliate. A mounted zombie charges at high speed, but it's obliterated by a boxing plant before reaching them. Amid the chaos, Han Wu notices something odd. Suti's score is still climbing rapidly, nearly a 100,000 point lead. How is he gaining points so fast, he wonders. Just then, a mocking laugh echoes behind him. A familiar voice taunts him, scared of how fast I'm evolving. It's Qingyan, casually eating soft tofu while watching the battle unfold. Zombies leap toward his residence, but they're quickly mowed down by oak archers, gunning down every threat with brutal precision. Qingyan gets fired up. Come on. Bring me more zombies. I'm taking first place tonight. Han Wu sighs. He's an idiot. Chinuang glances at him. Is that jealousy I hear? He replies, if I lose, you'll never hear the end of it from that fool Suti. But there's no time to argue. The level for Dancer Zombie approaches, and this time, it's brought 2 more to help. As the 3 level 4 zombies began approaching the mansion, Han Wu immediately noticed the situation worsening. He pointed out that the dancing zombie had broken through the defense line of that idiotic opponent. The zombie, unaware of the trap laid out before it, casually stepped forward, only to be flung through the air by a spring bean trap. Han Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as the level 4 zombie was launched directly into their territory. In a panic, Han Wu shouted for the pea shooters to unleash their full power on the approaching threat. The plants responded, rapidly firing at the zombie. But the dancer simply laughed off the attacks. His defense was too high for low-level plants to damage him. Qinuang immediately suggested they retreat into the mansion, noting that the current plants wouldn't stand a chance against such a strong enemy. But Han Wu stood firm. If they retreated now, it would mean certain defeat. Instead, he made a bold decision, transforming into his draconic form. He charged at the enemy and landed a clean, powerful punch. Yet to his surprise, it barely did any damage. Now taking the fight seriously, he declared he would prove himself in the name of his idol, Ralph. With that, he unleashed his machine gun combo, a rapid flurry of attacks. The final blow was so powerful that the zombie's head snapped off and hit the ground. A system notification appeared. You have defeated a level 4 dancer zombie. Rewards: level 4 seed, crocodile shoes, tap dance record, and 500 points. Despite the victory, Han Wu was frustrated. The fight had been intense. He'd nearly dislocated his shoulder, and all he got was 500 points. Elsewhere, a mysterious girl was observing him through binoculars. She was surprised at how well she could see the battle, but noted she couldn't check Han Wu's player ranking. Her friend took the binoculars, nodding in agreement. Both realized Han Wu had joined forces with the famous goddess of the reserve class. Intrigued by his progress, the girl expressed interest in whether Han Wu would be able to retrieve the Fruit of Wisdom, a rare and valuable item only obtainable through deeper exploration of the zombie city. If Han Wu thought this city was only for growing plants and killing zombies, then he might miss out on such treasures. Smirking, she declared her desire to beat Lena and earn full viewing rights. Suddenly, their teacher arrived, overhearing the conversation. Surprised, she asked who they were betting on. They hesitated but eventually admitted it was Han Wu. Lena was intrigued and offered to take them somewhere better, granting them access to the official viewing room. There, she projected a giant screen, broadcasting Han Wu's journey through the zombie city in real time. Back on the battlefield, Han Wu, still in his draconic form, commanded the explosive pea shooters to fire continuously. As bullets and energy blasts lit up the night, he flew above to avoid the chaos. Watching the display, Meng remarked that the firepower of those pea shooters was comparable to second-order plants, an impressive achievement. The girl watching finally understood why Mammoth had lost to Han Wu. He was simply too powerful. Still, she remained puzzled. Why would third-level zombies attack his territory when the current setup shouldn't even attract enemies of that tier? Just then, another spring trap activated, launching zombies straight into Han Wu's area. The spectators commented that the tactic seemed a little dirty. Intentionally throwing enemies into another zone felt more like intimidation than defense. They began questioning who could be sponsoring such powerful reserve students. The teacher answered calmly, that student is named Qingnian. And no, he's not sponsored by anyone. The onlookers were shocked. How could someone be that powerful without any external support? Yelling, now visibly annoyed, criticized the state of the reserve class. To him, it was full of misfits who lacked both dignity and common sense. He was also baffled at how someone like Sudi could rank so much higher than Qingnian or even Han Wu. Curious, he requested to see Sudi's setup. The screen shifted to Sudi. His draconic plant was decimating hordes of zombies with ease. He appeared smug and full of confidence, openly challenging Han Wu to surpass him. The viewers were stunned. That's the fire dragon plant, someone said. They immediately realized Sudi was being sponsored by Shang Jun, a notorious figure known for slaughtering competitors in the zombie city to acquire high-level resources. Lena confirmed it. Sudi had signed a private deal. In exchange for Shang Jun's support, he was required to hand over 70% of the resources he earned. Everyone watching was appalled. Then, Shang Jun himself appeared, mocking them for gossiping behind someone's back. He deduced they were there to monitor a reserve student and smugly asked if they'd like to place a bet whose sponsored student would finish with the higher ranking. Meng dismissed the idea, stating that the bet was now meaningless. After all, they knew Sudi wasn't competing on his own strength. Shang Jun grew furious, insulting them for being cowards and mocking their useless club, despite them attending one of the best universities in the divine civilization. He couldn't understand how such weaklings could exist in the same year as him. Mammoth, enraged by Shang Jun's insults, prepared to charge forward, but his friend quickly stopped him. She understood that this provocation was happening right in front of a teacher, and reacting violently could bring consequences. Calmly, she declared that the so-called useless club existed to support students from poor backgrounds, helping them gather resources and survive. Then, with unwavering confidence, she accepted the bet, deciding to see which preparatory student would achieve the highest score. Song Jun smirked, only asking one thing, "Will you bet 10 divinity points?" Without hesitation, Yelling agreed. Lena, acting as the witness, reminded them both there would be no turning back or crying over the outcome. Meng, uneasy, asked if they were truly going through with this, especially knowing how powerful Sudi had become thanks to his sponsorship. But Yelling stood firm. She knew the sponsorship they had given Hanwoo was just as valuable. The teacher chimed in with one last warning: if Hanwoo was the first to uncover the truth behind the zombie city, he would have a tremendous advantage. As the second day of survival arrived, Hanwoo received an additional 2,000 points. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, barely able to move. Chinuang commented on how well he was doing and offered to clean up the battlefield. She added that they were lucky Hanwoo's unique skill from the estranged world remained intact, or they would have lost the fight the previous night. Smiling, Hanwoo playfully called her his dear wife. Annoyed, she kicked him and barked, "What the hell are you saying?" Hanwoo, still grinning, told her not to be so violent, it wasn't good for their relationship. She rolled her eyes and walked away. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. It was Ching. Smirking and mocking their flirting. She sneered, noting that even without trying too hard, Hanwoo was only in third place. She quickly checked the rankings and gasped. The gap between him and the top had grown to over 200,000 points. "What are you going to do?" she asked urgently. Hanwoo grinned. "Everything is under control," he said with confidence. He then insulted the top player in a crude way, saying, "That thing between his legs is about to snap." Ching was disgusted. "You're gross," she muttered. Offended, the boy at the top ranking fired back, warning that he'd leave several special gifts in Hanwoo's mansion that night. Hanwoo simply waved him off, until something on the ground caught his eye. It was a level 4 seed, specifically, an enchanted mushroom. This rare plant emitted a hypnotic gas capable of brainwashing zombies, making them attack their own allies. Even more terrifying, any zombie that ate it would be completely converted into the mushroom's puppet. Beside it was another treasure, the 4th-order corn cannon, a high-powered weapon capable of instantly destroying 3rd-level zombies and dealing devastating area damage. Hanwoo was stunned. These two plants alone had the potential to dramatically turn the tide. One created zombie puppets, the other acted like a mortar launcher. Both were perfect for harvesting massive points. Chinuang suggested they head to the store to sell off the night's loot and buy high-level seeds. Hanwoo agreed, once again teasingly calling her wife, but quickly corrected himself, opting to say her name instead. Flustered, she wondered aloud why he didn't just stick to calling her wife, since it was clearly on the tip of his tongue. An hour passed, and they exited the store. Hanwoo expressed disappointment over the tap dance record dropped by the level 4 zombie, thinking it was a rare treasure. But the shop didn't even want it. Chinuang explained that last night's earnings had brought in 243 gold coins, which wasn't bad at all. Plus, the shopkeeper mentioned that the mayor, a collector of melee weapons, might be interested in trading for the pole weapon they had. Hanwoo playfully replied, "Whatever the lady of the Han family says goes." She quickly corrected him, saying it should be the Chin family, as he would eventually inherit her name. He grinned again. "If we were at the Chin mansion, wouldn't that make me the son-in-law instead?" Infuriated, she accused him of taking advantage of the situation. Hanwoo raised his hands and yelled, "No domestic violence here." Soon after, they visited the mayor's residence. Mayor Schwarzenegger admired the weapon they brought and offered to let them choose from his collection. Hanwoo scanned the room until his eyes locked on a beautiful sword. The moment he touched it, he felt a deep resonance in his dragon blood. This sword was calling to him. He declared, "I want this one." The mayor nodded. It was an excellent choice. But the pole weapon alone wasn't enough. He asked what else Hanwoo had to offer. Hanwoo replied that he still had the tap dance record and 2 third-level seeds. The mayor dismissed the record as worthless, but was intrigued by the seeds. He then added a helpful tip: while the tap dance record meant nothing to him, his neighbor, the former dance queen of the city, might treasure it. Hanwoo thanked him for the information and suggested they go meet Chinuang's mother. As they walked, they passed in front of Sudi's residence, marveling at how lavish and grand it was. Sudi, spotting them, taunted Han Wu. The gap between them was growing, and he was now in first place while Han Wu had slipped to third. He mocked him, suggesting he should just admit defeat and, maybe then, he'd allow Han Wu to study her with the goddess of the study hall. Unfazed, Han Wu wrapped his arm around Qinyuan and said loudly, "Wife, is this idiot your friend?" Qinyuan coldly replied that she had no idea who Sudi was. That response hit him like a slap. Furious upon hearing Han Wu call her wife, Sudi snapped, warning them that he would not just defeat Han Wu, he would cut off his hands. But Han Wu and Qinyuan paid him no mind. Hand in hand, they walked away, leaving Sudi stewing in rage. After a short walk, Han Wu and Qinyuan arrived at the home of landlady Hannah. She emerged accompanied by Qin Gan, and upon spotting Han Wu, she asked if he was the new neighbor. Hannah explained that she'd already heard about the previous night from her dear one, and she warned them bluntly, if Han Wu had come to demand compensation, he should leave immediately, she wouldn't pay for someone else's incompetence. A blonde boy nearby urged everyone to stay calm, but Han Wu cleared the air. He smiled and said she misunderstood him. He wasn't there to demand anything. In fact, he had only come to witness her elegance in person. After all, the mayor himself had told him she was once the queen of dance in the city, surely, someone of extraordinary grace and presence. She scoffed, unimpressed by flattery. "I won't change the layout of my garden just because someone sweet talks me," she said firmly. But then Han Wu revealed the real reason he came. He held out a worn but special item. Qin Gan rolled her eyes and mocked him, thinking he was trying to smooth things over with a ragged old book. However, Hannah's expression shifted the moment she saw it. It was no ordinary book, it was the lost dance step of the King of Dance, a legendary record long believed to be missing. Stunned, Hannah asked Han Wu to name any price, she would pay whatever he wanted for it. Panic struck the blonde boy standing nearby. If Han Wu asked for something extreme, like expelling him from the neighborhood, it would be over for him. Desperately, he tried to appeal to their long-standing friendship. But Han Wu had no interest in revenge. He simply handed the book over to Hannah, saying he'd send more records if he found them. Hannah, touched by his generosity, apologized for her earlier rudeness and said she'd be happy to become better neighbors. A system notification popped up, friendly relations established with Queen of Dance, Hannah. Friendship value 99. Points gained 30,000. Han Wu was shocked. 30,000 points, just for forming a friendly bond? That was way more effective than fighting random zombies. He suddenly realized, this might be the real path to winning in the city. Qinyuan asked what he had done, saying she had also received a notification. It turned out she too had formed a friendly relationship with Hannah, unlocking her personal shop and earning 10,000 points. Han Wu was intrigued. It seemed that because they were a couple, Qinyuan was sharing in the rewards. Being a good husband really was profitable. Flustered, she walked ahead, calling him shameless. Curious about the shop, Han Wu checked it out. 10 friendship points, level 3 clover seeds 20 points, dance class 35 points, divine dance outfit 90 points, fruit of wisdom. He was impressed, especially with the last item, the fruit of wisdom. It was exactly what his seniors had been looking for. He made a mental note to return for it after the exam. Night fell. Han Wu, now well prepared, used his mutated level for plants, confident they would help him rack up points. Soon, a wave of zombies approached the mansion. But the plants acted with brutal efficiency, detonating and wiping out the entire group instantly. Strangely, though, no high-level zombies appeared that night, which meant point gain was low. Something wasn't right. That's when he looked across the property and saw Hannah waving. She called out cheerfully that she had removed the beans as a friendly gesture, so no strong zombies would come his way. Han Wu was stunned. Her good intentions had actually backfired for him. So, he transformed into his draconic form and soared into the night sky to hunt down zombies himself. Flying above the city, he found a few scattered groups and unleashed his new sword upon them. With every slash, gold coins spilled from the zombies' corpses. It was fun, but the rewards were minimal. He wanted level for prey, and not these small fry. After 4 hours, Han Wu landed atop a tower and checked the leaderboard. First place, Qing Nian, 831,000 points. Second place, Zudi, 757,000 points. Third place, Han Wu, 723,000 points. He smiled, satisfied. The gap was closing quickly. By morning, Han Wu returned to his mansion, and someone was waiting for him. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as Rick Grimes, captain of the city guard and a resident of the city. He explained that he had seen Han Wu's bravery during the night and had come to invite him to join the city guard. Han Wu tilted his head. "I've only heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know what the city guard does." Rick chuckled and explained, "We defend the city from zombie hordes, especially those level 5 and above who threaten the population." Han Wu's eyes lit up. That meant more powerful zombies, more danger, and most importantly, more points. "Count me in," he said enthusiastically. Rick nodded with approval. "Welcome aboard. We could use someone as ambitious as you." Just then, a notification appeared, friendly relationship established with Rick Grimes. Personal shop unlocked. Points earned, 60,000. City Guard merit shop unlocked. Bonus points for joining, 50,000. Han Wu's eyes widened. 110,000 points, just like that. With this boost, he instantly shot to first place on the leaderboard. Rick gave him a firm nod and said goodbye, requesting to meet again at night. Moments later, Chinuang came running toward him, beaming. "You'd in first place." "That's amazing," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. But their moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Han Wu, surprised by the early visitor, opened it to find a blushing blonde girl standing there. "You were incredible last night," she said. Han Wu blinked, confused. Who are you?" The girl stepped closer, her face flushing even more. "The way you fought last night, it really excited me." Chinuang raised a brow, clearly suspicious. "What the hell did you do last night? People keep showing up here like you some local celebrity." Jessica, the blonde, glanced at Chinuang. "Who's the girl in pink?" Chinuang responded flatly, "I'm his wife." Undeterred, Jessica leaned toward Han Wu. "Isn't it boring being married so young? If you're ever open to it, I don't mind being your mistress." With a wink, she turned and walked off, tossing over her shoulder, "We'll see each other again tonight at the city guard gathering." Han Wu smiled awkwardly and waved goodbye. But Chinuang was furious. "That smile. You look like someone who's reluctant to let go of this place," she snapped, crossing her arms. "So that's it, who? While I was worrying, you were out all night playing around with other girls. That's how your points rose so fast. You just following Qing Nian's example." Han Wu panicked, waving his hands defensively. "Wait. No, there's a misunderstanding. I don't even know that girl. I was just out hunting zombies. The city guard saw me and invited me to join." Chinuang paused, processing his explanation. She seemed embarrassed for jumping to conclusions. "Well, why didn't you say anything when she showed up all excited?" "You made me think all kinds of things. Don't jump to conclusions out of jealousy," he replied calmly. "Everything I'm doing is to catch up to Sudi and help you win the bet." "I'm not jealous," she shouted, blushing. "Besides, what you do is none of my business." With the tension finally diffused, Han Wu got ready to head out again. "Tonight I'll be with the city guard fighting high-level zombies. I'm leaving the courtyard in your care," he said, handing her a set of high-grade seeds. She nodded. "Fine. Just be careful, all right?" Han Wu reassured her. "Don't worry. After testing the black sword last night, I can handle level 4 zombies easily." As he turned to leave, Chinuang shouted one last warning, "Just don't let those foxes seduce you again." Later that night, deep within the city, Han Wu regrouped with the city guard. As soon as he arrived, Jessica rushed up and clung to his arm. "Did you miss me already?" she teased, her eyes sparkling. A voice interrupted, "Johnson, another guard member." "Jessica, settle down. Han Wu already has a wife." Another squad member approached and asked Han Wu what his combat specialty was. Han Wu smirked and, without a word, transformed into his draconic form, taking flight. "I can transform twice," he called out midair. Jessica's eyes widened with admiration. "This guy is definitely my type." She turned to the captain. "Please let me lead him. I love working with handsome young men." Rick allowed it but gave a stern reminder. Battles with zombies, especially high-tier ones, are extremely dangerous. Stay alert. Jessica drew 2 pistols, one flaming, the other frost-covered. Han Wu was stunned. "Level 5 plants." One was a flame shooter, and the other an ice shooter. Johnson followed suit, activating his fusion ability with a level 5 giant walnut, which transformed his body into a massive, muscular beast. Then the blonde swordsman summoned his sentinel tower pine tree to fuse with as well. And then, Rick appeared in his final combat form, declaring the zombies were already there. The battle began. Jessica opened fire, her dual pistols blazing as she taunted the approaching monsters. Johnson charged in with his massive hammer, smashing zombies left and right. But something was wrong. Vines started emerging from the zombies' heads, reaching toward him. "Retreat!" Rick shouted, rushing in to assist. David, another powerful member, stepped forward to handle that front. Meanwhile, Han Wu watched in awe. This was his first time witnessing high-level combat in the city. But he couldn't just stand by. "I am the god of massacre," he roared, diving into the fray. But just as he unleashed another blow, Jessica leapt onto him, breathless. "I can't breathe," she panted, clinging tightly. Before he could react, she drew her pistols again and shot down a zombie creeping up behind him. That was a fifth-order zombie, she warned. "Even if it's injured, it's offensive. Ability doesn't drop. They read nothing like fourth-order ones." Han Wu was surprised. "Thanks, you just saved my life." "Don't be stubborn," Jessica replied. "Provide support first and stay close to me." She fired again, clearing more monsters around them. He nodded, following her lead and wiping out several nearby zombies. Each kill awarded him 3,000 points, and he gathered multiple items in the process. After 3 hours of intense battle, Han Wu finally reverted to his normal form, completely exhausted. But to his shock, the other city guard members were still going strong. He muttered, "Are these guys running on some kind of stimulant?" As Han Wu sat down to rest, Jessica teased him playfully, asking if he was really exhausted already. After all, the battle had barely even started. "At this rate, you're not even fit to be my lover," she joked with a wink. Han Wu could only smile bitterly. "If only I were in my divine physique," he thought. "In this human form, fatigue hits too fast." But then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Guess who it is?" Without hesitation, Han Wu recognized it. "You again." "The source of mutation," he muttered internally. "You finally decided to show up." The entity, Kamiawa, responded with a chuckle. "I smelled a woman and heard someone say your body isn't good enough. How could any female say no to my host? That's unacceptable." To rectify the insult, Kamiawa announced a gift, permission to dominate that voluptuous female creature he'd encountered earlier, specifically one with a rather prominent backside. It was called the genetic lock. "Hold tight," Kamiawa said, "because you're about to begin a whole new journey." With that, a powerful seal inside Han Wu's body shattered. A surge of energy erupted from deep within him, flooding every cell. His fatigue vanished instantly, he felt limitless. Kamiawa elaborated, from now on, he could induce temporary mutations by consuming powerful biological material. Han Wu immediately realized that meant he could merge with certain plant-based materials to increase his power and durability. To test it, he swallowed a special pill. Immediately, his body pulsed with energy. Golden light radiated from him, engulfing the battlefield and causing nearby zombies to disintegrate on contact. Jessica gasped. "He's glowing, like a sun." But the celebration was short-lived. Rick's voice cut through the moment, warning that the zombie horde had intensified. Just then, a colossal zombie, towering and grotesque, charged straight toward Han Wu. Rick barked orders for everyone to protect him. Johnson lunged forward to intercept but took a devastating blow, leaving him dazed. The team quickly realized this was a sixth-order zombie, and its defenses were on another level. "Retreat," someone shouted. But Han Wu stood firm. He didn't flinch as the zombie's massive fist hurtled toward him. "Come," he whispered. He opened his arms, and then the light from his body flared intensely, completely disintegrating the monster on impact. The battlefield went silent before erupting into cheers. The guards tossed Han Wu into the air, chanting his name. Just then, the system notified him, "Friendship established. Jessica, city resident, 50,000 points. Friendship established. Johnson, city guard, 50,000 merit points. Friendship established. David, city guard, 50,000 merit points. Personal shops unlocked. Jessica, Johnson, David zombie defeated, 6th order, 23,000 points." The source of mutation spoke again. "So? How did it feel?" Han Wu grinned. Incredible. That power, it's insane. But then his smile faded. Wait, are there any side effects? Yes. I was about to get to the bad news, Kamiawa replied. Han Wu's mood instantly soured. What now? I've already given everything. You're not trying to take my divinity, are you? Kamiawa laughed. Relax. I don't want your divinity. The issue is side effects. That power can't be used repeatedly. Han Wu let out a sigh of relief. So you're not taking anything important, but why didn't you warn me beforehand? What kind of crazy ability has side effects without a warning? The slime chuckled. You re the host of the supreme source of mutation. Don't be so soft. It won't harm your physical body unless you misuse it. He explained that the genetic lock had a cooldown period. It could only be used once every 10 days. Any more than that, and the genes could fall into disarray, causing permanent mutations. Han Wu frowned. So, overuse equals gene chaos? Great. Just what I needed. He waved it off. No need for more details, this stuff is already weird enough. At that moment, Rick approached. Are you okay, Han Wu? Han Wu gave a reassuring nod. Yeah, I'm fine. But Jessica wasn't finished. She rushed over, glowing with admiration. That performance was amazing. You are qualified to be my lover. Want to spend a wonderful night with me? Han Wu blushed. What? Before he could answer, Johnson stepped between them. Jessica, enough. He's clearly exhausted. He needs rest. I'll handle the remaining zombies. Han Wu gratefully accepted the out, admitting he was indeed tired. He wandered through the city, reflecting on the genetic lock's cooldown. 10 days without it. He'd need a backup plan. That's when he remembered something, the city guard's personal store. Curious, he opened the system. One technique immediately caught his eye, our plant fusion technique. Perfect, he thought. Something to bridge the cooldown gap. But Kamiawa's voice returned, unimpressed. That pile of junk? Plant fusion is just a rudimentary life-form merger. Han Wu frowned. It cost 70 friendship points, and now it sounded useless. Come on, man. I need something. The cooldown's too long. Kamiawa clarified, it's not useless. The problem is your body. It's still too weak. He then offered an alternative, with a slight modification. That technique could evolve to something far more advanced. But it'll cost you 2 divinity points. Han Wu sighed, defeated. Too bad. I'm broke. After negotiating back and forth, Kamiawa finally gave in. Fine, 1 divinity point. I can't go any lower. Han Wu smirked internally, feeling proud of himself. I really am the king of bargaining, he thought, accepting the deal. With a snap of Kamiawa's fingers, a torrent of information exploded in Han Wu's mind. The plant fusion technique had been upgraded, now it could fuse up to 3 different plants simultaneously and even included an additional slot for level 6 seeds. It was undeniably powerful. Still, Kamiawa gave a warning. I'll collect the divinity point later. Han Wu brushed it off. Yeah, don't worry. He turned his attention back to the system. Remembering that his attribute was dark, he decided to test the upgraded technique using the level 5 Death King Adelia seed, placing it in the first fusion slot. Soon, the 4th day of survival arrived, and with it came another 4,000 survival points. Han Wu checked the leaderboard and noticed something alarming. Chinuang had appeared in the rankings and was quickly climbing. Sutia, once 3rd, was close to being surpassed. The current leaderboard stood as follows. First, Han Wu, 1,400,000 points 2nd, Qing Nan, 1,200,000 points 3rd, Sutia, just under 1,000,000 points 4th, Chinuang, 736,000 points. Satisfied with his progress, Han Wu returned to the mansion. Seeing his cheerful expression, Chinuang, who was sitting on the floor, looked up and asked, "Had fun with that hot girl?" He chuckled, "It's not about that." Without waiting for his explanation, Chinuang threw a pile of items into his arms. "Here, these are yours. You can sell them." Han Wu shook his head. "I don't need these anymore. Why are you acting so formal? Aren't we a couple?" Chinuang, slightly annoyed, began hitting his head. "We agreed to split everything equally, didn't we? Don't make me feel like I'm taking advantage of you." She then got up and said she was off to learn to dance with landlady Hannah. Fine, he smiled. Just come back early. Internally, he admired her. She really is a clever woman, he thought. She knows how to earn points by connecting with city residents. I'm proud of her. 9 days later, Hanwoo regrouped with the city guard squad. But something felt off, everyone looked tense. He asked what had happened. Jessica explained solemnly, tonight's a lunar eclipse. It happens once a month, and with it, the zombie invasion gets far more dangerous. Last time, a girl named Jasmine was lost. We couldn't save her. Rick stepped forward, his voice heavy. Her death was my responsibility. I swear, no one dies tonight. The team immediately scolded him. Don't say that. Jessica walked over and held Han-Woo's hand. Listen, tonight I may not be able to protect you. If things go south, promise me you'll run. Han-Woo paused. She's worried, because I'm the weakest in the squad right now. He took a deep breath and replied, I'm a man. I should be the one protecting you. Jessica smiled at that. Then be careful. Fully aware of the looming threat, Han-Woo rushed to the point shop, searching for anything useful to aid in the coming battle. The shop displayed the following: artifact armor, 12,000 points night vision fruit, 2,000 points vigorous flower, 1, 500 points physique herb, 1,000 points level 5 golden dragon herb, 120,000 points man devourer, 5,000 points. He had 95,000 points, but somehow ended up purchasing the 120,000 a point golden dragon herb. Screenwriter's note, we don't know how he bought it either, but let's go with it. He slotted the plants into the fusion system provided by the source of mutation. As soon as the golden dragon herb merged into his body, it began to react. The blood of the black dragon inside him started to awaken. His body began to transform. A draconic form emerged, his aura now exuding a dark and sinister power. Rick looked to the sky and shouted, "Time's up. The eclipse has begun." All around them, the zombies began to stir violently. The eclipse empowered them, mutating them into stronger, faster, and more terrifying creatures. Rick gave a grave warning. The zombies are mutating, their levels will keep increasing. Everyone, prepare for a brutal fight. Jessica clenched her fists. I'm ready. Johnson and David echoed her determination. The squad took their defensive positions. Then, without warning, the first wave of mutated monsters charged. The captain gave the order to attack, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. Jessica fired relentlessly, but the enemies tanked her attacks. Johnson barked orders, telling her and David to stick to long-range attacks while he reinforced the defensive line. Han-Woo didn't hold back. I can't fall behind. He unleashed a powerful slash at a colossal zombie. As it fell, other zombies rushed at him, forcing him to fight up close. One by one, he cut them down. Rick called out, praising his efforts. Excellent job, Han-Woo. But the fight was far from over. As the moon darkened overhead and time dragged on, wave after wave of mutated zombies kept coming, each more dangerous than the last. An hour had passed, and the squad was still holding the line. The true test of survival had just begun. The people stopped running, turned around, and stood their ground once more. Their courage returned, and Han-Woo smiled. It worked. With that, he charged full speed toward the mutant zombie, determined to end the battle. Just then, a massive vine lunged toward Han-Woo, wrapping around him and sending a wave of fear through his body. Jessica panicked upon witnessing this scene and instinctively rushed toward him. However, Rick quickly stopped her, warning that charging in without preparation would be certain death. Instead, he emphasized that they must advance strategically, layer by layer. Rick then shouted to Han-Woo, assuring him that he would come to his aid soon. But the main character, losing his patience, unleashed his power. He broke through all the surrounding vines and soared into the sky, distancing himself from the zombie horde. Despite his efforts, exhaustion set in. Theoretically, he only needed to retrace his flight path to return to the city. Yet, even after half an hour of flying, he found himself disoriented. None of the directions made sense. At that very moment, the source of the mutation spoke. It calmly stated that if he hadn't realized it already, he was trapped. Unsettled by this revelation, Han-Woo asked if there was any way to escape. The slime replied that while escape was possible, it would require one divinity point to ensure a safe passage. Hanmu confessed that he had no divinity points left but offered his life in exchange. Kamiawa, the super gene, coldly replied that such exchanges didn't work that way. He was on his own. However, Kamiawa still offered a piece of free advice: do not wait until morning to leave. Time had stopped for him the moment he entered the fog. This startled Hanmu. If time had indeed frozen, then he was in grave danger. But no matter which direction he turned, north, south, east, or west, none were correct. That left only two options: the sky or the ground. As he pondered this, an idea sparked in his mind. He decided to ascend. He didn't believe the fog was endless. After flying upward for a full minute, he encountered something bizarre: an enormous barrier. Frustrated, he drew his sword and shouted, challenging the idea that a mere barrier could trap him like a turtle inside a jar. Even his most powerful strike only left a small crack. Unwilling to back down, he began launching a flurry of simultaneous attacks. Eventually, the crack widened until a gaping hole formed in the barrier. Beyond it stood a colossal tree, one that shouldn't have existed. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind, welcoming the outsider. Shocked, Hanmu tried to understand what was happening. Was this tree the creator of the strange environment? How did it know who he was? And worse, did it know he was a foreigner? Could his simulation test identity have been exposed? If so, he might be in serious trouble. The ancient tree, sensing his alarm, reassured him. It had no intention of harming him. Instead, it required a favor to help save the world. Curious, Hanmu wondered if this favor involved killing all the zombies. But the tree quickly corrected him: the true task was to expel the residents. This puzzled him. There had to be a deeper story here. So, he calmly sat down and asked the tree to explain further. The tree introduced herself as the Tree of Wisdom, the guardian of this secret realm. She revealed that she had lived for over 10,000 years and that the realm had always been peaceful. But everything changed when an outsider discovered the realm and seized it by force. That person sent numerous followers to harvest seeds from the special plants she had nurtured. These seeds were then sold as rare resources. She could not bear to see her descendants traded like commodities. Since she possessed no combat ability, she was helpless against the invasion. Desperate, she sought the god of death, offering worship in exchange for strength and vengeance. From that moment onward, she gained the power to turn living beings into zombies. A war between humans and zombies erupted. Over the course of 1,000 years, zombies increased in number while humanity's resistance crumbled. Then, 30 years ago, she launched a grand offensive, confident in their impending victory. That was until a powerful figure descended like a comet. This mysterious individual had somehow cultivated potent level 4 plants, such as the fire dragon grass, that halted their advance. Over time, she realized that this savior of the city might have been an outsider himself. During her most recent assault, she observed Hanmu and noted his extraordinary powers. She now suspected he was one of them. Hanmu acknowledged her story and guessed that she wanted him to betray the city and assist her instead. The ancient tree confirmed this. In return, she offered 10 fruits of wisdom. The offer stunned him. 10 fruits of wisdom meant 10 divinity points. That was incredible. But that wasn't all. She also promised him 3 divine bodies. Although they had been dead for 1,000 years, they were still active. The offer was almost irresistible. Yet, despite his excitement, frustration stirred within him. He could easily deal with the humans, but the zombie city was a treasure of the Imperial Academy. The god who presided over it was likely a high-ranking figure within that institution. Helping her would bring him into direct conflict with that powerful being, a risk he could not ignore. With that in mind, he politely declined and began to explain his reasons. But before he could finish, the tree interrupted. She added one final enticement: if he helped her, she could recommend him to the Great Lord of Death. Hanmu froze in disbelief. This was a chance to obtain the divine position of death, an elusive and revered level 5 title. If he succeeded, he would be worshipped by gods. The tree asked him once more, was he willing? Hanmu replied that he would do his best to help. But first, he needed to contact the divine realm and rally his followers. Without them, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much alone. The ancient tree considered this. After a moment, she said it was possible, but only if he made an oath to the god of death. And if he ever dared to break that oath, the entire Sharksoon clan would suffer under the curse of death until their extinction. The main character begins to suspect that the ancient tree is genuinely afraid of him. After all, if he gains enough power, he might very well dominate the entire secret realm. Clearly, the tree is underestimating the allure of the level 5 divine position of death. Accepting the offer, he begins to make his oath without hesitation. In an instant, a magical seal appears on his hand, catching him off guard. It happened far too quickly. Suddenly, thick vines unfurl, forming a gateway, and his locusts begin emerging through a portal that directly connects to his divine realm. The sight of his kin fills him with joy, especially knowing that by now, he should have reached a lordly form of existence. The tree calmly declares that she has upheld her side of the deal and now expects the outsider to fulfill his part as soon as possible. Before she even finishes her sentence, she opens a new portal and unceremoniously throws him through it. He crashes to the ground, visibly annoyed. The nerve of that tree, to toss him out without even offering him a cup of coffee first. But there were more pressing matters at hand. His biggest concern now was figuring out how to remove all the city's inhabitants. Choosing to observe first, he flies over the city until Rick spots him from below. Jessica sees him too, and immediately runs to him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace, overjoyed that he's safe. The MC feels slightly embarrassed by the sudden warm welcome. Just then, the mayor arrives and praises his efforts, announcing that he will receive the year's highest award for his outstanding contribution. Han Wu, however, humbly declines, suggesting they simply convert the prize into monetary compensation. Moments later, the mayor's son appears, and the remaining zombies are completely eradicated. Soon after, the rankings are updated. Han Wu now ranks first, with a staggering 12,300,000 points. Qinueng holds second place with 8,720,000 points, followed by Qingnan in third with 7,920,000. In fourth place is Suti, narrowly trailing with 7,890,000 points. Zuti, upon seeing the results, is devastated. The massive gap in points leaves him helpless, unsure of how he'll ever catch up. Frustrated, he begins to contemplate more desperate measures. Grabbing his bag of gold, he heads out, arriving at a hidden residence. There, he asks a masked man if he is the most powerful assassin in the city. Upon receiving confirmation, he offers 8,000 gold coins to eliminate Han Wu. The assassin calmly accepts the offer and assures Zuti to wait patiently for good news. However, hovering above them was a grasshopper, one of Han Wu's familiars. The MC notices this from afar and chuckles. It amuses him that his rival, incapable of competing fairly, is now choosing to walk the darker path. He thinks to himself that if Zuti ends up dead because of this, he has no one to blame. Without wasting time, Han Wu commands his familiars to invade Zuti's entire mansion. One by one, the locusts attack and devour his rival's treasured plants, leaving a trail of destruction behind. Elsewhere, Qinuang observes the scene, raising her voice in disbelief. She asks if those aren't his grasshoppers and how he managed to summon them here. She's also curious to know exactly what he's up to. Han Wu playfully replies that it's a secret, and if he told her, he'd have to kill her. Infuriated by the absurd response, she yells and starts pulling on his ear. Just then, a loud voice shouts for Han Wu to come out. It's Zuti, visibly enraged, demanding he take responsibility for everything happening. The MC, on the other hand, is delighted to see him and casually asks if his luck has finally run out. Zuti accuses him of orchestrating the attack, insisting that Han Wu ordered the grasshoppers to destroy all his special plants. But the MC dismisses the accusation with feigned innocence. He sarcastically argues that the familiars of the divine realm couldn't possibly enter the city, labeling Zuti's claim as baseless slander. Adding insult to injury, Han Wu boasts that he now holds 12 million points, nearly double Zuti's mere 7 million. He taunts his rival further, mocking him by asking how he plans to fight back with nothing more than a motorcycle. Zuti, seething with rage, silently vows that Han Wu will not live to see another day. Meanwhile, the chaos caused by the locust invasion spreads throughout the city. Citizens flock to the stores, desperately trying to buy insecticide. The merchant regretfully informs them that the entire stock has already sold out. With no other option, he advises everyone to return to work and check back the following day. The citizens begin to panic, asking what they're supposed to do now that all their plants are dying, including valuable level for specimens. Just then, Schwarzenegger appears and announces that the city is officially activating its emergency shelter plan. He tells them all they need to do is endure through the trial of the coming night. Meanwhile, Han Wu observes from a distance, pleased that his plan is working exactly as intended. If the citizens are no longer at home, his locusts can devour the plants far more efficiently. Once all the plants are gone, the people won't be able to resist the zombie attacks. So, even if they're unwilling to leave now, circumstances will eventually force them to relocate. As night falls, Han-woo meets with the city guard. Rick greets him and assures that tonight's mission will be relatively easy. He explains that the zombie army suffered heavy losses the previous night, so they can expect a peaceful shift. Jessica rushes to Han-woo and tells him that if he wants to stay by her side, she'd be more than happy. But he politely declines, saying he actually needs to take a walk to buy a few things. While heading off, a grasshopper familiar reports to him that Zuti and the assassin are about to make their move. Han-woo simply nods, saying that's perfect. He had just been looking for a quiet, deserted place to wait for them. Time passes. When he finally spots the two approaching, he smirks and says, "You're finally here. Took you long enough." Zuti immediately glares at the masked assassin and accuses him of leaking their plans. The assassin takes offense, insisting that while people can insult his character, they must never question his professionalism. Zuti then declares that this is Han-woo's final night, he must die. But Han-woo asks if he's truly prepared for this, reminding him that the entire encounter is being recorded by the Academy. So how exactly does he plan to explain it? Zuti calmly replies that the assassin will be the one doing the killing, it has nothing to do with him. The masked man, growing impatient, tells them to stop chatting so he can get to work. Summoning thorny vines and a ghostly shadow, he draws his sword and lunges forward. But the moment the blade strikes, it shatters in half. His weapon simply isn't strong enough to pierce Han-woo's draconic form. The MC mocks him, asking if those 8,000 gold coins were really worth it. Zuti immediately retreats, shocked. "How did you know the exact amount?" he cries out. The assassin looks at him, furious. "Are you seriously going to betray me like that?" he demands. But Han-woo has already summoned his locust men. "Now, it's my turn to play," he declares. Zuti is terrified at the sight of the familiars. By all logic, they should not have been able to manifest here. Before he can react, Han-woo gives the order, his locusts swarm the assassin, tearing into him. As the killer is dealt with, Han-woo turns his attention to Zuti and soars toward him. "Let's have a bit of fun," he says. Zuti backs away in fear. "Wait! You can't kill me." The Academy is definitely recording this. "You'll have to explain it to the administration." Han-woo simply smiles. "That's fine with me." And with that, he throws Zuti directly into a horde of zombies. Zuti tries to flee, begging Han-woo not to get closer. But it's no use. The MC, still in his draconic form, instantly closes the distance and slams him to the ground. "Please, stop. If you keep this up, my family will never let it slide." Zuti screams. But Han-woo remains unmoved. "I'm not a coward." Then he lifts the student once more and hurls him straight into the undead. After the screams fade, Han-woo examines the aftermath. There's barely anything left. "That was brutal," he mutters to himself, then turns to his locusts and tells them to take a well-deserved break. By the next day, the city's citizens gather around the mayor. Their outrage is palpable. Their plants are being devoured, and if things continue like this, it will become impossible to live in the city. They also note that the church shelter is far too small to hold everyone. Schwarzenegger grows anxious. He doesn't know how to solve this crisis until Han-woo steps forward and says he has an idea. He proposes that all the residents leave the city and move to another world. The citizens are stunned. "Are you serious?" they ask. "We can't keep living like this. We can't even sleep through the night because of the constant zombie attacks." The mayor sighs and replies, "Honestly, we'd be willing to go. But the portal was destroyed during the monster war. So we don't even know how we'd get there." Han-woo reassures them. In truth, he was afraid they might reject the idea. But now that they're on board, the only issue left is the portal, which can be fixed. He reveals that Duolong City would be the perfect new home for them, and all he needs is a little time to rebuild the gateway. Schwarzenegger is relieved and pledges full support to the plan. With that, Han-woo flies to the ancient tree to report. He explains the situation and requests only one thing, that the portal be repaired so he can evacuate the citizens and leave the city free of human presence. The tree is pleased. "You've kept your word," she says. "So I will keep mine. Enter the dense forest when the moon is full. That night, the portal shall open." As night falls, Han-woo gathers all the residents and leads them to the edge of the forest. The mayor turns to him and asks, "Are you sure the portal will appear just because it's a full moon?" Han Wu simply nods, watching the sky, waiting for the moment when everything changes. Suddenly, Jessica cries out, urging everyone to look ahead. Her voice is filled with disbelief as she asks whether the enormous tree in front of them is truly the tree of wisdom. At that moment, a glowing portal opens nearby, and one by one, the residents begin stepping through it. Han Wu stands to the side, bidding them farewell. He promises they will meet again soon. The people shed tears of joy. They can finally live in peace, all thanks to a benefactor who changed their fate. Before stepping through, Jessica runs back and kisses Han Wu on the cheek, asking him not to forget her. Then, with a smile, she vanishes through the portal. Han Wu feels a deep sense of satisfaction. The evaluation is finally complete. Just then, Lena's voice echoes through the students' minds. She announces that the survival assessment in the zombie city has officially ended. A moment later, all participants are teleported back into the classroom. Lena congratulates everyone who successfully returned and solemnly announces that 2 students lost their lives during the trial. She wishes for greater strength in their next lives, making it clear that dying in the secret realm means dying in the real world as well. The realization hits Han Wu hard. It's a cruel truth. However, he's shocked to see Zuti alive and well. How on earth did that guy survive? He mutters. Before he can dwell on it, the teacher calls for silence and begins reading out the assessment results. Han Wu is named first place with a staggering score of 16 million points. Second place goes to Chinueng with 12 million and third to Qingnon with 10 million points. Before Lena can continue, a student named Judy suddenly stands up and accuses Han Wu of cheating. Calmly, Han Wu turns and asks, "Do you have any proof?" Judy insists that he saw Han Wu summon a locust swarm during the trial and that others witnessed it too. Several students back him up, claiming they saw the same thing. But Lena cuts in firmly. She reminds them that the entire assessment was designed to simulate survival in another world. There was never a rule against summoning familiars. If Han Wu managed to do so, then it was due to his own ability or sheer luck. Zuti doesn't like that answer. He questions whether she's really going to cover for Han Wu and threatens to report her to the higher-ups. This enrages Lena. She tells him that he's free to report whatever he wants, but she, as a teacher, also holds authority. For his disrespect, she sentences him to 1 year of forced labor in the Black Prison Plain. Before he can protest, she opens a portal beneath him, and Zuti is pulled in, screaming in desperation. Turning to the class, she calmly asks if anyone else would like to join him. The others are instantly intimidated and apologize, admitting she's right and that no one has the right to disrespect a teacher. Satisfied, Lena resumes the class. Afterward, Han Wu walks through the academy halls and meets with his seniors. He hands them the wisdom fruit they had requested and quickly apologizes, saying that due to his limitations, he was only able to obtain 9 divinity points. Internally, he reflects on how he had exchanged all his friendship points, along with the fruits gifted by the ancient tree, to get a total of 12, yet chose to hand over 9. Surprised by his success, one of the students remarks that, thanks to Han Wu, they were able to extract 10 divinity points from Shong Jun, the most annoying guy at school. Because of that, they insist that Han Wu keep the 9 points for himself. They want him to enjoy the benefits of life with them. Just then, an arrogant voice interrupts the moment. "And who said you're going to enjoy a good life?" Everyone turns to see Shong Jun, also known as Heir, approaching. He stares directly at Han Wu and asks if he's the one responsible for his loss of 10 divinity points. Before anything escalates, Mr. Mammoth steps forward and asks Heir what the hell he's trying to do. Han Wu, confused, tries to understand the situation. One of the girls explains that Shong Jun is furious after losing the evaluation bet. Ziqian chimes in, telling Han Wu that before the exam began, Shong Jun was provoking everyone. Because of that, students began betting on who would take first place. That's how they managed to take 10 divinity points from him. Han Wu is surprised and turns to ask which student Shong Jun had supported. They answer, Zuti. This amuses Han Wu immensely. "Are you blind? You bet on that guy." Everyone bursts into laughter, taunting Shong Jun and daring him to take action. Heir, feeling humiliated, retreats. But before leaving, he warns Han Wu that future battles will be against experienced veterans. If Han Wu dares to offend him again, he'll send him straight to hell. After he leaves, Meng apologizes, saying the bet unintentionally caused Han Wu to gain a new enemy, and they won't be able to protect him during lectures. But Han Wu just smiles and says it's fine. He's used to being threatened and hunted. It's always the same story, but each time, he comes out stronger. He adds that he gained a lot from this trial and will now focus on further improving himself. The seniors nod and tell him to come to them if he ever needs anything. They'll always have his back. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, someone informs the king that a demigod is requesting an audience. The monarch orders that the visitor be brought in. A man steps forward and introduces himself as Gang. He states that he is there to report a lead related to the divine river, one he strongly suspects to be genuine. The king, intrigued, tells him to speak. If the information proves valuable, Gang will be rewarded handsomely. Gang then opens a box and reveals the corpse of a locust. He claims to have discovered it among the ruins of the divine river and believes it is tied to a high school student named Han Wu, who possesses such creatures. He adds that Han Wu is currently a preparatory student at Imperial University and has no known family. The king's expression turns furious. How could a mere divine-level creature infiltrate the divine river and defeat 6 of my demigods? He roars. Gang quickly bows, begging the king to calm down. He admits that he, too, couldn't believe it at first, but the evidence points to Han Wu. Somehow, that boy is far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. As the mysterious man named Gang concludes his investigation, he firmly asserts that all traces point directly to Han Wu. Through a radiation or merchant, he discovered that Han Wu had indeed made a purchase, and furthermore, the login records confirmed his presence in the Divine Domains Inn. With this evidence, Gang stands by his claim that Han Wu was involved with the events at the Divine River. Hearing this, the king lets out a furious roar, making it clear that if any of this turns out to be false, Gang's life will be forfeit. However, he allows him to take the reward and leave. Then, the king orders a subordinate to bring out the signal device. He wants to test it on Han Wu to determine whether he truly is the one who stole his treasure. If the result is positive, the king vows to reduce him to ashes. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Han Wu sneezes and remarks that the weather is turning cold. Wanting to prepare for his next lesson and level up quickly, he opens a container given to him by Professor Lena. Inside is a unique vase, an incredible artifact that can bond with a jade flower seed. With every growth cycle, the vase will produce a seed of that plant. The higher the classification of the plant, the longer the cycle, and the greater the resulting power. Han Wu chooses to test a level 6 shadow ghost vine and applies the plant fusion technique. This combination will allow him to unleash a formidable phantom flash ability. And with the seed bound to the vase, he'll be able to regenerate the plant continuously. Afterward, he turns his attention to divine corpses. These can be refined into flesh and blood divine energy. The catalyst he uses works especially well on his grasshoppers, and if he feeds them the fruits of wisdom, their strength will skyrocket. Suddenly, Lena calls. When Han Wu answers, she delivers troubling news. The zombie city, which had been donated to the Academy by Professor Shu Hai, one of the top 3 god-level professors at the Imperial Academy, has been destroyed. The coordinates have been lost, and unfortunately, Shu Hai has identified Han Wu as the one responsible. Panic grips Han Wu as he asks whether this means expulsion. Lena reassures him that it doesn't, as no school rules were broken. However, since the professor is furious, he's issued a challenge for a duel the next day, with Lena herself as the referee. Relieved, Han Wu jokes that he's not too worried as long as she's there to stop him from being beaten to death. Lena responds seriously, urging him to give it his all. That night, Han Wu lies in bed, knowing he cannot escape this fight. All he can do now is rest well before facing the battle of his life. At the training field the next morning, his seniors gather, cheering him on and telling him to surrender quickly if things look hopeless. Lena soon appears, instructing Han Wu to formally greet Professor Shu Hai. The two face each other. Shu Hai declares that he will not use divine arts or skills. Instead, he will deploy 1 million members of his Divine Realm army. Victory or defeat does not matter to him, he simply wants to avenge the destruction of his secret realm. Han Wu respectfully states he has no objections and will give it his all. Lena announces the terrain will be mountainous and allows both sides to summon familiars. With that, the duel begins. Shu Hai summons his army, thousands of powerful puppet-like creatures. Mang is stunned by their overwhelming aura and asks what they are. Zekan explains they're sapiens, a rare human subspecies born with immense intelligence and potential. With effort, they can evolve into heroic life forms. Even though no heroic life forms are present, their aura is still overwhelming. The mammoth yells at Han Wu to surrender immediately, warning that even with half the army, the professor remains a prophet. But Shu Hai cuts him off and questions whether Han Wu will summon his own familiars. Calmly, Han Wu opens a portal. What follows leaves everyone speechless. A tide of colossal grasshoppers floods the arena. Shu Hai's eyes widen in disbelief. Not only are these extraordinary life forms, but among them are Lord-level entities. Behind the swarm marches an army of red dwarf goblins, led by a Lord-level commander. And then comes the Minotaur clan, also boasting a Lord-level presence. Next, Jan Fun steps onto the field, another Lord-level life form from the Sword clan. Shu Hai, stunned, demands to know how many races Han Wu commands. He doesn't get time to process, because the Skeleton clan arrives next. 5 Lord-level life forms appear, followed by a bone controller whose combat strength rivals top-tier heroic life forms. Shu Hai stands dumbfounded. Even a demigod would struggle to assemble such a force. Can this boy really still be only at the divine level? From the sidelines, Mang watches with wide eyes, finally realizing that his previous duel with Han Wu had never been close. He had no chance. His friend agrees, no other freshman in their class could field such a terrifying army. Yelling, one of the seniors observing from the sidelines, feels immense pride as he watches Han Wu's terrifyingly powerful army. He declares that if Han Wu officially joins the university, he is destined for greatness. Alongside him, the other 2 seniors begin cheering loudly, encouraging Han Wu to show them his true strength. With determination in his eyes, Han Wu decides to take the initiative. He commands his massive swarm of grasshoppers to charge. As they surge forward, the humanoid puppets on Shu Hai's side suddenly bring their hands together and erect a radiant, nearly impenetrable barrier that nullifies all external attacks. Han Wu is left stunned. He can hardly believe what just happened. In response, the puppets counterattack by launching a barrage of fireballs. Han Wu quickly realizes the danger and orders his grasshoppers to either retreat or set up a defensive formation. The insects swiftly create a protective barrier, but Professor Shu Hai simply scoffs. He loudly proclaims that such a shield is far from enough to withstand the might of his army. With a booming command, Shu Hai shouts for his army to rise. In response, a gigantic energy sphere begins to form, a massive spiritual bomb of extraordinary power. Witnessing it, Han Wu is left speechless and jokes nervously, asking whether the professor has been watching too much Dragon Ball. Shu Hai then gives the order, fire. The energy sphere hurtles toward Han Wu's army, but he refuses to stand by. He immediately calls upon the Red Goblin and shouts for the Divine Hammer to join the battle. The Red Goblin leaps forward with his weapon drawn and smashes his massive hammer into the energy sphere, causing colossal cracks to ripple through it. The barrier is breached. Han Wu doesn't waste a moment. He commands his grasshoppers to charge once more. The swarm floods forward through the opening in the barrier, pressing the attack. The veterans observing from afar are amazed by the tide of battle. Some begin to wonder, could Han Wu actually win this? Yet Shu Hai simply chuckles and remarks that the real game has only just begun. As the grasshoppers press the assault, Han Wu watches their progress carefully. Despite their numbers, he notes with growing concern that their combat power is extremely low. Even if they can take down one sapien for every 10,000 grasshoppers, the odds remain stacked against him. Still, Han Wu is not without options. He commands his skeletal lord to enter the battlefield. He acknowledges that the sapiens are indeed powerful, each one's combat abilities are maxed out. The problem is, too few puppets have been eliminated, and time is slipping away. Determined to turn the tide, he decides to enhance the grasshoppers using the mutation source. At that moment, Kamiawa contacts him telepathically with an urgent warning. She informs him that the opponent's level is too high. In order to avoid detection, she must remain hidden. This means that directional mutation and genetic blocking will be temporarily disabled. Han Wu is outraged. He asks if this is a joke, if she only intimidates the weak and flees from those who are stronger. Frustrated, he accepts that directional mutation is no longer an option. With the situation worsening, he commands the skeleton army to give everything they've got. Everything now depends on them. As his order is given, the colossal bone controller begins to rise. The sight excites Mang, who knows this may be the decisive moment they've all been waiting for. But before the skeleton can fully materialize, multiple explosions erupt across the battlefield, leaving Han Wu momentarily disoriented. Then Professor Shu Hai begins to explain. He reveals that the undead race once had a terrifying advantage in war, using invasion-based tactics that terrorized civilizations tens of thousands of years ago. But those days are long gone. Over time, researchers and players within the divine realm have developed countless countermeasures. In fact, most beings above the true god level now possess trump cards that are completely unaffected by the undead. He warns Han Wu that if this is truly his ultimate move, he's in for a long and difficult path. Han Wu watches with growing concern. His grasshoppers deal minimal damage. The summoning of skeletal reinforcements is constantly disrupted. Even his thousands of dwarfs and minotaurs are not enough to shift the tide. Watching Janfeng and the Minotaur Lord slowly becoming surrounded, he begins to seriously consider surrendering. If this continues, they might truly fight to the death. Unwilling to let that happen, Han Wu shouts for the Black Locusts to launch their assault. The Locusts prepare their dark arrows, charged with corrosive energy, and fire high into the sky. As the arrows rain down, some break through the barrier and pierce the sapiens. The MC observes that the fruit of wisdom must be incredible. The Black Locusts had only eaten a small amount, yet their evolution was remarkable. Janfeng and the Minotaur Lord continue to press forward with unrelenting force, cutting down any puppet in their way. However, the enemy keeps rising again and again. Han Wu realizes with dread that this race recovers too quickly. Then, as if responding to his desperation, Han Wu sees a familiar silhouette. His great companion, Elis, the pure-blooded black dragon, arrives, accompanied by all his dragon familiars. Yelling, watching from the sidelines, can hardly believe what he's seeing. He exclaims that Han Wu had hidden something so rare and precious from them all along. Elis, a creature with the potential to ascend to the level of a king, has now joined the battle. Watching from the sidelines, Meng begins to grow frustrated. The more he observes Han Wu's army in action, the more certain he becomes that, had they truly duelled in the past, he would have stood no chance. The scale and strength of Han Wu's force is simply overwhelming. Professor Shu Hai silently evaluates the situation as well. He realizes that even in the preparatory stage, Han Wu possesses tremendous offensive capabilities. His army seems endless, filled with all the most powerful races. Not only is their combat strength remarkable, but their recovery rate is even more impressive. Though neither side can clearly foresee who will emerge victorious, the professor suddenly addresses Han Wu, asking if they should call a truce. Han Wu pauses, genuinely considering the offer. Does he really want to end the battle now? Before he can respond, Elis, the mighty black dragon, roars in defiance, rejecting the ceasefire. The veterans watching are stunned. They never imagined that a being like Shu Hai would be the one to suggest ending the battle. Some of them even begin to wonder, is God Shu Hai actually afraid of Han Wu? Yelling, for one, feels proud. He's curious to see how Han Wu will respond. But Lena scoffs at the veteran's speculation. She reveals that they're completely mistaken. Professor Shu Hai isn't afraid, he's simply holding back. If he had truly unleashed his full power, Han Wu wouldn't have lasted a second. What they've seen so far was nothing more than a show of mercy. She goes on to explain that Han Wu's performance was indeed impressive enough to earn the professor's acknowledgement. He now considers Han Wu a valuable talent, one he does not wish to waste. Back in the arena, Professor Shu Hai walks up to Han Wu. He says he has calmed down and explains that continuing the fight would only result in unnecessary casualties. To that end, he offers the remaining Sapien Legion as a gift. The Black Dragon tries to protest, clearly wanting to continue the fight, but Han Wu silences him. Turning to the professor, he asks if he is truly serious. Professor Shu Hai confirms that he is. However, the gift comes with one condition: once Han Wu officially joins the university, he must become Shu Hai's disciple. Han Wu is stunned speechless. That's when Lena appears again, urging him to immediately accept the offer. She tells him that Shu Hai is one of the 3 most renowned mentors at the Imperial University, a god-level teacher whose fame is unmatched. Every year, an enormous queue forms with students hoping to become his disciples. Han Wu finds this detail curious. If the line is about 500 meters long, and assuming 2 students per meter, that would mean approximately 1,000 people are trying to become his disciples each year. Lena confirms this, adding that the Imperial Academy only enrolls 2,500 students annually. This statistic leaves Han Wu astonished. Without hesitation, he runs to the professor, bows deeply, and proclaims that he is willing to become a student, or even a disciple, immediately. Professor Shu Hai smiles and interprets this as an agreement to the condition. He then instructs Han Wu to take the remaining 820,000 sapiens to his divine kingdom, calling it a small symbol of his personal support. However, he makes it clear that Han Wu must wait until official enrollment to begin any form of learning. He further clarifies that he holds no interest in others, but for someone to become his disciple, the standard must be extremely high. He tells Han Wu that to qualify, he must ascend to the level of a perfect demigod. Han Wu nods. He already knows that to do so, he will need to accumulate the maximum value of 10 divine points. Shu Hai agrees, but adds another condition: Han Wu must also seek out and obtain insights into the authority of the god of death, directly from the god himself. This, he explains, will serve as a final test. If Han Wu can accomplish both, he will officially be accepted as a disciple. As the professor finishes, the veterans step forward to congratulate Han Wu on an incredible battle. Shu Hai asks if they enjoyed the show and reminds them sternly that everything discussed here must remain a secret, especially from other teachers. Sayakin assures him that he needn't worry. They're well aware of their teacher's temperament and wouldn't dare share anything. Just to be certain, the professor tosses them some gifts. Overjoyed, the trio swear that they won't speak a single word, even if they are beaten to death. Lena chuckles and calls them bold, commenting that they're insane to be extorting even a god-level professor like this. The next day, Han Wu is called over by Qinyuan. She walks with him and explains that she needs a favor. Her family, it seems, is arranging a marriage alliance with Sudi's family, and unfortunately, she is the chosen sacrifice. Han Wu is taken aback. He asks if such traditions still exist and if her parents truly support this. She explains that while her parents recently gained the authority of the gods of light, they are powerless to defy her great-grandfather, who happens to be the only true god in their family. His decree is absolute. Originally, the marriage was intended to be with Sudi himself. But after he was expelled from class, the proposed groom changed to his older brother, Shuang. Han Wu listens quietly before saying he understands. It's clear that the Shu family is determined to go through with this. He then asks how he can help, sincerely offering to do whatever he can. After all, they were once husband and wife, even if only briefly. Embarrassed, Qinyuan slaps him across the face and tells him to shut up. Han Wu simply smiles. That reaction, that fierceness, is exactly like her. He tells her that if it's truly her wish, then he will stand beside her and help her cancel the marriage. Qinyuan smiles and thanks him sincerely. 3 days later, they arrive in Qinyuan City. Han Wu is stunned by what he sees. He shouts in disbelief, asking if she's secretly a princess, given the size of her family's city. She calmly replies that while it's not as grand as the imperial capital, the city still boasts a population of 10 million people. Suddenly, a man approaches, saying that the master and madam sent him personally to receive them. They follow him, and upon arriving at the residence, Qinyuan thanks him and introduces Han Wu to her uncle Jiang. The butler smiles warmly. He's pleased to finally meet his niece's classmate. After hearing that Han Wu is a genius from the preparatory class, the butler apologizes for any inconvenience caused. With the introductions complete, they all get into the car and head toward their destination. During the ride, Qinyuan appears visibly restless. Noticing her unease, Han Wu gently tells her not to worry. He promises that if anything happens, he will protect her. She quietly thanks him for his reassurance. Soon after, as she looks out the window, she announces that they've arrived. Inside the house, they approach a closed door. From behind it, voices can be heard. One of the elders is questioning the third brother, asking which of his children hasn't benefited from the family's resources. He argues that since Qinyuan used those resources and leveraged family connections to enter the reserve class, she is the most suitable candidate for marriage. Han Wu mutters to himself that these families are truly ridiculous, treating their children like trade goods. Before the conversation can continue, Qinyuan steps forward, knocks on the door, swings it open, and boldly shouts that she refuses to marry into the Shu family. A man dressed in red immediately rebukes her, telling her not to speak such nonsense and reminding her that she should never interrupt her elders. Another, a spectacled man, adds sternly that she must contribute to the family. He insists that the Shu family holds great wealth and has a true god in their lineage. Marrying their son is a logical and beneficial move. With that, he orders the guards to take Qinyuan to a room to calm down. But before they can reach her, her father suddenly steps in, roaring at them and demanding to know who dares lay a hand on his daughter. Her older brother rises next, criticizing their father for spoiling her and claiming that such treatment only hurts her. Yet, the father stands firm. He proclaims that he loves his daughter and simply wants her to be happy. He sees her as a future student at the Imperial Capital Academy and perhaps even a future goddess. The mustached elder scoffs at this and calls it absurd. He asks if they really expect their ancestral true god to personally grovel just to delay the marriage. He points out that while Qinhuang may be exceptional, she isn't even a semi-goddess yet, and it's possible she won't become a true goddess for another century. He warns them that if the Qin family loses its only true god, everyone present knows very well what the consequences would be. Outside, Han Wu hears the shouting and turns to the butler, asking whether this arranged marriage has something to do with the family's only true god. The butler nods solemnly. He explains that the family's true god had gotten into trouble while visiting a foreign civilization and was detained there, awaiting execution. Only a true god can negotiate for his release. The Qin family has searched everywhere and finally found a true god in the Shu family, which led to the marriage proposal. This revelation makes everything clear to Han Wu. It's not just about marriage. The Shu family wants to exploit Qinhuang's potential by bringing her to their side before she becomes a true goddess. Then, another realization hits him: Yuan Zhang isn't actually a true god. Without hesitation, Han Wu makes a call. The person on the other end answers casually, asking if Han Wu is using his divine tone again. Han Wu replies that it's not the case. This time, he needs a favor. He requests that the contact go to the foreign civilization to rescue a detained divine domain player, someone held by a true god. The man on the other end immediately guesses which civilization Han Wu is talking about. He already knows the true god in question, saying that while powerful, that god is still slightly weaker than himself. Han Wu is thrilled to hear that. He asks if the man will accept the task. However, the contact first asks about the reward, warning that if it's not worth it, he won't lift a finger. Han Wu knows that hiring a true god comes at a steep price, and having the Qin family pay such a cost won't be easy. But in the grand scheme of things, it would be well worth it. So, he tells the contact that the reward will be a divine artifact. Curious, Han Wu asks how much he would require. The man instantly brightens and says that repairing his divine spear would cost about 30,000 units of divine artifact source. He'll accept that amount as payment. Han Wu agrees immediately and promises to send the coordinates to finalize the deal. Back inside the residence, the argument continues. One of the family members bellows that Qinhuang is being selfish and acting against the family's interest. But just then, a new voice interrupts. It's Han Wu. Everyone stops and turns. Shocked, the elders demand to know who this stranger is and how he got into the old Qin residence. They order that he be thrown out at once. But Qinhuang steps forward and shields Han Wu, stating firmly that he is her classmate and is only here to help her. The mustached uncle glares at him, accusing her of having a romantic relationship with this schoolboy and using it as an excuse to refuse marriage into the Shu family. She angrily tells him not to speak nonsense. Yet her uncle insists she is a descendant of a true god and should marry someone of equal status. He then turns to Han Wu and asks, point blank, if there is a true god in his family. Han Wu simply smiles and replies, my family only has me and no true god, not even a semigod. But we do have plenty of bottles of water. The uncle scoffs. He says that marrying into a family without divine lineage is like walking into poverty. He then pulls out a card and declares that it holds 500 million units of divine power, more than enough to live comfortably. With that, he offers Han Wu the card and tells him to leave Qinhuang alone. But Han Wu continues smiling. He accepts the card, not to walk away, but to use it. He tells them that this amount will serve nicely as funding to hire a true god to rescue their great family ancestor. The man once again remarked that such an amount of money could allow someone to live quite comfortably. But then he froze mid-thought, unsure if he had heard correctly. The mustached man scoffed at the statement, demanding to know if this was some sort of joke. A true god isn't something you can just pick up off the street like a cabbage, he said mockingly, convinced the boy was only trying to stall them from getting what they wanted. Qin Shuang's father stepped in, admitting he was glad to see a boy standing up to defend his daughter. However, he dismissed the idea entirely, calling it absurd. But Qin Shuang stood firm. She insisted they could trust Han Wu, and if he claimed he could summon a true god for 500 million divine power, she would believe him without question. The old man let it slide for the moment, though he couldn't hide his skepticism. He wondered aloud how a mere boy intended to hire a true god from the powerful Shu family with such a paltry sum. But Han Wu cut in sharply, asking who had ever said anything about hiring someone from the Shu family. After all, he pointed out, there were many other true gods in existence. His response only infuriated the man further. He accused Han Wu of speaking nonsense and ordered him to leave. Just as tensions rose, the man's brother intervened, asking him to calm down. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the room. The entire group was stunned. Was this truly the presence of a god? At that moment, Manhwa calmly declared that the being he invited had arrived. The others scoffed, claiming this was no time for jokes. The patriarch was in danger, and when this supposed true god appeared, they believed all of Manhwa's lies would be exposed. But Manhwa remained composed. He encouraged them to ask the person directly and then stepped outside. There, his contact was already waiting. The sky shifted as a powerful figure descended, Yuan Jiang flying. A member of the Qin family rushed forward in desperation, asking if he had come to help find their ancestor. Yuan Jiang barely glanced at him. A semigod addressing him was beneath his attention. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. The same man who had just been boasting was now completely ignored. Then, the true god asked directly, "Who is Manhwa among you?" From a distance, Qin Shuang and her father watched in disbelief. Could the boy truly have managed to invite such a powerful figure? The rest of the family stood equally stunned. When Manhwa stepped forward and confirmed his identity, Yuan Jiang paused. He looked at the boy, clearly not even a demigod, and questioned if this was truly him. After all, Manhwa had called him brother. Manhwa, slightly embarrassed, nodded and asked if he recognized the artifact he held. Yuan Jiang's expression softened. Seeing the artifact confirmed the boy's words, and he admitted he hadn't expected someone so young. The group returned inside. Yuan Jiang looked around and asked if the people here were Manhwa's family. Manhwa immediately shook his head, clarifying that these people had nothing to do with him. This unsettled the old man, who now feared that Manhwa held a grudge after being mistreated. He rushed to his brother, whispering urgently that the boy was only here because of his daughter. They needed to convince him to help them. Quickly, the entire family began pleading with the sixth brother to intervene. If they could gain the help of a true god, there would be no need to marry off Qin Shuang for political alliances. The sixth brother looked at her thoughtfully, then finally spoke. He commended her on her choice, saying she had good taste in men and clearly found someone reliable. He encouraged her to seize this opportunity to save her great-grandfather. Doing so would ensure no one could manipulate her with marriage again. Embarrassed, Qin Shuang asked what he meant, saying they weren't involved like that. He smiled, saying it was only a matter of time, and asked her if she would take Manhwa home if she were interested. After all, he seemed like a decent man. Still blushing, Qin Shuang turned to look at Manhwa, then decided to speak with him. However, Manhwa stopped her mid-step, saying she arrived just in time. He told her that the true god had agreed to help her great-grandfather, asking only for her family to share some information. Surprised, she asked if things had moved so quickly. After all, the payment hadn't even been finalized. But before she could finish, Manhwa gently placed his hand over her mouth. He told her not to worry about the payment, it had already been settled. Her cheeks reddened further. She couldn't believe it. 500 million couldn't possibly be enough. He must have paid the difference himself. To her, this was yet another sign that Manhwa was too good for her. Meanwhile, Guanzhong turned to the old man, reminding him of the promised reward, and then took off to fulfill his side of the deal. The entire family expressed their gratitude, but Guanzhong pulled Qin Shuang aside. He told her the credit belonged to her alone, as she was the one who tried so hard to solve the problem. The sixth brother chuckled, impressed. That boy is truly something. 2 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Shudi was searching for Manhwa and Qin Shuang. He asked the students if they had seen either of them. All of them responded with confusion, neither had been seen recently. Enraged, Shudi assumed they must be hiding at the Qin family's residence. He swore he wouldn't let this go and immediately returned to the family's fortress. There, he reported to his grandfather that a man named Manhwa had gotten involved with Qin Shuang. He called it a disgrace to their family's name. Upon hearing this, the grandfather summoned his 2 grandsons. Together, they prepared to head straight to the Qin family's home. This insult could not go unpunished. Shai agreed, convinced that this time, Manhwa wouldn't get away. Elsewhere, Manhwa and Qin Shuang were calmly meditating. Manhwa reflected silently. With 500 million divine power, he had managed to acquire 103,000 artifact units. 30,000 of those would go to Yuan Jiang, and the rest he would use to evolve his gluttony to level 4. With that, he would soon possess a formidable army. Lost in thought, he began to grin foolishly. Qin Shuang noticed and raised an eyebrow, asking him what on earth he was thinking about, to the point that he was literally drooling. Suddenly, Jung bursts onto the scene, running frantically and shouting that something terrible has happened. Han Wu and Qinyuan immediately stand up, asking what's wrong. Jung urgently explains that the true god of the Shu family has arrived, accompanied by his 2 grandsons. The 6th master has sent Jung to hide the 2 of them. Meanwhile, back at the Qin family residence, the elders are holding a tense meeting. Qin Shan, clearly agitated, requests to annul his daughter's arranged marriage now that the family patriarch will be returning. His brother, however, replies that such a decision is far too simplistic. He warns that the true god from the Shu family is not someone they can afford to provoke. If he discovers the truth, he might use it as an excuse to tear the entire estate apart. Shan insists that they should simply not reveal anything, buying time until the patriarch returns. But Qin Dong interjects, saying that it's easier said than done. A true god isn't so easily fooled, and by now, he's likely calculated everything. Another elder argues that without a true god on their side, they have no real options and should proceed with the marriage. Angering someone of such power could lead to disaster for countless people. Qin Shan slams the table in frustration, refusing to accept this logic. He reminds them that Han Wu was the one who brought in a true god to save their ancestor, and that alone makes him a benefactor of the Qin family. Qin Dong responds that while he understands, the reality is that everyone might suffer because of Shan's daughter, which enrages him further. He snaps, asking if now everything is being blamed on his daughter. Suddenly, Jerome calls for silence. With a more measured tone, he reminds everyone that they all have children and cannot afford to offend either side. He suggests a martial arts competition to determine who will marry Qin Chuang, a duel to settle the matter without favoritism. Shan is furious at this idea, accusing the others of treating his daughter like a prize. Yet the rest of the family finds it a fair solution, one that may prevent bloodshed and protect the clan's safety. At that very moment, a powerful voice echoes through the halls, questioning why no one has come out to greet the true god. Panic spreads instantly, and everyone rushes outside, not wanting to appear disrespectful. Shoulong, the true god of the Shu family, steps forward and silences them. He announces that he's not here for games, he's come to arrange his grandson's marriage before departing to help rescue their patriarch. He demands that Qin Chuang be brought before him. Jerome steps forward and nervously explains that someone else, a classmate of Chuang's, has already hired a true god to rescue the ancestor. He pleads for Shoulong's understanding and mercy toward the family. But Shoulong is furious. He scoffs at the idea that a mere demigod would interfere in his plans. His aura explodes outward, releasing a devastating wave of divine energy. The sheer pressure forces everyone in the area to their knees. Just then, Qinyuan appears and begs him not to destroy her home. Shudi, standing beside his grandfather, whispers that the boy responsible is Han Wu. Shoulong smiles cruelly, saying this is perfect because that boy will not live to see another day. The true god turns to Qinyuan and calmly states that if she wants to spare her family, she must obediently marry his grandson. Qinyuan furiously rejects the demand, calling him insane for even suggesting it. Jerome, desperate to de-escalate, begs Shoulong to forgive her, arguing that she's still a child and just needs discipline. At that point, Shoulong turns his attention to Han Wu. He confirms the boy's identity and questions whether he's the one who dared ruin the arranged marriage. With cold menace, he warns that if Han Wu doesn't explain himself properly, he will not be allowed to leave alive. Han Wu, calm and collected, responds that he's only here to help a friend. He doesn't believe he needs permission from a god to do that. Is there some law that says a friend can't lend a hand in times of need? Shudi explodes with anger, asking how dare a child show such disrespect. But Han Wu holds his ground. He says he merely stated the truth, or is the mighty true god so petty that he cannot handle honest words? Shoulong gives one last warning: if Han Wu leaves now, they will act as though none of this happened. But if he stays, it will be taken as a direct challenge to the Shu family. Without hesitation, Han Wu replies, "I'm not leaving." Enraged, Shuang, the grandson, charges at him, declaring that Han Wu will die right here. Qin Shan rushes forward, trying to stop the inevitable clash, but Shoulong intervenes. He declares that this is his grandson's battle, one that will determine the honor of the Shu family, and warns everyone not to interfere. As Shuang barrels toward him, Han Wu calmly opens a divine portal. From within, an army of armored soldiers emerges, his personal force of familiars, each one a fearsome creature clad in steel. Observing this, Han Wu notes that they are no ordinary summons. These are advanced warriors, stronger even than those summoned by Shudi. Shuang orders his familiars to charge. Han Wu responds by summoning his locust men. As both armies clash, the battle begins with the locusts immediately gaining the upper hand, overpowering their opponents in both swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Shuang is stunned, having completely underestimated Han Wu. Unwilling to accept defeat, Shuang raises the stakes. He commands his divine armored soldiers to strike with full force. From the portal, a colossal steel soldier emerges, a towering giant. It charges forward with blinding speed. Han Wu's locusts react quickly, but one of them, the high-level locust lord who had consumed the fruit of wisdom, is unable to dodge in time. His arm is severed in the assault. Han Wu's heart sinks at the loss of such a promising familiar. Shuang mocks him, laughing that even his best summon is nothing more than trash. But instead of despair, Han Wu grins. He asks mockingly if Shuang truly thinks the locusts are trash, and then activates mutation mode. Immediately, the locusts undergo a dramatic transformation, growing stronger, more terrifying, and far more lethal. Shuang is frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he's witnessing. Han Wu seizes the moment, ordering his swarm to attack again. The newly mutated army charges straight for the divine soldier. In response, Shuang commands the familiar to activate its divine armor. A protective shield forms around it. But Han Wu simply smiles. He announces that the real battle is just beginning. With confidence, he raises his hand and activates the source of mutation, triggering a targeted evolution among his locusts. The true god watches in silent shock as the tide of battle is about to change once again. Because of this command, the locusts undergo an immense evolution. Their power surges, and their attacks become so potent that they easily pierce through the divine soldier's defense. Han Wu taunts his opponent, asking him to repeat that insects are weak. But as his enemy remains silent, Han Wu smirks and decides to demonstrate even more. He throws 1,000 poison crystals toward his locust lord and commands him to seek vengeance. In an instant, the locust lord's severed arm regenerates, and his entire body begins to overflow with overwhelming power. This evolution grants him a new ability, highly corrosive venom. Wasting no time, the locust lord soars through the air and unleashes his new corrosive attack, instantly shattering the divine shield. Shu Gang panics, demanding to know what the hell this thing is, and hastily orders his familiar to retreat and return to his divine realm. But Han Wu coldly warns that it's not that simple, leaving as one pleases is no longer an option. Shu Gang, now desperate, asks what Han Wu wants from him. But the MC simply points to the overwhelming number of supreme-tier warriors standing at his side. The sight causes Shu Gang's knees to give out. He collapses, stunned by the power before him and unable to process how such terrifying monsters are still appearing. And it doesn't stop there. While he stares at the divine portal in horror, a black dragon emerges from it. His entire army is not just defeated, it's being transformed into a skeletal legion, one that now serves Han Wu and boosts his strength further. Shu Gang finally breaks, screaming that he surrenders and will immediately withdraw from Han Wu's divine realm. But Han Wu isn't done yet. He calmly declares that surrender is no longer enough, now it's his turn to invade. With a single command, his entire army charges into Shu Gang's divine realm. Zhu Din watches in horror, unable to wait any longer. Knowing that his divine domain will soon be overrun, he clenches his teeth and roars for the portal to be shut immediately. Soldiers rush to follow his command, but it's already too late. The locust swarm is storming through at full speed. The portal finally closes, and Zhu Din lets out a sigh of relief, believing the worst has been averted. But then, it reopens. Panic floods his face as Han Wu calmly explains that even low-level locusts, while weak, can build a permanent bridge connecting divine domains. Once established, the connection cannot be broken. In other words, the destruction of his realm is inevitable. Zhu Din collapses to his knees, begging for mercy and for the battle to end. He pleads for the locusts to be withdrawn, but Han Wu coldly reminds him, Zhu Din invaded first, and now he must suffer the consequences of his actions. Zhu Din offers to remove his familiars from Han Wu's realm and warns that his grandfather, a true god, is waiting outside. If Han Wu continues, there's no way he can stand against such power. But Han Wu is no fool. He knows that the moment he disconnects the realms, the old man will obliterate him. That's why he needs a hostage, Zhu Din himself. As long as he holds the grandson, the true god cannot act recklessly. Zhu Din, trembling, promises to convince his grandfather not to retaliate, if only Han Wu spares his life. But the MC brushes this off and simply orders silence. Right now, his locusts are searching for the divine core. Outside, more than an hour has passed, and the true god is growing restless. He wonders aloud why his grandson hasn't emerged and fears something has gone terribly wrong. Just then, a spectator screen appears, shocking everyone in the Chin family. They all rush to see what's happening, only to witness Zudin being utterly overpowered. While they don't understand the exact situation, Jerome calmly explains, Han Wu likely holds Zudin's divine core right now, and could destroy it at any moment. The screen shows a locust man standing on top of the core, and everyone gasps, knowing what's at stake. Suddenly, a hologram of Sholong appears inside the divine realm. He attempts to negotiate with Han Wu, requesting the release of his grandson's core. But Han Wu is already annoyed at the intrusion and coldly orders his locusts to accelerate the slaughter of the remaining steel-armored soldiers. Infuriated at being ignored, the true god asks what Han Wu wants in return. But Han Wu counters that there's been a misunderstanding, they are not negotiating his surrender, but rather what he should offer if he wants to leave. The old man is furious. In his mind, once his grandson is released, he will torture this brat for 3 days and 3 nights before killing him. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning strikes down, and true god Yuan Zhong appears. Han Wu brightens at the sight, knowing his ally has finally returned, and he's not alone, he's accompanied by another true god. The entire Qin family is overjoyed to see their ancestor back. Jerome cheerfully tells Sholong that it's a fortunate day and invites him to stay for a celebratory banquet. But Sholong declines. Inside the divine realm, Han Wu informs him that now that their true god has arrived, he will release the grandson, but only once his friend stands beside him. After all, you never know what a smiling true god might do in a moment of vulnerability. Right on cue, a hologram of Yuan Zhong appears within the divine realm. He solemnly declares that he has returned, and as long as he is present, no one will lay a hand on his friend. Furthermore, the true god of the Qin family finally arrives, his voice booming across the divine realm as he demands to know what's going on. Han Wu, now protected by his own true god, calmly orders the venomous grasshoppers to release Zudin's divine core along with the captured army. Zudin, humiliated but trying to maintain some pride, warns Han Wu that he'll remember this moment. The next time they meet, one of them might not walk away. But Han Wu is unfazed. He coldly suggests that Zudin should first focus on rebuilding his obliterated steel-armored soldiers, or he won't even be eligible for another fight. As Zudin exits the divine realm, he's immediately slapped by his grandfather, who berates him for embarrassing the family and still talking nonsense. Without another word, the old man grabs both his grandchildren and flies away at full speed, unwilling to endure any further disgrace. The true god of the Qin family watches them flee and scoffs, calling the elder a scoundrel for daring to threaten their family while he was away. With that, he declares that all ties between the two families are severed and the alliance between Qinuang and Zudin is cancelled. No one speaks as the trio disappears into the sky. Turning back, the true god throws a glowing item toward Han Wu. It's a gift, a token of gratitude for contacting Yuan Zhang and saving him. Han Wu catches it and examines it closely. It's an original slate, capable of helping any creature return to the ancestral bloodline of their origin. Reading this, Han Wu's eyes widen. If the slate works as described, he could evolve his grasshoppers into their most ferocious prehistoric form, a terrifying possibility that could change everything. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Han Wu is approached by his veteran friends. They call out cheerfully, and he greets them with a smile, asking what news they've brought. Mong steps forward and explains that the next major evaluation class is about to begin, and that Shang Jun is guaranteed to target him. Anticipating this, they've compiled a detailed intelligence manual on the student. Despite everyone's dislike for him, Mong admits that Shang Jun is the top first-year student, and Han Wu must proceed with caution. Flipping through the manual, Han Wu is surprised to learn that Shang Jun's lineage traces back to ordinary goblins. That means everything he's accomplished is the result of pure genius, not privilege. One of the girls notes how the grasshoppers seem stronger than ever, and Ziation agrees. With hundreds of Lord-class grasshoppers, 3 King-class elites, and 3 high-ranking priests, Han Wu's army is nothing to scoff at. But Han Wu isn't laughing. Internally, he's concerned. Those are all forces that should be feared. His friends laugh off his worries, but the thought lingers. Later that day, back at his residence, Han Wu sits in meditation. He knows Shang Jun will undoubtedly aim to eliminate the 3 Lord-level grasshoppers, and he cannot afford to lose them. He considers using super regeneration, a technique he developed using high concentrations of radiation crystals, but doubts if it'll be enough to withstand Shang Jun's attacks. Just then, his eyes land on the Black Death mushroom, which he remembers had a debuff effect during the battle with the zombie army. If it could inflict similar damage on goblins, it might prove extremely useful. He begins searching through the system shop, hoping for something to enhance the mushroom's power, until he suddenly finds it. With excitement, he uses his magic to merge the resource with the mushroom, unlocking a powerful combination. The next day at the university, Professor Lena explains the rules for the upcoming anti-invasion evaluation. Veteran first years will be attacking, and students must defend their divine domains with everything they have. Those who successfully protect their domains will receive grand rewards, while those who fail will be sent to the Black Prison for punishment. As the test begins, Han Wu crosses the portal into his divine domain, only to be met by Shang Jun, who grins and promises to give him a free sample of hell. Han Wu is stunned by the size and variety of Shang Jun's army. He sees wave after wave of melee goblins, long-range goblin archers, fire-based mags, ice elemental casters, and even mounted goblin cavalry. Knowing he can't afford to fall behind, he opens his own portal, summoning his grasshopper swarm into strategic formation. The swarm lines up by type, attack, defense, and support, with the 3 Lord-level grasshoppers standing behind him like royal guards. Shang Jun, impressed, comments that for someone to rise so far with trash familiars, Han Wu must be truly skilled. Because of that, he promises to take the battle seriously. With a wave of his hand, he commands his goblin mags to attack. Flames and ice surge forward, striking the grasshoppers head-on. Han Wu realizes immediately his opponent is trying to overwhelm him from the start. He shouts for the subjugation grasshoppers to raise their defenses and commands the celestial demon grasshoppers to attack the enemy's rear. The battlefield ignites. His army braces for impact as archer squads take to the skies. Meanwhile, the enemy commander orders his melee goblins to retreat, no doubt preparing for a second wave of destruction. But Han Wu just scoffs and declares that what Shang Jun wants will only happen in his dreams. Without hesitation, he commands his familiars to intercept. At his word, the grasshoppers swiftly surround the advancing goblins, and Han Wu bellows for them to seize the opportunity. They must annihilate the ranged attackers first. Shang Jun narrows his eyes, clearly displeased, but grins with confidence. "I'm not Mong," he sneers, "and certainly not Ziyashin." With that, he raises his arm and unleashes his true power. At his command, the goblin army shifts into a 3-sided formation, and concentrated magical fire, both literal fire and deadly ice, barrages Han Wu's defensive barrier. The blasts crash down in waves, and Han Wu's expression tightens as he senses that the barrier is about to collapse. The grasshoppers holding it are being bombarded with relentless force. Fueled by growing excitement, Shang Jun raises his voice and declares, "Now, you'll pay the price for offending me." He then calls forth his goblin lords, massive, terrifying monsters that dwarf the rest of the army. As they emerge, Han Wu's heart sinks for a moment. There are 2 of them, and even his hero-grade grasshoppers can't deal damage to them directly. He quickly forms a new strategy. If he can't overpower them, he'll separate them. With sharp clarity, Han Wu orders his army to bait the goblin lords away. The creatures chase after his retreating units at full speed, falling right into the trap. Then, Han Wu issues his next command, load the spores. Infest the enemy. A black mist descends from the sky like a cursed fog, and the spores of the black plague mushroom begin to take root. The goblins start to panic as black fungi bloom across their bodies, leaving even the fire element units utterly confused. They have no idea what's happening. But Han Wu knows. It's almost time. He smiles, watching as the chaos spreads. Suddenly, explosions ripple through the enemy ranks. Goblins are tossed into the air, crying out in confusion. Shang Jun, startled at first, begins to laugh. "I almost got worried there," he says mockingly. "But that barely tickled." Han Wu simply smiles and replies, "That's called the sustainable regeneration chain cannon." He explains that the explosions will not only continue, but intensify with every cycle. The more the goblins resist, the worse it will get. As if on cue, another blast shakes the battlefield, far stronger than the last. Goblins fall in droves. Shang Jun's face twists in fury. With no choice, he activates his divine healing technique, restoring the injured goblins in real time. Han Wu watches curiously. "Is your army healing each other mid-battle?" he asks, half amused. "Are you sure they're not just friends holding hands?" The taunt stings. Shang Jun snaps, "You afraid? My healing nullifies your bombs. This won't go anywhere." But just as he speaks, a colossal explosion erupts. The ground trembles, and a massive portion of his army is obliterated. Shocked, Shang Jun stumbles back, demanding an explanation. "I was told each explosion only grows a little stronger. This is impossible." Han Wu's eyes gleam. "That's true, but it seems your divine healing actually accelerated the mushroom's growth, feeding the chain reaction. Now, the mushrooms have expanded to grotesque proportions, covering every part of the goblins' bodies." Han Wu warns, This is bad. If it keeps going at this pace, your army will be wiped out in the next round." Shang Jun's expression darkens. This was supposed to be a demonstration, a chance to show dominance to the rookies. But if he can't even defeat a single opponent, he'll walk away in disgrace. Gritting his teeth, he admits, "You're strong, but not strong enough." And with that, he plays all his trump cards. First, he unleashes a new technique, boosting morale, increasing movement speed, and dulling pain receptors. Then, he activates his God of War technique, sending his entire army into a state of berserk fury. Now, every kill will heal them by 1/4 of the damage dealt. To top it off, he layers on the God of Earth technique, surrounding himself with an absorptive shield that continually draws power from the land. He's sweating, drained from using so many divine techniques back to back. But now, he announces, it's time to attack. The mushrooms, overwhelmed by divine power, begin to fall from the goblins' bodies. Han Wu watches in disbelief as his carefully laid trap is neutralized so effortlessly. The goblin lords roar, and one of them shouts, "Brothers, massacre every last insect." They charge forward at full speed. Han Wu immediately gives the order, "Fight to the death." Meanwhile, outside the divine realm, the battle is being closely monitored by the academy staff. Lena turns to the panel of professors and asks for their evaluations. The first professor leans back, visibly impressed. Qin Shuang's relatives, they're more than qualified for the Imperial Institute's University Division. The blonde professor nods and adds, and the Shu family, especially Shudis Tin army, is incredibly strong. No doubt, they too deserve direct entry into the Imperial University. As the discussion continued among the professors, one of them remarked that Qinjun's relatives may only possess average strength, but their intelligence and potential were exceptional. Lena then turned to them with a serious expression and asked the real question, "What are your thoughts on Han Wu?" A hush fell over the room. Finally, one professor broke the silence, saying Han Wu was a classic example of a failed battle strategy, a clear sign of weakness. But the bald professor disagreed. He reminded everyone that Han Wu went up against Shang Jun, the strongest freshman of the year, and forced him to use his best techniques within the rules. That alone proved Han Wu's strength. Lena nodded, then added an important detail, "Don't forget, Han Wu still has 5 powerful familiars who weren't even involved in the battle. Everything we saw was done using only his grasshoppers." She concluded that despite his loss, Han Wu absolutely deserved an excellent grade, and the professors agreed. Back in the divine realm, the battle raged on. Shang Jun once again shouted for his goblin army to annihilate the grasshoppers. His enhanced army closed in to deliver the final blow. But just then, a voice echoed through everyone's minds, "Evaluation concluded." Shang Jun froze, furious. He had been so close. He had brought 100 million goblins into battle, lost more than half, and even sacrificed goblin heroes and a lord. Yet, somehow, all of Han Wu's grasshopper lords had survived. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the professor now addressed the students. She explained that those who failed the evaluation would be expelled from the school, while those who earned an excellent grade would have the honor of joining a real extraterritorial war. She then began to read the list of students who passed with excellence: Qinuang, Susha, Qing, Yan, Qian, Lily, and Nuang. As the names were announced, Han Wu sat quietly, lost in thought. He assumed he had scored terribly and would be expelled. Shudi laughed mockingly beside him, asking if that weak performance was really all he had. But Qinuang tried to reassure him, reminding him that he had stood his ground against the strongest freshman in the entire university. Sudi cut in coldly, "A loss is a loss." But before the conversation could continue, the professor called out one final name, Han Wu. She congratulated him and the others for earning excellent evaluations. Shock rippled through the class. Zuti stood up and raised his hand. "Professor," he asked, "what were the evaluation criteria?" Some students lost yet still passed with excellence. Lena explained with a stern gaze that all grades had been jointly determined by official university professors. Though Han Wu was defeated, his overall performance and strategic use of resources had earned the respect of every professor. Then, Lena released a terrifying aura, asking Zuti, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Intimidated, Zuti quickly nodded. "Yes, I have no further questions." Lena continued. The grades had been finalized. Those with excellent marks had one day to prepare before being dispatched to the outer realm to participate in a real war. With that, she turned and walked out, but not before slamming the door so hard that it shattered a table. Everyone was stunned. That table had been crafted from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree, and she broke it like kindling. As expected of the goddess of war, Zuti got up and cast one last glare at Han Wu. "Don't get too comfortable. We'll meet again in the outer realm." As he left, Qing rushed over to Han Wu and whispered, "Hey, I've got some juicy gossip. Shadis teaming up with Shang Jun again, they're already plotting how to take you down." With that, Qing vanished, claiming he needed to find a crown to have some fun. Moments later, Qin Shuang approached with a mischievous smirk. "Are you jealous?" she teased. "If you are, you can always go hang out with that blonde guy." Han Wu jumped to his feet. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Just then, Em appeared at the door and asked Han Wu to step outside for a moment. They walked to a private area, where the senior instructors awaited. They explained that the university had identified 3 realms suitable for the upcoming invasion: Runa civilization, Totem realm, and biochemical territory. They couldn't reveal all the details, but handed Han Wu 3 sealed bags, each containing information and support gear for one of the realms. He was warned these bags could only be opened after entering the corresponding realm. Han Wu took the bag solemnly, realizing that if he wanted to become an official disciple of Professor Shu Hai, he would need to reach the state of a perfect semigod. And for that, outstanding performance in this war was non-negotiable. Just as he was deep in thought, the seniors wished him good luck. Later, Han Wu and Qinuang met Lena once more. She handed over a realm login device, which would allow non-divine preparatory students to communicate during the mission. She then asked them to proceed to the top floor. Everyone was waiting. They ascended to the highest point of the university, where a colossal ship awaited. Once all were aboard, the vessel soared into space. Upon landing at the destination, Han Wu approached the large metallic door at the entrance. He placed his hand on it, and as it slid open, the outer realm war officially began. Now in a new location, the main character opens the bag he received from the veterans. However, he quickly realizes something strange. There were supposed to be 3 items, but only one remains. Curious, he opens the small pouch and stares at its contents in confusion. It's something unfamiliar. After reading the instructions, he learns that they're called dry cards, designed to store a type of energy known as dimensional origin. This mysterious power source enhances the will of the plane. The more dimensional origin one accumulates, the more advanced life forms they can create. In the brutal war of the outer domain, dimensional origin serves as a crucial consumable used to communicate with the divine realm. The most common way to collect it is through hunting and exploring native life forms. Realizing this, the main character hurls all the cards into the air and, with a sinister gleam in his eyes, commands a massacre to begin. 1 hour later, he laughs dryly to himself. Despite the chaos, he has only managed to gather 5 units of dimensional origin. He still doesn't fully understand the point of it all. Determined to push further, he decides it's time to invest more. Summoning his grasshoppers, 5 cards of which still remain, he spots a nearby camp and yells for his familiars to destroy it completely. Elsewhere, Shui admires the gift he received from the veteran Shang Jun. It seems incredibly powerful, imbued with a demonic force at the Lord level, strong enough, Shui believes, to finish off Han Wu. According to the instructions, he only needs to place a strand of Han Wu's hair inside the jar and then aim at the target to eliminate him. Without hesitation, Shui places the hair inside. Immediately, a demonic aura begins to overflow from the container. Alarmed by the overwhelming presence, he orders one of his familiars to smash the jar. Just as the jar shatters, a colossal monster bursts forth, letting out a maddened scream. It charges off into the distance, and Shui, watching its rampage, is convinced that this time, Han Wu will not survive. Meanwhile, the main character is focused on channeling an item in his hand. It's time to update the unlocking of the Black Dragon transformation. He spends 5 dimensional origin units to summon 5 powerful warriors. As his aura flares, his wolf companion joins him, bringing its overwhelming energy into the fold. Han Wu immediately orders his strongest monsters to launch their attack. The camp falls swiftly under their combined might. Later, inside the Wolf King's cave, the main character reviews the rewards he has received. Among them, he finds a scroll inscribed in a runic language. He carefully aligns the runes in the correct sequence. The system confirms the scroll's effects: an increase of 10% in strength, a 20% boost to physical defense, and a 20% acceleration in wound recovery. For blade-type weapons, it adds a 20% chance to cause bleeding, a 15% increase in attack speed, and a 10% lifesteal effect. Without hesitation, Han Wu removes his shirt and applies the runes to his body. Almost instantly, he feels a powerful shift within himself. But just as he's adapting to this new strength, something strange catches his senses. He takes to the sky in his draconic form and rushes to the disturbance. Upon arrival, he sees his familiars being attacked by wild feline-like creatures. One of them strikes down a grasshopper with a single blow. Han Wu grows concerned. These are no ordinary beasts. They are demonic cats, lord-level life forms. His army continues to fight but is quickly overwhelmed. One of the familiars, using a fake body, manages to distract the enemy. The beasts, enraged, turn their attention to Han Wu. He welcomes the challenge. As the demonic cat charges at him, Han Wu readies his power. He delivers a devastating punch straight to its cheek, felling the monster in one clean blow. The system promptly announces the elimination of a lord-level life form and rewards him with 2 units of dimensional origin. Han Wu smirks. At this rate, he may soon be able to summon small skeletons, and if this momentum continues, he could become a demigod in the outer domain. 3 days later, while scouting the area, one of his grasshoppers informs him about a fire crystal mine located nearby. Han Wu orders his familiars to advance. But as they approach the cave, he becomes wary. There's a human aura inside. Someone has already discovered this location. Nevertheless, he enters. Almost immediately, he feels intense heat emanating from the cave's depths. Then, a massive lion appears, charging straight at him. Han Wu transforms into his draconic form, preparing to engage the beast. But just as he braces for the attack, the lion is yanked back. Someone is pulling its tail. A horned woman appears, shouting at the lion, demanding to know why it's running so recklessly. Han Wu immediately recognizes her. He asks, "Are you Nuang?" Without much conversation, she coldly tells him to leave. It's her territory now. Han Wu responds to the horned girl without backing down. He declares that regardless of whose territory it is, he could easily take it for himself. Then, with an arrogant smirk, he challenges her, asking what she plans to do about it. His words enrage her. In a flash, she releases the flaming lion's tail and charges straight at him. Her voice thunders with fury as she warns him to leave immediately, or face death. Suddenly, a green energy begins to surge around Han Wu's body. A thick vine spirals upward, wrapping itself tightly around him. The girl stops mid-charge, startled by the unfamiliar power. She demands to know what it is. Han Wu answers coldly, this power was made specifically to kill her. Ignoring his words, she slams her fist into the ground, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire cave. But before she can recover, something flashes through the air: Han Wu's sword. It slices cleanly through one of her horns. Shocked and frozen, she hears his chilling warning, the next strike will be at her neck. Realizing she's completely outmatched, she surrenders. Reluctantly, she declares that the flaming lion is his. But Han Wu doesn't care about the beast. After all, it's merely a lord-class life form, not nearly valuable enough to yield much dimensional origin. What he truly wants is the fire crystal ore deep within the cave. Nong, now calmer, sees an opportunity. She agrees to his terms and even suggests future cooperation. But Han Wu gives her no real answer. Instead, he simply orders his skeleton army to march into the cave and begin mining the fire crystals. Suddenly, a thick black cloud materializes in the sky above, and a massive portal opens at the cave entrance. Nong is stunned. She turns to Han Wu and accuses him of summoning it. But he quickly denies it, admitting that the sheer size of the portal nearly made him wet his pants. From within the portal, a monstrous figure steps out. The air grows heavy with a terrifying aura. This is Anu, a demon created by Zuti. The towering monster sniffs the air, locks eyes with Han Wu, and roars that he will use the boy's blood to wash away his shame. Han Wu, completely confused by the accusation, doesn't waste time. He immediately activates his plant fusion ability, Golden Dragon, and launches a powerful attack. But Anu effortlessly nullifies it, not even flinching. Alarmed, Han Wu switches tactics, using Ghostly Flash, a more elusive strike. At the same time, Nong supports him with a massive fireball. Watching how the demon absorbs their attacks, Han Wu begins to suspect that perhaps only the destruction attribute can truly counter it. He makes a bold move, summoning Warhammer, the Crimson Forged Dwarf. He commands it to destroy the demon. The Crimson Dwarf responds instantly, charging up all its energy. The demon scoffs, calling it a pathetic worm, and retaliates by launching a barrage of deadly spikes. But the dwarf counters by unleashing a torrent of serpentine lightning that pierces the demon's body, leaving holes everywhere. Then, with a full-force leap, the dwarf slams its giant hammer down in a direct hit, causing a catastrophic explosion that rocks the battlefield. Han Wu, seeing this, begins to celebrate. The battle is turning in his favor. But he remains cautious and urges Warhammer not to give the monster even a moment to recover. The dwarf complies, delivering blow after blow in a savage onslaught. Eventually, the once terrifying demon is reduced to a pulpy mess, virtually unrecognizable. But even now, Han Wu senses something strange. The demon's body may be ruined, but its soul remains intact. He frowns. If he lets this creature live, there's no doubt it will come back for revenge one day. So, Han Wu decides to have the bone controller devour its soul. Hearing this, Anu panics. He begs for mercy, claiming he surrenders and is even willing to become Han Wu's servant, so long as his soul is spared. But Han Wu isn't swayed by empty promises. He tells the demon that he'll only consider it under one condition, a binding contract. Anu agrees without hesitation. As Han Wu drafts the terms, Wong peeks over his shoulder. She's stunned. His contract is so cunning, it could outwit even the most ruthless merchant alive. Once both parties agree, the contract is sealed. Only then does Han Wu finally ask about Anu's abilities. The demon explains that he is an iron rust demon and possesses the power to transform his body into rust, corroding both metal and living organisms alike. Han Wu admits that it's a potent ability. However, he also points out the glaring flaw, fire. Many players in the Divine Realm wield fire-based abilities, and fire completely counters rust. That weakness could become a major liability. Anu, now desperate to prove his worth, offers an alternative. He suggests serving not as a warrior, but as a bloodline weapon, a sword made from iron rust that can corrode any weapon it touches. Han Wu is intrigued. He accepts. Anu transforms into a rust-forged blade. Holding it, Han Wu can feel his combat potential surge. With this new weapon, his chances of reaching the level of a perfect demigod skyrocket. His next goal becomes clear: resume the hunt for powerful creatures, gather more dimensional origin, and expand his forces even further. Days pass. Deep in a dense forest, a man moves quietly through the underbrush. But as he steps forward, his eyes widen in horror. In the clearing ahead, a massive army of undead stands tall, at least 500,000 strong. Panic grips him. Without delay, he rushes toward the city. He storms into the castle, breathless, and immediately reports everything he's seen. Back at the royal castle, the king listens closely as his subordinate kneels before him and delivers the grim report. He asks again, just to be sure, "Are you absolutely certain that there are 500,000 undead soldiers marching toward us?" The subordinate nods solemnly. His count is accurate, and the legion is stationed only dozens of miles away from the castle. The king's expression darkens. His city can only muster 50,000 guards, and even if he counts all the mercenaries available, the total would barely reach 100,000 troops. If the undead attack now, it would be nothing short of annihilation. Without wasting a second, he orders his messengers to send out urgent requests for reinforcements to neighboring cities. The next day, standing atop the city walls, the same subordinate returns with news: reinforcements have arrived. The Allied army now boasts 300,000 soldiers, along with an additional 50,000 clerics sent by the church. This brings their total strength to over 350,000, and more importantly, the clerics are especially effective against undead. Relieved, the king roars from the ramparts, urging his soldiers to fight to the death. Wipe out the undead. Defend the kingdom. At all costs. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Wu is resting in the shade with Nufeng when one of his grasshopper scouts lands nearby and urgently reports the presence of 350,000 approaching human troops. Han Wu's eyes light up with excitement. It seems the humans are coming to challenge him. Startled, Niu Feng asks what he means. Han Wu explains that one of his informants reported the human army intends to exterminate them. He grins and asks if she's up for a fight. After all, it's a perfect chance to harvest more resources. She gives him a glare. "Do I look stupid to you?" "You clearly just want to use me as your weapon," she snaps. Moments later, the two of them hide in the bushes, observing the situation from afar. When he notices her there, Han Wu teasingly reminds her that she said she wasn't interested in helping. Niuang shrugs, saying she's just curious, not helping, just watching. Her excuse amuses him, and he compliments her bandit spirit, though she quickly tells him to shut up and focus. The army is almost here. What they see is a terrifying sight. A long line of heavily armored knights leads a vast human army. Without hesitation, Han Wu commands his skeleton army to launch an ambush. His undead forces move swiftly, trapping the human army from all sides. The soldiers panic. Shouts erupt across the ranks. Some cry out for divine aid, praying desperately to survive. But it's too late. The skeleton legion charges without mercy, cutting them down. At the same time, the skeleton lord steps forward, casting necromantic spells that raise fresh skeletons from the bodies of the fallen. Seeing this, the human commander yells for his holy knights to use purification. The knights gather divine energy and unleash a brilliant wave of holy light across the battlefield. It burns through the undead, and Han Wu quickly realizes that this group poses a serious threat. Holy knights are powerful counters to skeleton-type beings. Just as he acknowledges the danger, Wang charges into battle on her own. Han Wu is stunned for a second, then transforms into his draconic form. "You're not going in alone," he shouts as he takes flight, hurtling through the sky toward the front lines. The two crash into the battlefield with terrifying momentum, Wang trampling everything in her path, Han Wu diving down from above like a divine storm. Reunited in the chaos, Han Wu gives the order, "Attack." The skeleton army surges forward once more, overwhelming the human soldiers. In the distance, a castle guard runs breathlessly to the king and shouts in horror, "We've been defeated. The undead have surrounded us." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the king issues a final order, "Retreat. Everyone, fall back now." Hours later, the castle lies in ruin. Han Wu stands among the rubble, surveying his latest victory. Despite claiming over 350,000 undead soldiers for his army, he's visibly disappointed. There were only a few thousand usable resources gained in return. Nuong, however, is thrilled. Her eyes sparkle as she celebrates their new wealth. Han Wu, unbothered, tells her to focus. What matters most are the runes they acquired, not the material loot. They begin checking their systems. Han Wu's rune turns out to be a low-level extreme body rune. It boosts his muscular strength by 40% and is particularly effective when paired with hammer-type equipment. Its additional effect is crushing force. While it's decent, Han Wu decides it's not good enough for him and plans to pass it on to his relatives. Nuong, on the other hand, is thrilled by her gain. The rune she obtained pushes her one step closer to evolving into a monarch-class life form. Overcome with gratitude, she thanks Han Wu. He casually winks. It was nothing. She blushes slightly, glancing at him. For the first time, she begins to understand why Qinuang is so fond of him. Far away, in another castle, a different king sits upon his throne as a soldier rushes in with a shocking report. "Sire, the undead army has captured Ling Dong." The king sits up abruptly. "Is that true?" The soldier confirms it. Not just Ling Dong, but for surrounding cities have also fallen. The skeleton army now numbers close to 10 million. The king's eyes widen in alarm. He leaps to his feet and immediately orders his advisors to summon reinforcements. "Call the archbishop. Call the elf king, the minotaur king, and the werewolf king. We're holding a war council." Soon, leaders from across the realms gather in a grand chamber. Tensions run high. The werewolf king is the first to speak. "We must unite. My army is ready," he growls. The elf king nods firmly in agreement. "So is mine." The war against Han Wu's undead empire is about to begin. The human king rises from his throne and declares that an official alliance has now been formed among the four great nations. Their mission, total annihilation of the undead. In a lavish mansion far from the battlefield, a girl tells her companion that her father plans to unite the sacred order, the elves, the Doran, and the werewolves into one unified front against the skeleton army. Beside her, Qing becomes quiet, lost in thought. He wonders aloud, who could possibly be commanding such a massive undead force if not Han Wu? After considering all possibilities, Qing comes to a firm conclusion: it has to be him. What surprises him most is how quickly Han Wu's power has grown. Within just a few days of launching his invasion, he's become so formidable that 4 kingdoms must join forces to stand a chance. Despite the threat, Qing can't help but admire Han Wu. To think he was once just my friend, he muses with a smile. Spending so much time with the princess has also brought him a breakthrough. He's finally uncovered a clue to ascending to demigod status. In the domain of the gods, all one needs is divinity. But here, in the outer realms, it's different. In this runic civilization, a candidate must also obtain a special runic word in order to ascend. Unfortunately, not even the royal family has managed to acquire such a rune, highlighting how difficult it truly is. Qing begins to formulate a plan. He will ally with Han Wu. He'll provide clues and insights, and Han Wu will supply the army. Together, they can obtain the special rune and achieve transcendence. But to make that happen, Qing knows he must protect Han Wu at all costs. Suddenly, the princess pulls him from his thoughts, asking why he looks so distant. She then informs him that the Elven Queen will visit her father the next day. Qing uses the moment to flirt, praising her beauty with a charming smile. Deep down, he's pleased by the news. If the Queen will be there, then they'll be safe. After all, there isn't a woman he can't connect with. Back near the recently captured castle, Non confronts Han Wu. Why are you worried? You have a massive skeleton army. Han Wu frowns. They're weak. Against a well-trained force, they'll be wiped out. I know I'm in serious trouble. At that moment, the source of mutation speaks up. In critical situations like this, I'm the only one who can help you. Han Wu glares. Do you have a solution or not? The green slime-like creature replies. Affirmatively, but demands 1 point of divinity as payment in advance. Han Wu, unimpressed, retorts that he won't pay unless he knows what the idea is. Otherwise, it might not even be worth the cost. The creature grumbles but eventually reveals its knowledge. It's heard of a runic civilization where a special rune word can trigger powerful mutations. Convinced, Han Wu reluctantly pays the divinity point. The creature then explains the plan in detail. Han Wu's expression shifts instantly from concern to excitement. Nwang notices. What's with that look? Did you find a way out of this? He grins. Just wait and see. Soon after, the Allied army launches an assault on both the Locusts and the skeleton forces. At first, the soldiers are jubilant, they believe they're winning. But then, strange mushrooms begin sprouting from the Locusts' bodies. Startled, the soldiers try to remove them, but as they do, a thick dark aura leaks out. Before they can react, the skeletons rise again, terrifying and relentless. Han Wu watches from the distance, satisfied. These were the Black Plague mushroom spores, a creation that had cost him thousands of divine power to develop. But they were well worth the price. These spores mutate into a virus. When combined with the catalytic plague rune word, they become a horrifying biological weapon. The mushrooms infect their host, turning every cell into a carrier of the plague virus. Anyone infected becomes a mobile source of death. With this, Han Wu makes his final declaration: let's end this once and for all. He orders the skeletons to finish off the army. With the blessing of the plague rune, Han Wu crushes the coalition's forces in just 3 days, conquering 10 neighboring cities. From the carnage, 5 new elite undead heroes are born. Back in the Allied castle, the mood is grim. The king gathers with his generals and demands, does anyone have a solution? If not, the kingdom is doomed. Our only option may be a ceasefire. The other leaders are stunned. None of them even saw the commander of the undead army on the battlefield. Who would they negotiate with? At that moment, Qingnian enters the war chamber, accompanied by the princess and the Elven Queen. Calm and composed, he asks to be entrusted with the negotiations. The werewolf king scoffs. Are you joking? You weren't even on the battlefield and now you want to negotiate with a monster commanding an undead legion. Another general sneers. This is a war room, not a fashion show. Get lost, pretty boy. But Qingnian just smiles. The princess rushes to her father. He's not just anyone. He can fulfill his promise. Qingnian turns to the king. Do you not trust your own daughter's judgment? The Elven Queen steps forward, calmly stating that the boy is wiser than everyone in the room. The human princess nods in agreement. The king considers their words, then rises. We have no other options. Let him try. Soon after, the blonde youth arrives in Han Wu's territory. The moment Han Wu senses his presence, a smirk appears on his face. He's pleased. So, you came all the way here into the outer domain. Qingyan replies that it's a long story and promises to explain everything later. For now, he's here as the official representative of the Four Kingdoms and the church to negotiate terms. Han Wu listens with interest. I'm open to a truce, he says casually, depending on what price you're willing to pay. Qing looks at Han Wu and calmly asks, what exactly do you want as a reward? Han Wu doesn't hesitate. Gold, silver, treasures, and most importantly, runic words. But not the common kind. I need rare and precious ones. And when it comes to runic stones, I expect the count to be in the 5-digit range. Qing thinks it over for a moment, then proposes a deal. The king should compensate him with 20 runic words, ensuring that at least one among them is of high rank, along with 200,000 runic stones. He suspects that Han Wu must have acquired key information from the princess after being with her for so long. But he doesn't stop there. He suggests that the elves, werewolves, minotaurs, and even the priests should contribute double the amount. In the back of his mind, Qing also reflects on his intimate involvement with the elf queen. Maybe I shouldn't squeeze her too hard, we can split the profit later. Han Wu smiles, sincerely thanking his friend for coming all this way. I won't let you down. Qing waves it off. Don't be so formal. We're friends. I only got involved with the humans to search for clues about ascending to demigod status within this runic civilization, and it's finally paying off. The two make a pact. Qing promises to return and deliver the conditions to the leaders of the alliance. Han Wu agrees, as long as they understand one thing: if the offer isn't accepted, a legion of undead will crush their cities and convert every last one of them. Back in the kingdom, the alliance leaders review Han Wu's demands. They're distressed. High-level runic words are incredibly scarce. Qing challenges them. If you don't have those runes, then offer ancient miracle records, or use your imaginations to create equivalents. The elf queen, standing beside him, adds, our side has already agreed to compensate far beyond what I expected. I don't understand why the humans are offering so little. The blonde boy joins in. Many of your people have already become undead. Do you want the same fate for the elves? Even the human princess backs the demand, confidently stating that her father won't oppose the request. Qing, pleased with the progress, turns to her. Since I've handled these negotiations so well, where's my reward? She blushes. Of course, there will be one. Just then, the doors burst open, and the Pope storms into the hall. These conditions are no better than outright robbery, he roars. Yet all of you are agreeing to this madness? The church will never kneel to the undead. Qing simply shrugs. Then do as you wish. The Minotaur and the werewolf leaders exchange glances. They silently agree, let the church fight the undead. If they win, we don't have to pay a single coin. And if they lose, we'll find another way. Soon, the undead army stands silently at the gates of Breakport, the sacred stronghold of the church. The Pope watches from the city walls, thinking back to the previous war. Back then, many priests were deployed, but not the church's central force. This time, it's different. He's personally summoned 3 elite priest legions. Their commanders are near demigods, undefeated, unstoppable. This, he believes, is the true domain of the church. Down below, Han Wu observes the city. He's taken aback. The entire city is built from light crystal ore. The power of light here suppresses my undead severely. Worse yet, he realizes the elite legions have already arrived. But thankfully, Qing had warned him this might happen. Still, Han Wu can't hide his amazement. Their strength, it's incredible. He assesses the city defenses. Breakport is like an iron fortress. If I attack now, it'll be suicide. I need to wait until their organization falters. Reaching into his robes, Han Wu pulls out a purple crystal and places it in his mouth. A surge of energy explodes from within. The genetic lock is broken. Vines burst from his chest, coiling with phantom-like movement. Concentrating energy into his hand, he unleashes a test strike that shatters nearby crystals with ease. His eyes light up with excitement. The phantom shadow vine. It's even more powerful than I expected. Without hesitation, he launches forward, heading straight for the clerics. Caught off guard, one of the priests cries out, "Who the hell is that?" Han Wu raises his sword high, vines writhing around him, and lands a devastating blow. The priest he strikes instantly feels a curse settle deep into the wound. Panicked, he yells for a comrade to purify it immediately. The elite troops react with fury. Attack now! Don't let him get away, one of the commanders bellows. An axe swings toward Han Wu, fast, powerful, unrelenting. But just before impact, he vanishes. The commander strikes the ground with full force, stunned. What? I was sure I had him. Suddenly, Han Wu reappears, his sword landing a direct strike on one of the elite soldiers. The man howls in pain, clutching his wound desperately, but it's no use. He collapses to the ground, defeated. Another elite soldier tries to take advantage of the opening, lunging forward with an attack. But once again, Han Wu's speed is unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes and reappears behind his enemy, landing a cursed strike that brings the second warrior to his knees. Han Wu narrows his gaze toward the last remaining elite soldier. Only one left, he mutters. But this final opponent is different. A sacred light surrounds him, restraining the dark aura of Han Wu's undead powers. It makes him hesitate. He realizes he might not win in a direct confrontation. Just then, the surrounding priests notice a vulnerability and shout, "Immobilize the intruder." Han Wu grits his teeth. If I wait, it'll be worse. I need to act now. He dashes forward to strike first, but his opponent reacts quickly too. Their clash narrowly misses landing a fatal blow. Still, Han Wu manages to curse several of the priests and quickly retreats using a massive vine. In his retreat, he commands his skeleton army to attack. The battle erupts into chaos. Although many undead are destroyed, others rise again from the corpses of fallen clerics. The conflict is brutal and unrelenting. In this horrific clash, over 2 million clerics fall, and the church's 3 elite legions are completely annihilated. But victory doesn't come without cost. The undead also suffer heavily, losing 15 million skeleton soldiers permanently. From his command post, the Pope watches in despair. Was I wrong, he wonders bitterly. If I had agreed to their conditions from the beginning, would we have avoided this disaster? Now, he's left with only 2 choices: continue fighting and risk total annihilation, or surrender. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. I can help you push back the undead. Startled, the Pope turns. Who's there? It's Sudi. Meanwhile, the remaining healers are doing their best to treat the wounded. But panic surges as they scream, the undead are returning. Han Wu, tired of the drawn-out battle, coldly orders, attack with full force. His army surges forward like a tidal wave, tearing through the defenders. But then, a projection appears midair. The Pope, broadcasting his voice across the battlefield, warns them, monsters. Cease your advance and leave the Port of Light now if you wish to survive. The gods shall pass righteous judgment upon you otherwise. Suddenly, a blinding light fills the field. Out of it emerge mechanical warriors, tin men, summoned by the Pope himself. Crush them with the fist of justice, he commands. Han Wu watches in shock as the tin men smash through skeletons, their fists powered by divine energy. The surrounding priests quickly seize the advantage, launching holy spells devastating to the undead. Furious, Han Wu snarls, "Enough! Bring out the giant skeleton." A glowing crystal forms in the sky, and moments later, a massive skeletal titan descends, obliterating the tin men around him. But then, the ground trembles. From the other side, an enormous cyborg warrior appears and crashes into the giant skeleton, initiating a brutal clash between metal and bone. The Pope smiles in satisfaction. "Zudi, keep them coming. Give me as many tin men as you can. I don't care how much of the origin plan you want, the church will provide it." Zudi agrees, his machines continuously pouring onto the battlefield. Earlier, during a private meeting between Zudi and the Pope, Zudi had laid out his terms. "My tin men can hold the skeleton army back. But in return, I want origins." The Pope had hesitated. "And why should I trust you?" Zudi had answered confidently, "You may inspect the army yourself if needed. But know this, if you refuse, Han Wu will surround your kingdom and leave nothing behind." Back on the battlefield, the advantage is now clearly in the church's hands. With the tin men and clerics working in tandem, the skeleton army is steadily overwhelmed. Han Wu curses under his breath and gives the order, "Retreat. We'll deal with the church later." His army obeys. He reunites with Neo Ang, who asks, "What now?" The Port of Light is completely protected by the tin men. Han Wu's expression is dark. I should have taken care of Sudi a long time ago. She cautions him, don't even mention that brat. Because of this, the Minotaurs and werewolves have now switched sides. They're flattering the Pope and pledging allegiance to the church against us. Hanwoo scoffs. They're cowards. Let them grovel. I'll deal with them later. At that moment, a skeleton messenger appears, reporting that a human envoy has arrived. Hanwoo orders the path cleared, already guessing their intent. They're probably here to kick us while we're down. Or maybe it's something else. To his surprise, it's Ching Ian. He bows respectfully and relays the message from the king. The king agrees to all the previously stated conditions, on one condition. There must be no more war waged on human lands. Hanwoo smirks. Now that's a smart king. Very smart indeed. I can accept that. After the battle, one of Hanwoo's companions asks the question on everyone's mind, what are you going to do about the church? Hanwoo smirks. Let the Pope enjoy his short-lived victory. I've got unfinished business elsewhere, especially with those who used to follow me. Ching steps forward, offering to join him. He reveals that he's discovered a divine relic and is ready to move whenever Hanwoo gives the word. Once replenished and reorganized, Hanwoo leads the remaining skeleton legion straight to the werewolf kingdom. The battle is brutal, lasting 5 days and 5 nights. The werewolves are completely outmatched, unable to resist the power of resurrection or the Black Death mushroom virus that spreads like wildfire across their forces. In the end, the werewolves fall. Over 12 million elite warriors are claimed and resurrected into the Undead Legion. Their once proud kingdom? Erased from the map. Witnessing this destruction, the Minotaur kingdom immediately loses its nerve. Their alliance with the church shatters. Terrified of facing the same fate, they surrender unconditionally to Hanwoo. But Hanwoo isn't ready to forgive. Do you think it's that simple? He sneers. Unless you double the original compensation, there will be no mercy. The Minotaur king doesn't hesitate. Agreed. Anything. Just spare us, he pleads, already regretting his previous alliance. We should never have sided with the church. They let the werewolves die without lifting a finger. With the battles concluded, Hanwoo turns his attention to the high-level runes he received. He knows they're powerful treasures, but also understands his limitations. He must choose carefully. He begins his selection. The first rune doubles the power of all mastered abilities. When applied to the body of fire, he awakens the rune word of the skill Emperor, pushing all levels up to embody the Emperor's dominant aura. His physical strength increases drastically, granting him the Maniac of Battle trait, where the more enemies he eliminates, the deeper he comprehends his passive skill. His senses are enhanced, and when he sees red, his combat level can spike up to 5 times its normal power. He gains the ability to communicate telepathically with all life forms. And finally, he draws strength from nature itself, amplifying his raw power even further. After reciting and applying these runes, a violent tornado of power erupts from his body. Hanwoo feels invincible. With new strength surging through his veins, he shouts to his army, "We march on the Port of Light." It's time to take revenge, and this time, Zudi won't escape. When they arrive, confusion. The clergy are already dead. Not a single soul remains. Bodies lie sprawled across the holy ground. Even Ching is stunned. How can this be? Hanwoo examines one of the fallen clerics and sees the signs, massive fist-shaped wounds. They quickly deduce the truth, it was the Tin Men. Zudi's army had turned on the church. Suddenly, a faint voice calls out. They follow it and find the Pope, still clinging to life. Hanwoo wastes no time. Where is Zudi? With his final breath, the Pope confesses, he's gone. He entered the church's origin plan and killed everyone. Ching shakes his head. This is what happens when you trust a stranger so easily, but it's too late. The Pope dies, leaving behind a crumbling faith and a ruined stronghold. Hanwoo scoffs. So that's why the church didn't care when the werewolves were slaughtered. Zudi must have done the same to them before. Ching sighs and tries to move them forward. Forget them. Our priority is the divine relic. This place is just ruins now. Hanwoo agrees, but not before making one final declaration. We're not leaving until we extract every last crystal ore from this place. It'd be a crime to leave them behind. With that, the two begin their expedition. They speculate about the nature of the ancient relic hidden here and the likelihood of deadly traps guarding it. To avoid trouble, Ching reveals he had his foxmen mark every region they pass through. As they continue through the dense forest, a giant monster suddenly ambushes them. Its arrival is so swift it catches them off guard. The cyborg companion readies his pincers and strikes, but misses. Manhwa activates his high-level rune, amplifying all his abilities at once. The results are immediate. The monster collapses to its knees, overwhelmed by sheer power. Jung praises him. That rune word really made you a monster. But Manhwa brushes it off. Don't waste your breath. Let's keep moving. Deeper in the forest, they come across more modified tin men. Manhwa decides it's time to unleash his power again. Focusing his energy, he leaps and lands a crushing blow, obliterating one tin man in a single punch. Come at me, he growls. But the more they fight, the more enemies seem to appear. Soon, they feel overwhelmed, surrounded by an endless wave of enemies. Manhwa grins darkly. Now the fun begins. He summons his skeleton army. Not to be left behind, Jung calls forth his foxmen, and the battlefield erupts into chaos once more. Amid the chaos, they begin their infiltration, making their way toward the true objective. It's here they realize, bringing the runic stones was the best decision we made. Without them, they would have been doomed. Eventually, they enter a mystical cave filled with several glowing portals, each a different color. Jung points to them. These are the trial fields. Anyone who passes not only ascends to demigod level but also earns a powerful runic word in return. Manhwa's eyes gleam. A new trial awaits, and so does even greater power. Just as Manhwa and his group were preparing for the trials ahead, something unexpected happened. The passage they came through completely collapsed, sealing them inside the ancient cave. The MC takes a breath and remarks, "Well, there's no going back now." But before he can react further, the little blondie bolts ahead at lightning speed, choosing the portal that resonates most with him. As he disappears through it, he calls back, "Be careful when picking yours, Manhwa." Manhwa is momentarily stunned by how fast his companion vanished, but he refocuses and walks toward the portal that seems to call out to him. As he enters, the system voice echoes in his mind, "You have entered the realm of hunger. In order to survive, you must constantly consume food." The moment he steps in, Manhwa's stomach growls violently. Of course, he thinks. What else could he expect from a place literally called the realm of hunger? At first, he's optimistic. Being connected to his divine realm should help him survive. But his confidence fades quickly as he tries reaching out, only to discover that all communication with the divine realm has been severed. Just then, he senses something approaching. Turning around, he comes face to face with horrifying creatures known as the miserable hungry ones, undead beings who had once been human, now reduced to ravenous monsters after dying of starvation. The trial is cruel, survive their attacks while also not starving to death. Manhwa clenches his fist, realizing the terrifying possibility that he may be forced to resort to unspeakable acts just to stay alive. But his resolve hardens. One of the creatures lunges toward him, but before it can strike, it's instantly destroyed by one of his loyal skeleton soldiers. Wasting no time, Manhwa tosses sprouts onto the barren ground. In seconds, an enormous flower blooms, towering over him. He knows he might need to eliminate enemies, but eating human flesh is out of the question. Instead, he devises a strategy: use 3 types of plants to extract nutrients from the land and survive. His army will hold the line, fending off the undead, while he enters hibernation to conserve energy. 30 days, he whispers to himself, closing his eyes. If I can last that long, I win. Elsewhere, chaos reigns. The Tin Men invasion devastates entire cities. Shwiti, standing atop the rubble, grins with sadistic satisfaction. Everything, the church, the Minotaur kingdom, has fallen before his mechanical army. Now, the real city belongs to him. He eyes the elven kingdom, protected only by a magical barrier, and chuckles. It won't last long. At that moment, Niu Fang is captured and brought before him. Shwiti seems amused. So, you fled to the Minotaur kingdom and thought of becoming their queen. But Niu Fang spits back with venom, "Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Just wait, Manhwa will return." Shwiti's grin widens. "That darling of yours? He won't be coming back." He explains that he's already aware of Qingjun's involvement in helping Manhwa enter the ancient relic grounds. Even if he survives, he'll be broken. You think he can defeat the rusty demon? With that, he orders her thrown into the dungeon. Just then, a robot messenger delivers news: Lily has successfully cornered Qin Shuang in a valley, exactly as ordered. Shwiti lights up. Ah, Lily always gets things done, as long as she's paid. He laughs triumphantly. Qin Shuang won't escape this time. Meanwhile, in the valley, an explosion erupts as stone golems clash with tin men. Qin Shuang watches the chaos and is puzzled. Aren't these Shuiti's troops? Why are they fighting each other? Realizing that the confusion has created a chance to escape, she makes a move. But suddenly, a voice calls out behind her. She turns and sees Zudi standing there. He smiles softly. I heard Lily tried to ambush you, so I rushed here to help. Grateful but slightly suspicious, Qin Shuang thanks him. He responds with a smirk, calling her cute and saying it was just a small favor. Then, as she climbs atop her bird to leave, he approaches her again. Why don't you join me? We could unite the native forces of the runic civilization. You and me, 50-50 split. Inwardly, Zudi is frustrated. He paid a hefty sum to Lily for this setup and isn't about to let his target slip away so easily. Earlier, Lily had met with Zudi in secret. I led her into the valley as you asked, she reported. Now pay the final installment. Zudi nodded in approval. You did well. But there's one last task before the deal's done. She raised an eyebrow. What now? Your army must be destroyed. By the tin men. Lily stared at him in disbelief. You've got to be kidding. I summoned 2 million stone giants for this and spent a fortune on the origin plan. But Zudi remained unfazed. I'll summon 30 million tin men. Let's have a proper conversation. Lily, her voice shaking, tried to negotiate. Then let me keep at least 5 million stone giants, and you'll have to double the payment for the loss I'll suffer. The cold glint in Zudi's eyes said it all. This deal was far from over. As Lily debated with Zudi, she was careful not to show too much resistance. Deep inside, she knew very well she couldn't afford to fall out with this man. Her army of stone giants may have been powerful, but the tin men's numbers were overwhelming. If they clashed for real, not only would she lose every single one of her giants, but she'd also forfeit the payment she was promised. Zudi, his eyes glinting with sinister delight, was pleased with her silent acceptance. Back in the present, Qin Shuang politely thanks Zudi for his earlier help. But she quickly adds that she still has unfinished business and is taking her leave. Zudi raises an eyebrow. Unfinished business? You mean going to meet Han Wu? He delivers the blow coldly. That guy's already been defeated by the rust demon. Qin Shuang stops in her tracks and firmly replies, you underestimate him. He's too strong to lose. He commands a devastating army, an army of skeletons. Zudi scoffs. Those bone puppets? They wouldn't last a single strike from the tin men, let alone the rust demon. Not wanting to argue any further, Qin Shuang simply turns to leave. But her steps halt when she spots the tin men grabbing her bird mount. Eyes wide, she glares at Zudi. What are you doing? He responds with a smug grin. Just ensuring you stay with me a little longer. After all, I'm the strongest now. You'll do as I say, or you're not leaving this valley. Suddenly, Zudi grabs her by the neck. Where do you think you're going? He sneers. Qin Shuang starts crying out, shouting for Han Wu to save her. Far away, in the realm of hunger, Han Wu's eyes snap open. Gasping, he shouts her name, drenched in sweat and surrounded by blooming flowers. He wonders, was that a dream? Or a memory? Having been in isolation for so long, he wonders how Qin Shuang must be doing. But as he tries to sit up, he's shocked by his own reflection. His hand, his body, has grown alarmingly thin. He looks out and notices his skeleton army being overwhelmed by monsters. But instead of fear, he smiles. So, 30 days have passed already, he whispers. With determination in his eyes, he activates a powerful rune word, Fulma, engraving it onto his own body. This mysterious power grants him control over the digestive functions of living beings. He focuses his energy on his forehead and smiles with relief. It worked. He has successfully ascended to the demigod realm. A portal soon materializes nearby. Believing it to be the exit, Han Wu doesn't hesitate. He and his surviving army step through. On the other side, he immediately checks his progress. His system confirms, demigod of the outer domain 3rd tier super gene warrior, significant upgrades across his divine abilities, faith, core energy, and more. While proud of his growth, he admits feeling a bit underwhelmed. He gained only one new divine ability. However, one perk stands out, his mutation has reached level 2, unlocking the genetic block skill. Still, it's ascending to demigod status that excites him most. With this, he'll soon fully absorb divinity and evolve into a perfect demigod. Just then, another portal bursts open behind him, and out tumbles his friend Qing, collapsing right into his lap. Qing groans, dizzy but grinning. I finally became a demigod. Hanwoo gently moves him aside. Sleep a bit, you look like hell. Suddenly, an explosion shakes the area. Hanwoo rushes out to investigate, only to find Lily standing there. Confused and alert, he demands, "What the hell are you doing here?" Lily calmly explains, "I know about your bond with Qin Shuang, and I have some important news about her. It concerns her life or death. All I ask is 10,000 dimensional origin." Without hesitation, Hanwoo transfers the entire amount. "Talk. Now." Lily is stunned by how fast he paid. She even regrets not asking for more. "Fine. Qin Shuang was trapped in a valley by Shuiti. I don't think she'll make it out." The moment Hanwoo hears this, his eyes burn with fury. He transforms into his draconic form and soars into the skies, flying toward the region she described. As he arrives in the valley, he closes his eyes, trying to locate her scent. But nothing. It's as if she doesn't exist. Before he can process that, a terrifying power surges toward him. He wonders aloud, is that thunder from the Golden Crown? But then he spots it, tin men surrounding her captured bird. Enraged, Hanwoo unleashes an attack, obliterating one of the robots. One of them transforms, preparing to counterattack, but Hanwoo wastes no time, using a powerful skill to end the fight instantly. With the enemies destroyed, the bird seizes the moment and finishes off the remaining tin men. It then turns to Hanwoo, who yells, "Hurry! Take me to Qin Shuang, we're out of time." They soar through the skies, finally reaching the cave. Inside, Qin Shuang is in tears, begging to be let go as Zudi tries to forcibly take off her clothes. "No one's coming to save you," he taunts. Suddenly, a stone flies through the air, smashing into Zudi's head. Startled, he spins around. "Who the hell?" But when he sees the figure before him, his voice trembles. "How the hell are you still alive?" The savior he feared the most, Hanwoo, has arrived. Furious at what he sees, Hanwoo dashes forward and smashes his fist into Zudi's face. The blow lands hard, knocking the student back. Zudi wipes the blood from his lip, eyes burning with rage. "That's it," he snarls. "Today, I'll finish you off for good." But Hanwoo simply grins. "Are you sure about that?" Without waiting for a response, he activates a terrifying ability, targeting Zudi's very body. Suddenly, Zudi begins to tremble uncontrollably. I'm starving." "Why am I starving?" he mutters, panic overtaking him. Then he stares forward, and his expression twists in horror. A crimson aura, dark and overwhelming, pulses around Hanwoo. Zudi begins to vomit violently, terrified beyond reason. "Wait. Did you become a demigod?" he stammers. Hanwoo confirms it with cold eyes. "The rust demon you sent to kill me? It failed. Now it's my slave." With no more words, Hanwoo launches forward. "Let me show you what rust corrosion feels like." His sword drives straight through Zudi's body, a deep and final blow. With his enemy defeated, Hanwoo rushes to Qin Shuang's side, gently asking if she's all right. She nods weakly. "I'm okay." Somehow, lifting her into his arms, he carries her outside. There, they find the tin men frozen in confusion, seemingly leaderless. "It's over," Hanwoo explains. Zudi's dead. His followers can no longer sense his presence. Without him, the tin men are powerless. Without delay, he leaps onto the thunder of the Golden Crown, taking to the skies with her. As they fly, Qin Shuang turns to him with disbelief. "You really became a demigod that fast?" Hanwoo confirms it with a confident nod. He adds that he also knows the location of an ancient divine relic, and if she can gather enough origin of the plane and gain followers, she can ascend too. She frowns, thinking aloud. Of the 4 kingdoms and the church, only the half-dead elven kingdom survived the chaos caused by Zudi. So where can we find more origin? Hanwoo just smiles. "We'll head to desolate zones. Sometimes, the most forgotten places have the greatest fortune." Soon, they arrive at a vast expanse filled with precious crystals. "This area is full of iron ore," Hanwoo says. "We can use it to shatter the golden crystal." Suddenly, Qin Shuang spots something, a massive bear roaring near the crystals. Hanwoo points directly at it. "That spot. It holds the origin of the plane." He tells her to wait while he handles it, but she refuses to sit idle. With a snap of her fingers, divine birds descend from the skies, diving straight into battle against the roaring beasts. Simultaneously, the skeleton army charges, draining the life from the monsters. The air is filled with battle cries and magical auras. Soon, the beasts are not just being attacked, they're turning on each other, caught in the chaos of magical influence. The two smile, realizing they make a formidable team. As their army secures the battlefield, Han Wu suggests they rest and begin collecting the origin energy. Qin Shuang, cheek slightly red, agrees. Days pass. Their followers work non-stop, gathering the energy. One morning, Qin Shuang declares, "It's been 10 days. We've almost gathered enough. Let's head to the ancient relic." But Han Wu urges her to slow down. "Your wound's only just healed. Don't rush it." Suddenly, Qing Nian bursts into view, shouting, "That was the best sleep of my life." Startled, Han Wu turns sharply. Where did he even come from? Qin Shuang greets him warmly. "It's been a while." But Qing Nian looks around confused, clearly having no idea where he is or how he even met them. Han Wu frowns. This guy could have woken up earlier, or later. But no, he had to show up right now. Then Qing Nian asks the most inappropriate question. "Are we really just relaxing here? While my beloved Emerald Princess was defeated by Zudi and the Elf Queen died too." Hearing that, he begins to panic. Why is this happening? The thought of Zudi decimating the kingdoms while he slept for a few days enrages him. "I may not be able to save the princess, but I must help the Elf Queen. We slept together." With that, he blasts into the sky at full speed. Qin Shuang blinks. "I didn't expect him to be so loyal." Han Wu sighs. "He's not loyal. He's probably just horny. Ignore him." He closes his eyes, trying to rest a little longer. But Qin Shuang reminds him of something important. "You killed Zudi. When we return to school, his family will not let this slide." Han Wu opens one eye. "I'm not afraid of the Shu family. What really worries me is whether the academy will punish me." As soon as he says this, a teacher suddenly appears in their communication crystal. Han Wu, Qin Shuang, return to school immediately. There are serious matters to discuss. They both acknowledge the call and agree to return soon. Back at the academy, a table is slammed with furious force. It's Sudi's parents, his mother and father, boiling with anger. "That boy Han Wu must pay for what he did," they shout. "He killed our son, we want justice." Meanwhile, on the hills, Han Wu looks at Qin Shuang and gently reassures her, "Your wounds are healed. And as for the Shu family, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of them." As the wind brushed gently across the portal entrance, Qin Shuang turned to Han Wu with a determined look. "This isn't about you," she said firmly. "Even before I became a student at the Imperial Academy, my dream was always to ascend to demigod." Han Wu blinked in surprise at her words, but before he could respond, she softly pressed a finger to his lips. "Don't worry," she smiled. "You've already given me all the maps and relic information I need. I will succeed." With that, she stepped confidently into the portal. Han Wu called out, "I'll wait here for you, let's go back to school together." He then summoned a group of skeleton soldiers, commanding them to protect her with their lives. 30 days passed. Han Wu remained stationed in front of the portal, watching, waiting, but there was no sign of Qin Shuang. He grew increasingly uneasy. Not even the skeleton soldiers he'd sent had returned. Something was wrong. No longer able to bear it, he leapt into the portal himself. Instantly, he was confronted by a swarm of monsters blocking the path. Without hesitation, he activated his draconic transformation, his form now radiating power. His dragon-infused might tore through the monsters with devastating precision. Moving deeper through the cave, he soon encountered a strange sphere radiating energy. He placed his hand upon the magic stone and realized the gate to the trial realm. It sealed from the inside. He tried attacking it, but nothing worked. Could it be those who've passed through once can't enter again? Changing strategy, Han Wu began channeling the full force of his demigod energy. His aura surged as he unleashed it. All onto the magic stone, obliterating it in a single blow and unlocking the path forward. Inside, countless floating portals awaited, just like during his own trial. He scanned the area, searching for the one that felt the strongest. It must be the blue one. But before he could act, a body was suddenly flung from the portal. It was Qin Shuang. Han Wu immediately dashed forward, catching her mid-air before she could crash to the ground. Relieved, he smiled. "Are you hurt?" he asked. But distracted by her safety, he tripped over a small rock and fell flat, landing inches from her face, almost kissing her. Blushing furiously, she shoved him aside. What do you think you're doing?" Regaining her composure, she proudly showed off her newly acquired power. Her lightning attribute had reached the special grade, and all thunder-based skills had now increased by 500%. Manhwa was genuinely impressed. "With this energy, you're close to surpassing even monarch-level beings." Just then, their teacher's voice interrupted through a magical call. "Manhwa, return to the academy immediately. That's an order. No room for discussion." The call ended abruptly. A portal opened before them, and Qin Shuang offered to go back with him. On the other side of the portal, 3 officials stood waiting, and one immediately shouted, "Arrest Manhwa at once." Before anyone could move, Qin Shuang stepped forward. "Director! Zudi tried to assault me. Manhwa was only protecting me." Zudi's parents snapped back, "Don't speak nonsense. You're just making excuses to protect him." Desperately, she pleaded, "Please, read my memories. That cannot be faked." The director agreed and raised his hand, casting a mind-reading spell. In seconds, the truth played out, Zudi harassing Qin Shuang and Manhwa intervening to save her. Zudi's parents protested, but the director silenced them. "Enough. Everything is clear. Leave the room." Once they were gone, he turned to Manhwa with a stern gaze. "Even though your intentions were noble, you went too far. Taking a life, no matter the reason, cannot go unpunished. You are hereby suspended from all classes until the college entrance examination." Outside the chamber, Qin Shuang approached him with a heavy heart. "I'm sorry, that punishment was too harsh." But Manhwa simply smiled. "Don't worry. I was planning to take a break anyway. I'll use this time to absorb more divinity, enough to ascend to the perfect demigod state within the divine realm civilization." Later, at the ascension site, Manhwa stood before a radiant statue. "I've completed the absorption," he declared. "I've reached 10 full points of divinity. I now wish to ascend to the perfect version of a demigod within the divine realm civilization." The statue began to glow, its light surrounding Manhwa until his entire body was engulfed. A warm sensation filled him. He opened his eyes and smiled. "Did I really ascend?" he whispered to himself. The power coursing through him, it was identical to his draconic form. He clenched his fists. "Yes. This strength, this is what it feels like to be at the monarch class level." His aura was radiant, his body filled with divine strength. It was the same overwhelming power he felt during his draconic transformation. Smiling to himself, he clenched his fist. This is what it means to stand among monarch-class life forms." Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before Manhwa's eyes. It was the system screen. It displayed something new. His name now had a title beside it, Demigod. The screen also listed all his abilities, divine techniques, the blessing of life, and much more. As he scrolled through the details, one thing stood out above the rest: he had gained the divinity of rebellion. Along with it, he had awakened a terrifying new power, the soul-devouring gaze, and his soul energy now drifted freely through space. However, one line of information left him puzzled: fusion. He wasn't sure whether it referred to divine energy or something else entirely. To find out, he decided to unleash all his new abilities at once. A swirling mass of energy formed in front of him, dense and radiant, each color representing one of his powers. As it grew, it condensed into a new form. When the light faded, he stood there fully transformed, his draconic form now fused with every upgrade granted by his new abilities. He raised a single hand, and with just a flick, cracked the temple walls without even channeling power. His eyes widened. The fusion with his draconic form had skyrocketed his strength to new heights. Returning to normal, he decided to test something else: fusion with his followers. He summoned a grasshopper. A dark aura enveloped the insect, and it began to grow and grow until it became a towering creature of immense power. His eyes widened once again. This is the level of a heroic life form," he muttered. And more impressively, it could easily eliminate the heroic version of a minotaur. Though pleased with the results, he quickly realized that fusion consumed massive amounts of divine power. Still, even after all that, he had several million units of divine power remaining. He summoned the fire crystals he had previously collected and smiled. One crystal is worth nearly 2 million divine power. If I fuse them for duel and keep this up for a year, I can make over 100 million. That would be enough to exchange for a point of divinity. For Han Wu, this wasn't just an experiment anymore, it was a money-making path, and one that could fuel even more fusions in the future. Meanwhile, outside the university, a commotion was brewing. A security guard stood in front of the gate, blocking someone's path. "I'm sorry, but non-students and non-staff aren't allowed inside," he said. "And don't act arrogant. Even if you're a true god, we have plenty of those here. We also have god lords and even divine kings on campus." The man trying to enter, Heir, clicked his tongue in frustration. He was tracking a return signal, and it had been growing stronger. That meant he was close, very close, to the thief who had stolen the king god's treasure. And he was certain that thief was none other than Han Wu, a student at this very university. Just then, a loud commotion echoed nearby. It was Zudi's parents, storming up to the gate and furious. "This school is awful. They protect criminals like Han Wu. We will have our revenge." Heir's eyes lit up. He stepped toward them. "Excuse me. Would you two be willing to do me a favor? I'll make it worth your while," he said, smiling. "You see, I'm after the same person." With their help, Heir entered the university, now disguised as an ordinary visitor. Zudi's father began shouting once more, accusing the school of sheltering a murderer. But Lena calmly replied, "The matter has already been fully investigated. Repeating your complaints will change nothing." While the shouting continued, Heir stood quietly nearby, holding his phone. He snapped a picture of Han Wu from afar and smiled to himself. "It really is him," he thought. "This is the thief who took the king god's treasure. If I catch him here, the reward will be incredible." But there was a problem. He had no idea how to get Han Wu out of the school. The teacher eventually ordered Zudi's parents to leave. "This is not a place for people who act irrationally," she said. As they turned to go, Heir placed a firm hand on Zudi's father's shoulder and said, "Leave this to me. I'll get results, but only if you don't interfere." Once they left, a grassy-haired true god who had helped sneak Heir in approached quietly. "He's in," the man said. "But are you really just going to let Han Wu walk away?" Heir gave him a cold look. "Just leave it to me." Nearby, inside the school, Han Wu was in conversation with his teacher. She looked at him sternly. "You should take people's words seriously. But I know that Xue's death wasn't your fault. Everything you did was to protect Qin Shuang." Han Wu nodded calmly. "I have no regrets." She smiled warmly. "I'm glad to hear that. And now, you're a perfect semigod. You should start collecting divinities. In fact, there's going to be an evaluation at the Imperial Academy soon. If you fail, you'll be expelled." She then pulled out a glowing ticket. "This is your chance. It's for the ancient battlefield of the Outer Kingdom. Competing there will prepare you for the world of semideities." Han Wu thanked her. "I won't disappoint you." Outside, Heir's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. So he's headed to the ancient battlefield. Even if Han Wu didn't know it yet, they would meet again there. Later that evening, as Han Wu walked through the city streets, he inspected the ticket closely. "Each one is valid for 2 people, he mused. "It would be a waste to go alone." He quickly called his former teacher, Tian Wen. "Still enjoying life at the Imperial Academy?" Tian asked cheerfully. Han Wu grinned. "I just ascended to a perfect semideity, and I want to invite you to join me in the ancient battlefield of the Outer Kingdom." Tian Wen's excitement was immediate. "I wouldn't miss it. I want to see how strong my old student has become." "Great. Let's meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the teleport station in the Imperial capital." After the call ended, Han Wu returned home and began preparing for the journey ahead. He looked at his collection of relics thoughtfully. "I need to decide which ones to bring." The ancient battlefield awaited, and so did many eyes watching him from the shadows. Han Wu raised his hand. Looking at the seal etched into his palm, he could feel the power pulsing from within. A promising hand, he thought. This time, he was determined to win. His thoughts drifted to Qinuang, remembering that she would be absent for several months. Will she be in seclusion all this time, absorbing divinity, he wondered. Determined to see her before he left, Han Wu went to find her. When they met, Qinuang looked surprised. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I'll be heading to the ancient battlefield of the Outer Realm tomorrow for training," he explained. "I came to say goodbye. I was worried you'd already begin your seclusion and I wouldn't be able to see you." Hearing this, Qinuang's eyes widened. You're leaving this soon? He nodded. Yeah. By the time I return, you'll probably have become a demigod. Before he could say more, she suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him along. I won't start my seclusion until tomorrow, she said. So let's walk. As they strolled, she asked, Are you really ready? That battlefield is dangerous. Han Wu smiled. I'm ready. Don't worry. Qinyuan then conjured a glowing seal into her hand and handed it to him. This is the Infernal Seal, a level 4 relic. It has several restrictions, but it might help you. Once it's charged in the Divine Realm's core, it can convert your main subordinates into souls at the moment of death. Han Wu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. His divinity of rebellion required him to devour souls through divine techniques. The more soul energy he absorbed, the faster he would grow stronger. This is perfect, he said, grateful. Thank you, this is going to be incredibly useful. She stepped forward and hugged him gently, her voice soft with emotion. I wish I could go with you. Please, be careful out there. Without thinking, Han Wu placed a hand on her shoulder and kissed her. To his joy, she didn't reject him. Instead, they stood there, arms wrapped around each other, both a little embarrassed. Wait for me, he whispered. I will, she said, her voice low. Just promise me you'll come back safe. The next morning, Han Wu arrived at the teleport station and found Wen already waiting. You're here early, Han Wu said, surprised. I couldn't sleep well, the professor admitted with a chuckle. I was too excited. Han Wu pulled out the teleportation token. Biting his finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto it. Wen did the same. As the blood touched the surface, the talisman disintegrated, activating the portal to the outer realm. Moments later, they arrived at the ancient battlefield. A staff member greeted them and explained the location of their temporary residence. If you need anything, come find me, he offered. As they approached the tent assigned to them, Han Wu immediately frowned. This tent is tiny. How are we supposed to stay here? He began yelling, demanding a larger one. Wen laughed. Relax. Let's take a look inside first. When they stepped through the entrance, both men were stunned. The inside of the tent was massive, vastly different from its outer appearance. Han Wu relaxed a little. All right, this will work. Then, his attention fell upon a manual left on the table. He picked it up and began reading. His eyes widened at one particular detail. The tent could block will scans from the battlefield, a huge advantage. Even better, it came with a personal training field that allowed him to summon subordinates. But there was a catch. The number of summoned beings is limited based on the size of the field, the manual stated. This revelation made Han Wu furious. Are you kidding me? My entire strategy was based on winning through sheer numbers. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the manual to the floor. Wen remained calm. Don't panic. The manual said the tent system is connected. Let's take a better look. Still angry, Han Wu accessed the tent's internal system. A screen appeared, showing his personal status as a competitor. He could now configure how his army would be summoned. There was a limit to how many could be summoned per species, but he didn't dwell on the details for too long. All I need is the option that lets me summon the most familiars possible, he muttered. Wen also selected the most viable summoning formation for himself. The system displayed a final note: only subordinates summoned inside the tent beforehand can be controlled during the battle. Han Wu stared at the message. This battlefield would be more challenging than he expected. But one thing was certain, he was ready to face it head-on. Within the ancient battlefield, an important rule is made clear: main subordinates who die outside the tent cannot be immediately replaced. To summon more, one must return to the tent to replenish the lost units. Another critical detail emerges: divinity fragments are scattered across the battlefield. These fragments are produced by defeated spirits, and some are rarer and far more valuable than others. When enough fragments are gathered, they can be combined into complete divinities. These fragments can also be exchanged either for different types of divinities or for materials that upgrade the tent. Upon learning this, both Han Wu and the professor become visibly excited. With enough collected fragments, they can significantly enhance their base of operations. With preparations complete, the two finally enter the battlefield, accompanied by their chosen familiars. As they advance, Professor Wen shares a crucial piece of information. He recently studied how divinity fragments are produced. These fragments are born from the spirits that roam this field, he explains. In order to collect them, we'll need to defeat those spirits. He also notes that spirits are ranked in levels, distinguished by the color of the halo beneath their feet. White halo produces level 1 divinity fragments. Blue halo produces level 2 fragments. Red halo, the most powerful, produces level 5 fragments. Suddenly, Han Wu narrows his eyes. Something has caught his attention. "Quiet," he whispers, raising a hand. He peers over a rocky edge and spots a spirit walking toward them. It has a white halo. Tianwen comments quickly, even though it's just a white halo, its aura suggests it's strong. Definitely low level, but not to be underestimated. Han Wu agrees and commands one of his shadow locusts to test its strength. The familiar launches forward in a blur of darkness, executing a shadow-based strike. But the spirit effortlessly raises its weapon and blocks the attack, shattering one of the locust's legs in the process. Unfazed, the shadow locust gathers more energy and continues attacking. However, each strike is expertly blocked. Then, a fragment of shadow falls to the ground and silently crawls up the spirit's leg, slowly wrapping around its body in a snaring hold. With its enemy now trapped, the shadow locust unleashes one of its most devastating abilities, striking through the spirit's chest. The enemy lets out a faint glow, then vanishes. 8 shimmering fragments remain behind. "Quick, collect them," the professor urges. They're only level 1, but 8 fragments is still a decent yield. Han Wu picks one up, turning it in his hand. So this is the divinity that resides within them. Tianwen nods. Yes. These fragments form a full divinity, which will eventually grant you divine techniques. Once you have enough, you'll be able to invoke powers tied to that divine path. He adds, even level 1 techniques can be extremely practical. They're often more useful than higher fragments that take longer to activate. Impressed, Han Wu remarks, "Forming a team with you was my smartest move yet. With you by my side, we'll collect a lot more than I ever could alone." Just then, a few locusts return and gather near Han Wu. He immediately understands, they've located another target. They head in that direction, and the professor observes the battlefield ahead. Looks like more low-level spirits. The return likely won't be as high as the last one. Should we move on? Han Wu asks. No, Tianwen replies. Even small gains can add up to something meaningful. Both agree and launch their attack. First came the rabbits, followed by the swarm of shadow locusts. The resulting clash leads to massive destruction, annihilating every spirit in the vicinity. After the dust settles, the professor tallies the fragments. We got 30 from this batch. We took out over a dozen spirits, but it's not much. Han Wu sighs. At this rate, we'll need a lifetime to collect a high-level fragment. Suddenly, another locust buzzes in with a report. Another discovery? Tianwen asks. No, Han Wu replies. There are 2 people watching us from the 30-degree angle. The professor narrows his eyes. They are likely after our divinity fragments. So, what are we going to do?
The young man sternly warns that if anyone dares to steal from him, he will make sure they receive a lesson they will never forget. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures hide behind a nearby rock. One of them whispers to his brother, pointing out that the 2 targets appear to be newcomers, fresh faces in the area, and likely easy to intimidate. With a glint of excitement, he notes that the duo has only been seen taking down a handful of low-level spirits, suggesting that their cultivation must be weak. He proposes that they keep tailing them until the moment is right, when their loot is plenty, so they can strike. His brother agrees enthusiastically, calling it a great idea. Meanwhile, the teacher accompanying the main character suggests they return to the camp first to deal with the divinity fragments they've already collected. The MC places a reassuring hand on the teacher's shoulder and tells him not to worry. Everything is under control, he says, adding that the dark grasshoppers, his familiars, are constantly tracking the movements of the suspicious duo. Tianwen, the teacher, asks if he's serious, then visibly relaxes upon seeing how confident his student is. Soon after, one of the grasshoppers returns with a new report. The MC informs his team that his familiar has spotted a spirit with a purple hue. He's taken aback, realizing this means they now have the chance to obtain at least one level 3 divinity fragment. Wasting no time, they all dash toward the indicated location. Upon reaching the mountain, they're met with a grim sight. Several defeated players strewn across the ground, while an imposing purple spirit stands tall among them. Hanu immediately deduces that the spirit had engaged in a fierce battle. Tianwen agrees and observes that the spirit had managed to take down several high-level servants. He also notes that it appears to possess a wind element, but expresses confidence that his rabbit warriors can still fight it. The MC suggests they engage the spirit in a war of attrition. Tian Yuan nods and proposes using a combination of cloning, thunder, and self-destruction techniques through their familiars. He plans to launch a barrage of carrot missiles to exhaust the spirit. However, Han Wu just smiles, saying that such a spirit isn't worth dragging things out. Without another word, he transforms into his draconic form and takes to the skies, flying full speed toward the enemy. The spirit, seeing this, prepares its fan and retaliates with a fierce sandstorm. But Han Wu unleashes his hungry dead skill, catching the spirit off guard. As the spirit reels, the MC draws his sword and unleashes a powerful black dragon slash, cleaving the creature into pieces that scatter through the air. Hidden nearby, the two infiltrators are thrilled as some of the shattered fragments land near them. They recognize them as level 3 divinity fragments and celebrate their luck. However, their joy turns to anger when they realize the MC now holds 8 fragments, far more than they managed to collect. The chubbier one grumbles, acknowledging that there's nothing they can do after witnessing the overwhelming power of the draconic transformation. They decide it's best to retreat. They've gotten enough for free already. Just as they begin to flee, a massive shadow looms behind them. It's the MC, his presence thunderous, as he asks where they think they're going with his fragments. The two quickly retort, saying that this is a battlefield, and that any fragment on the ground belongs to whoever picks it up first. They demand proof that the fragments are his. The MC doesn't bother arguing. With a flick of his arm, he unleashes a giant dragon slash, triggering a colossal explosion that slices both thieves into pieces. The fragments they carried float gently in the air, and Han Wu retrieves them, amused that such weaklings dared to steal from someone like him. Tian Wen approaches, gathers the fragments using his power, and instructs Han Wu to sell them at the camp. He explains that doing so will help improve their base facilities, especially their tent. Meanwhile, back at the camp, a glowing portal opens. Through it, steps teacher Letty, and alongside his group, one of his men remarks in awe about the demigod's resourcefulness, noting how rare it is to obtain a ticket to the battlefield. The man simply waves off the praise, saying it's nothing special. After all, it's just a basic ticket to the ancient battlefield. He reflects on how his fortunes changed after providing intel to the God King, a move that granted him access to valuable resources. Just then, something catches his eye. The MC is speaking to his professor about expanding their tent to a radius of 2 kilometers. Now that they've gathered enough fragments, their ambition to gather even more is clear. Suddenly, the 4 men lock eyes across the camp. Tianqing Wen is surprised and remarks that he didn't expect to see them there. One of the 4 remains silent, while the demigod smiles and says it's a lucky coincidence to find both professor and student in the same place. He then tells the MC that ever since they parted at the ruins of the Divine River, he's been searching for him relentlessly. Han Wu maintains a calm smile and claims ignorance, stating he doesn't know what the man is talking about. But inside, he's alarmed. He can't figure out how this person recognized him from the ruins, especially since he was wearing a mask to disguise himself. Still, without solid evidence against him, he decides to deny everything. The man named Gang questions him again, wondering if he's really denying it. He suggests maybe it's just a misunderstanding, but adds that the MC's growth is astonishing, especially considering he's the same age as Gang's son. Despite the compliment, there's bitterness beneath the surface. Internally, Gang is seething, remembering that his own son's divine realm was destroyed. As a result, his future is now doomed to mediocrity. At that moment, Tian Yuan stepped forward, cutting off the conversation. He stated calmly that he and the MC had matters to attend to and would be taking their leave. Internally, he felt the urgency. If they remained there much longer, a fight was bound to break out. As the two walked away, Letten turned to Gang, questioning whether he was truly going to let the boy walk away, especially considering that, whether directly or not, he had crippled his son. Gang simply shrugged, replying that there was no need to rush. After all, everyone present was part of the battlefield now. They would cross paths again soon enough. The 4-eyed one smirked, acknowledging the truth in those words. Once they finished upgrading their tents, he would personally take action. He refused to believe that a newly ascended demigod could pose any real threat. Back at their camp, the MC and Tian Wen arrived at their tent. Almost immediately, the professor voiced his concerns. He pointed out that with Gang and Lian also on the battlefield, trouble was inevitable. Although the MC had just broken through to the demigod level, he still lacked divine techniques. That was why he hoped to avoid any direct conflict with Gang. Han Wu, however, questioned why the professor was raising the enemy's morale. After all, they had arrived on the battlefield first and had yet to witness Gang's true strength. Tian Wen clarified that his caution stemmed from what little he did know. Gang had been heavily supported by a God King prior to entering the battlefield. That God King even possessed a monarch-level life form. Given that, he urged Han Wu to conserve his strength, especially with the upcoming Imperial Academy's evaluation. But the MC wasn't one to be easily swayed. He explained that such an opportunity to train in the ancient battlefield was rare. He didn't want to waste it simply because an annoying individual like Gang was around. With that he dashed off, leaving the professor exasperated. Tianwen sighed, wondering aloud how a child could be so rebellious, especially when everything he did was meant to protect him from Gang. Over the next few days, the MC threw himself into training. Using the soul-devouring gaze, he focused on strengthening his rebel divinity. After 6 intense sessions, the divinity finally accumulated enough experience to ascend to the next level. With this promotion came the awakening of a new divine technique of rebellion. He was presented with 2 options. Option 1, Sword of Rebellion, a powerful weapon summoned through divine technique that could convert physical damage into magical damage, and vice versa. It could also be permanently fused with other sword-type weapons. Option 2, Dual Pistols of Rebellion, ranged weapons capable of the same physical magical conversion, designed for fusion with firearm-type weapons. Hamwu hesitated. He wasn't yet sure whether his future path lay in swordsmanship or marksmanship, but after a brief moment of reflection, he made his decision. He chose the sword. His reasoning was simple. Most of his skills already aligned with sword combat, and his favorite weapon was a great sword. The Sword of Rebellion seemed like the perfect fit. This divine technique didn't just empower close combat potential, it was also unique. The sword could absorb the souls of various races, allowing it to change form over time. Currently, it existed in the shape of a longsword. The MC understood the explanation and felt excited. The more it absorbed, the more forms it would unlock. Stepping outside the cabin, with his new weapon in hand, he gave it a swing. The blade sliced cleanly through a tree without even using any attribute enhancement. Hanu, watching from the side, noted how powerful it already was. Curious, the MC turned and struck another tree, this time imbuing the sword with a corrosion effect. But oddly, the result was unimpressive. Switching strategies, he applied a different effect and attacked a rock instead. The impact shattered the stone completely. He was intrigued by the weapon's crushing effect, noting that the sword seemed to have a natural affinity with dark attributes. However, it didn't behave according to the typical rules of that element. In truth, this rebellious weapon lived up to its name. It refused to conform. An idea sparked in his mind. The weapon could serve as a clever tool for deception. Because it defied expectations, others wouldn't be able to predict its true nature. Just then, the teacher appeared. She informed him that she had sold the divinity fragments, meaning they now had enough resources to upgrade their tent. But upon seeing the damage around the area, she asked, half in shock and half in frustration, what he had done. The MC simply grinned and replied that he had developed a new life technique that truly suited him. From now on, his motto was simple: never play by the rules. Zhang Wen looked at him and asked if he was seriously choosing this path. Zhang Yuan nodded with determination, declaring that he was now even more prepared to face Gang should he show up looking for trouble. Still brimming with excitement, he invited the teacher to join him in checking out the newly renovated tent. Upon arriving at the camp, they were met with congratulatory remarks. The tent had been upgraded, and now their training ground spanned 4 square kilometers. The MC was visibly surprised. That was a huge area, more than enough to summon and train new familiars. The teacher agreed. With a serious expression, she reminded him that time was of the essence. They had to move fast. After several days of relentless training, the MC gained immense experience from his rebel divinity. Qinwen too made progress, successfully obtaining a lord-level lifeform with formidable combat power. Meanwhile, far from the camp, Hu Hai stepped through a glowing portal that led into the training grounds. He was determined. This time he would capture Han Wu and deliver him to the God King. As the portal remained open behind him, the parents of the deceased Zudi entered as well. Their eyes filled with vengeance, they questioned whether there was truly a way to finish off Han Wu. The true god assured them that he would, without a doubt, find a way to avenge their son. Zudi's father nodded solemnly. Just then, Gang and the teacher Lishan also emerged from the portal. Ledin revealed that he had been monitoring Han Wu for quite some time, and now wanted to know when they would act. Hu Hai, however, advised patience. They needed to familiarize themselves with the battlefield before making a move. Internally, he grumbled. For someone of his stature, a true god, it was insulting to be tasked with eliminating a boy who had only recently become a demigod. Still, orders from a god king were absolute. He had no choice but to comply. Together, they all prepared for one objective: to eliminate Han Wu once and for all. Back in the wilderness, the MC and Tianwen faced off against 3 high-level spirits. Han Wu summoned his swarm of locust familiars, while Tianwen called forth his rabbit warriors. Coordinated and efficient, they dispatched all 3 enemies with ease. As they gathered the divinity fragments, the MC remarked that soon, they'd have enough resources to upgrade their tent again, allowing them to summon even more powerful familiars. Tianwen admitted that Han Wu's physical transformation just the day before had been remarkably effective. In only a few days, the MC had mastered 3 divine techniques. His growth was accelerating. Suddenly, from within a thick mist, 2 figures emerged. Han Wu narrowed his eyes. So you finally showed up, he said calmly. It was Zuti Sip's enraged parents. Without hesitation, Han Wu rushed toward them, his rebel sword in hand. He knew they were here for vengeance, and he had no interest in small talk. Suman, Suti's father, reacted instantly, summoning his sword to block the incoming strike, but Han Wu's sword began to corrode the blade on contact. Suman gritted his teeth, shouting that Han Wu had taken his son's life, and now he would return the favor. The MC smirked and declared that he would gladly send the old man to join his son, before transforming into his monarch-level draconic form. The sight shocked them. How could someone so young, who had only just ascended to demigod, possess the power of a monarch-class lifeform? Their shock quickly turned to fear. If they didn't kill him now, he would become an unstoppable threat in the future. Acting quickly, Schumann ordered his entire metal army to advance, but Han Wu simply laughed. It didn't matter, because he could fly. As the colossal metal men approached, Tian Wen, realizing his student was outnumbered, sent in his rabbit warriors to assist. Zuti's parents, unwilling to hold back, merged their entire army of metalmen into a single towering colossal fusion creature. Han Wu, undaunted, called forth one of his elite grasshoppers to attack, but the insect was crushed with a single blow. Zuti's parents laughed triumphantly, mocking Han Wu as an arrogant brat. Yet Han Wu remained calm. He summoned more of his supreme grasshoppers, which tore through the giant with ease, obliterating the fused construct. Then, without warning, he teleported behind Suman, catching him completely off guard and finishing him with a single clean strike. His wife lunged forward, aiming to strike while he was distracted, but Tian Xiangwen appeared just in time, plunging his sword into her back, ending her life. Tian Wen's expression darkened. He knew this wasn't the end. Things would only escalate from here. He turned to Han Wu and urged him to flee immediately. But it was already too late. From the sky descended Gang and Liishan, ready for battle. Did you really think you could escape so easily? Gang asked, his tone cold. Tian Wen demanded to know what they wanted now, but Liishan, glancing at the remains of the destroyed metalmen, was visibly shocked. You shall improve drastically in just a few days, he said, to defeat 2 demigods without taking any damage. Han Wu studied the new arrivals carefully. Their army of servants was massive. For him and Tian Wen, who had lost many of their own familiars, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Tian Wen understood this well. They were clearly weaker, and direct confrontation would be suicide. Quietly, he told Han Wu his plan. After buying enough time, he would unleash all his power to open a temporary breach in the sky. Han Wu was to fly upward straight through it, until he reached a height where their enemies couldn't follow. The MC was stunned. He hadn't expected his teacher to risk his life for him, but Tian Wen dismissed the sentiment. Their steps, only one chance to escape, he said firmly. Make it count. But Han Wu shook his head. I haven't yet reached the point where my teacher needs to sacrifice himself. I subtle handle this, trust me. Tian Wen gave a reluctant nod. I do trust you, he said, but be careful. Across from them, Let laughed. Handle this, he mocked. You really think you can manage? Then, his voice turned sharp. You Sham were facing 40 million servants. What exactly do you think you can do against that? Gang turned toward Tian Wen, calling for his attention. He reminded him that their sole purpose in coming to the battlefield was to capture Han Wu, and calmly stated that if Tian Wen chose not to interfere, they would not make things difficult for him. But the professor stood firm. I will never stand by and watch a student lose his life before my eyes, he declared. That is my final word as a teacher. Let scoffed at the sentiment. Do you really plan to act noble till the end? He asked. Eventually, your resources will run out. Will you still be so willing to fight over principles when nothing is left? Gang sighed and looked at the professor with disappointment. We could have been good friends, he said. But Don Set blamed me. You refused the offer. Without hesitation, he ordered his wolf cavalry to attack. The battlefield erupted as dozens of wolves surged forward. Tai Duan and the MC quickly retaliated, but the wolves were relentless, rapidly tearing through the ranks of rabbit familiars. The professor clenched his fists in frustration, unable to comprehend how someone could mercilessly slaughter such innocent, adorable creatures. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Wu drew an enchanted leaf and activated it. His sword shifted in form, transforming into the Ghost Soul Scythe. Wielding the new weapon, he charged into the fray, cutting down all the wolves in his path. As their bodies hit the ground, roots sprouted from them, spreading across the battlefield and attacking incoming enemies. Gang's expression twisted in irritation. Every time he faced Han Wu, there was always another unexpected trick. He watched as the Lord of the Wolf Cavalry tried to clear the battlefield by severing the roots, until Han Wu suddenly appeared behind him. With a single slash, the beast was obliterated. The MC landed gracefully, smiling as he stood before Gang and Let. Startled, Gang immediately activated a talisman, erecting a massive protective shield. He exhaled in relief. That artifact had been a rare treasure obtained from the failed king. But his comfort was short-lived. Blood suddenly spurted from his side, and Let's head flew cleanly off his shoulders. Hanwoo blinked, feeling a sudden weakness in his arm. His expression darkened. The Ghostvine genetic lockdown time had expired. Gang seized the moment. Glaring at Hanwoo, he spat. "You killed countless members of my cavalry. That one set come cheap." He raised his hands and summoned Fenrir, a colossal wolf of unimaginable size and power. The massive beast lunged, attacking both the MC and Tianshan Wind simultaneously. Second Wu's transformation shattered, his body crashing hard into the ground. He gasped in pain. His Genesis state had reached its limit. He wouldn't be able to use it again for a long time. Trembling, he turned his head. Beside him lay the professor, motionless. Hanwoo couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. And now, he was directly in front of Fenrir's enormous jaws. From above, Gang looked down at him, knowing this was his one chance to end everything. But just as he prepared the final blow, a voice echoed from the portal. It was the true god, Hu Hai, demanding to know what Gang was doing. "I said he must be captured alive," the god growled. Gang stepped back quickly, embarrassed. "I misunderstood," he lied. "I was just about to take him alive." Hu Hai ignored the excuse. He grabbed Hanwoo by the collar. "You'll be greatly rewarded by the God King," he told Gang, who bowed slightly in thanks. Turning toward Tianwen's motionless body, Gang considered his options. Killing a demigod might earn him even more. But Hanwoo, still conscious, pointed his hand to his own neck and warned, "If you try to kill him, I still end my own life." The blonde god scoffed. "In your condition, you couldn't sit, even kill yourself properly." Hanwoo met his gaze with deadly seriousness. "If I die here, your god king gains nothing." To prove his point, he activated divine hunger on himself. His life force began to drain rapidly, his body growing even weaker. Hu Hai's eyes narrowed. He shouted at Gang to back away from the professor and followed closely after Hanwoo. As he passed Tianshan Wen, he muttered a curse, not fatal, but enough to leave the demigod's life hanging by a thread. Without waiting, they dragged Hanwoo toward the portal to deliver him to the God King. Once they had crossed through, Gang sighed. "So, we sir going to be stuck with this kid for days. Am I supposed to carry him around like luggage?" The true god replied curtly, "Obviously not." He cast a sealing spell on Hanwoo, stripping him of all powers, and threw him into a dimensional portal. The MC tumbled into Hu Hai's divine realm, unconscious. When he awoke, pain surged through his body. Before him loomed a strange monster, and when he instinctively tried to summon his powers, he found nothing. Every ability had been sealed. The overwhelming realization hit him. He was no longer a threat. Beside him stood a bowl of water. He looked up to find it offered by a wild tiger man. Hanwoo hesitated, unsure whether he could trust it, but it didn't matter. The tiger man grabbed him by the shirt and forced the water down his throat. Moments later, Hu Hai's voice rang out, explaining that the tiger man could neither hear nor speak and that he was to be obeyed without question. He assured Hanwoo that the servant would not hurt him. Hanwoo was stunned. Even the true god's servants were carefully chosen, mute, loyal, and precise. Then, a familiar voice echoed inside the chamber. It was Kamiawa, the source of mutation, asking if his master needed help. Hanwoo was surprised. "Weren't you sealed too?" he asked. Kamiawa explained that if Hanwoo allowed him to absorb the sealed divinity, not only could it evolve, but he could also help recover enough strength to plan an escape. Hanwoo thought for a moment. He had a bit of divinity left in reserve. It was risky, but he had no better options. "Do it," he said, "but stay silent. If they hear us, we sit done." Outside, the demigod was reporting to the true god, telling him that in 3 days they would reach the God King's village. Hanwoo heard it all, and quietly asked Kamiawa if he could do everything necessary before that deadline. At the same time, Hanwoo could already feel changes stirring within his body. Something was different, stronger, sharper. Curious about the transformation, he turned to the source of mutation, who confirmed the obvious. Hanwoo had evolved successfully. "You are now a level 3 genetic warrior," the green slime explained, "from the Divine River civilization." Hanwoo nodded slowly. "So what benefits do I have now?" The slime answered with excitement. "You shall acquire a new ability, genetic combination. It allows you to merge genes from different life forms to alter the structure of a target without damaging the original genes." Hanwoo scratched his head. "That sounds amazing, but how the heck do I use it?" Just then, the tiger man appeared again, silently offering food. Hanwoo accepted it, pretending not to suspect anything, but inwardly, he was already planning to test his new ability. He reached out and grabbed the servant's arm, testing his strength. To his surprise, even with his power sealed, his raw physical strength had already reached the level of a heroic life form. The tiger man growled in protest, beginning to get angry. But before things escalated, a commander of the Divine Realm's army approached, roaring for silence. Tang Yuan's eyes widened. This one was a transcendent life form. Perfect, he thought, just what he needed to test the full power of genetic combination. Han Wu took a deep breath, then grabbed both the Tiger Man and the commander by the wrist. He activated the new ability. In an instant, ears began to sprout from the Tiger Man's head. Simultaneously, the commander's ears vanished entirely. Confused and alarmed, both of them stared at each other, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Han Wu played innocent. "It's Sip's a thank you gift," he said casually, "for the water and food, just a token of appreciation." As he spoke, he began subtly draining the monster's energy, realizing that even other people's servants could be influenced by him. If this worked, he could use them to find and destroy Hu Hai's divine core and escape. The Tiger Man screamed in frustration, demanding his ears back. Han Wu simply turned his head and kicked him hard in the stomach. The commander roared in anger and ordered the troops to seize Han Wu, but the moment they closed in, Han Wu used his power to link with every creature approaching. As their bodies connected with his energy, he began reshaping their genetic structure. The white tiger shouted, "He Sep's a blasphemous god, we must capture him." But before anyone could act, Han Wu's newly transformed servant stepped forward and, with a single blow, knocked back all incoming enemies. The white tiger dropped to his knees. "Please, make me your servant." Han Wu smirked. "Fine, but I need your help to escape. First, take me to the divine core of this realm." The Tiger Man nodded and warned, "The core is heavily guarded by high-level warriors." "That's Sip's fine," Han Wu replied. "Let Sips find it first. I'll decide what to do once I see it." They hadn't traveled far when they were stopped by a heavily armed patrol. The captain ordered his men to capture Han Wu and his servant immediately. Han Wu, grinning, launched a surprise attack alongside the Tiger Man. In an instant, the wolf warriors were obliterated. One of them, barely clinging to life, threw himself at Han Wu Sip's feet. "Spare me, I will obey anything you say." The others followed suit, pleading for their lives. Han Wu raised his hand and activated Faith of the Light. "If you wish to live, you will become my servants. Obey my commands completely, or you will not be spared." Reluctantly, but obediently, they pledged themselves to him. Han Wu was fully aware that he was only accepting them out of necessity. For now, they were useful. With his newly expanded army, Han Wu sent spies to infiltrate different corners of Hu Haisit's divine kingdom. After days of effort, the Tiger Man returned with good news. The divine core is hidden in a forbidden zone outside the royal city of the Tiger Men. It sits protected by dozens of monarch-level lifeforms and hundreds of lord-level lifeforms. No one is allowed near it. Han Wu frowned. "That Sip's a problem. We still be discovered before we even get close." Thinking quickly, he ordered his servant to capture birds and moles from the nearby forest. Once he had their genes, he fused them into the tiger soldiers, giving them the ability to dig like moles and fly like birds. With that, they prepared for a stealthy approach to the city. Upon reaching the royal city, Shang Wu positioned himself at the outskirts. One of his soldiers reported that the core was directly beneath them. Using his divine eye, Shang Wu confirmed it and spotted 3 elite guards nearby, each at monarch-level strength. Just then, an old man informed them of something crucial. The next day was the city's annual celebration, during which the Tiger King would offer sacrifices to the deities. The elite troops would leave their posts to observe the ceremony. "Perfect," Han Wu said. "We sit lacked, based on the situation tomorrow." The next day, perched on the outer wall, Han Wu scanned the area with his divine eye. He was relieved to find that only one elite guard remained behind to protect the core. "This is our chance," he declared. "Everyone attack the divine core." Mounted on a familiar, Han Wu led his army forward. The elite guard spotted them from below and shouted, "Intruders in the Forbidden Zone." Ignoring the alarm, Han Wu and his forces surged forward. When they reached the core, he commanded his Tiger Man to engage the elite defender, while he focused on locating the core itself. As the fight broke out behind him, Han Wu dropped to the ground and began digging rapidly, using his mole-enhanced hands to tunnel deep into the earth. The elite guard tried to stop him, but Han Wu didn't flinch. He had to move fast. His servants couldn't hold the enemy off forever. After digging for what felt like hours, he finally located the glowing center of the divine core. Without hesitation, Han Wu channeled all his energy into his arm, and with a single devastating strike, he shattered the divine core. The power of Hu Haisip's realm began to collapse.